All right, what's up guys? My name is the Cherno. Welcome to another live stream. Oh, we've got a challenge ahead of us today. How's everyone doing? I make sure that the stream is good. Oh, all right, it's time. So basically, today what we're going to be doing is I'm going to tell you all the backstory, especially all you people who are here this early. Yes, it is raylib time. Which I'm excited because I've never really used it before, and we'll get into that in a minute. So basically, I had this series on my channel that I did a while ago that a lot of people found interesting, and I really enjoyed as well, and it was called Remaking My First Game in C++. But the thing is, I really didn't like the format, people were losing interest, it was dragging on way too long, and I was like, alright, let's put a pause to this and we'll think about how we can bring it back in a better way. So basically, the reason why I didn't like it, and the reason why I think people didn't like it as well, is because I was doing it very fine-grained. Like I was going through basically every single line of code, rewriting it using my own kind of framework called Walnut, instead of using something a bit more popular that people would actually maybe benefit from knowing more, and especially for beginners, if they want to kind of get into maybe making their first game in C++ or something, like I feel like obviously using one of my frameworks that's a little bit more advanced and less kind of out there and popular and people know about is not a great idea. But also it was like, in one episode, like I think we were like 10 episodes in or something, and these are like 20 to 40 minute episodes, like 20 episodes in, and I had got like the player sprite on the screen, and that's it. Like it was just way too much, like way too long, and that's kind of unfortunately a tendency that tends to happen with software development in general, because it's like in my experience, it's really difficult to get software development shown effectively, but also in depth on YouTube or on any kind of video format, because obviously like developing software, making games, like it is a lot of work. Even a simple game, there's a lot that you could explain, about like various decisions you make. And so, yeah, it just wasn't, in my opinion, like it wasn't really that interesting. And I think it was just a bit too deep. So, but I can't get over the fact that obviously there's a lot of work that needs to go into remaking a game in C++. Like it's not something that you can just do in a couple hours. And so because of that, I decided, okay, enough with that series. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back in a different format where I actually use a more popular, game/media framework that people vote on. And I'm just going to do the whole thing live, and then I'm going to get my editors to cut it down and basically make it something that is like a fun 30-minute video maybe on YouTube that shows like the whole process and all the highlights and all the it's more of like an entertaining kind of video. But then the live streams, like they'll show obviously everything, and they'll also show everything live. So it won't be edited obviously in the sense that like, well, this isn't edited, this is live. And then hopefully like people who really want like every line of code, every thought that I have, whatever, they've got like 20 hours or whatever to watch that, then they can just watch the live streams. I'll probably put them on Cherno Unplugged. But then on YouTube, on my main channel, I'll just have a fun little video of like 20 to 30 minutes of like, this was the experience, this was the journey of me remaking this from scratch. So that's kind of the idea for this. I just wanted to explain it a little bit to people on stream. Now, in terms of what we'll be using, because that's also interesting. So I put up a poll on both Twitter and YouTube and even Twitch last time I was live. And I basically had a little bit of I Googled a bit, and I did a little bit of research on like, what do people even use these days to make little games in C++. And I think the overwhelmingly popular option these days seems to be this library called raylib. Let's take a quick look at it actually. So this is raylib. It's a simple and easy to use library to enjoy video games programming, which is fun. This seems to be like one of the most popular options. Aside from that though, the other one that I know about that I think is pretty good as well is SFML. So SFML, is simple and fast multimedia library when it loads. Which is also like this is more of like a C++ library, by the way. This is like C. I think it says somewhere here that it's written in C99. Yeah. So written in plain C code, C99, right? Whereas this is more C++, so it's a little bit more like object oriented, I guess, and like it's got namespaces and it's got all of that stuff. I've got a little bit of experience with SFML. I've never written anything from scratch in SFML, but I have, you know, code reviewed a bunch of projects and I've kind of tweaked them, and I mean, it's pretty straightforward, to be honest. Now, the other library that I kind of didn't mention, that people in the comments were talking about actually, was SDL. And it's not that I forgot about SDL, it's just that SDL to me is less of like a game library and more of just like a, I mean, it says here, it's a cross-platform development library designed to provide low-level access to audio, keyboard, mouse, joystick, and graphics hardware via OpenGL and Direct3D, right? Like I know SDL 3, I think was recently released or is about to be or whatever, that seems to be available now. And that's, I think it's a little bit of a step up from SDL 2. But to me, it's just a little bit too low level. Like I wanted to use like more of like a game framework. SFML and raylib, you know, in my opinion and in my experience, I might be wrong, but I feel like they're more game frameworks, especially raylib. I mean, raylib has stuff like, I'm pretty sure raylib has like skeletal animation, not that we'll need that, but like my point is clearly that's something SDL would never have because it doesn't make sense for SDL, because SDL is like a low level platform layer compared to SFML, which is I think a little bit higher level, and then raylib, which seems to be quite a lot higher level in terms of like it's, you know, it abstracts away and implements for you a bunch of different things as well. And you can see it supports a lot. Now, in terms of the actual poll and stuff, so this was the poll. This was the poll that I put up on YouTube yesterday. So we got 5,500 votes here, and you can see raylib won. SFML had like half the votes, and then other, mostly people wanted to see SDL, but obviously other didn't get that many votes, and so I kind of didn't really, you know, seriously consider doing SDL, but that's how we settled on raylib. I also did a Twitter poll, similar result. I think Twitter actually was even more for raylib. So yeah, so we're going to be using raylib, which by the way, I have never used. Raylib I have never used before, ever. I haven't even seen what raylib code looked like. As part of me, like, you know, looking at raylib, I did look at the source code physically, like as in I looked at the example, like, I'll show you exactly what I looked at. I looked at like, I think they have like a hello world example basically. Where's their like GitHub? I think it's like, it's kind of hard to find stuff here, which is a bit annoying because they don't just have oh, there it is. Yeah, you got to click on like they've got this .h thing here, which if you click on that, you get taken to raylib.h, and then that's the actual GitHub repository. But anyway, I had a look at like this. This is what I looked at. This is my raylib experience up until this point. So it's gonna be fun to take a look at something, and that's why I'm also honestly excited, because I love taking a look at new things. I rarely have the opportunity to do that because obviously making like educational YouTube videos about like stuff like C++ or Hazel, you know, developing Hazel is obviously like Hazel's already kind of an established game engine. Like, you know, it's rare for me to actually find the time to look at new technologies and like get some experience with them. So I'm really excited to have the opportunity to sit down and write a whole game in raylib, which I've never done before. Speaking of things I've never done before though, the other thing that I'm going to be doing is instead of using Visual Studio, I'm going to be using CLion by JetBrains. Now, I have never used this before. People on stream have been begging me to try it out for like the last few months. I don't know why. I don't know if it's suddenly got you know, like rose in popularity, but I know people in my chat have been asking me to try CLion for ages. Coincidentally, JetBrains recently reached out and was like, hey, do you want to try CLion? So I figured that this is like a perfect opportunity for me to do so, because I'll be able to try CLion, I'll see what it's all about, and JetBrains, because they'll be basically sponsoring this video or the video that comes out of these streams on YouTube, yeah, like that kind of is what motivated this project, right? So it was like, basically, I wanted to, like, people have wanted me to try CLion. I've wanted to find the time to try CLion on a new project. I wanted to remake the C++ game. JetBrains reached out. Now we're doing it. So basically, you can thank these streams that are going to happen and the upcoming video as JetBrains' fault. It's funny to say fault, but We're here because of JetBrains, which is great. I love partnering with companies who allow me to work on my own projects and I have no time to do so. So yay. And it is a Saturday for me. I wouldn't usually be working on a Saturday, but I got to squeeze this in somewhere. And I think next week, maybe on Wednesday, is when the continuation of this will be done. Yes, I will be using CMake. I will not be trying to get Premake to work with CLion, okay? So I will, yes, I will be using CMake, which is wild. I have not used CMake in about 5 years, I think. Like, I obviously still remember bits and pieces, but like, I haven't used CMake in a very long time. So we're gonna see how this works out. I think it should be pretty easy though. The reason why is because raylib uses CMake, and also CLion manages your CMake lists like file and your CMake configuration automatically. And also there is an example CMake file for how to basically get started with using raylib. So I actually don't think it will be a problem. What do I use instead? You mean instead of CMake? I use something called Premake. This is what we use on Hazel. It's a lot simpler than CMake in terms of like how to express your build configuration. It seems to support everything, but also we've extended it to make it support things that we need it to. Your hair is super tall at the moment. Yeah, I know. I kind of swiped it up and might keep it that way for now. It'll come down. Don't worry. What was I saying? Yeah, like we've extended Premake a little bit when necessary. You know, it's written in Lua. Like Premake internally uses some Lua as well, but like the build configurations are written in Lua, which is quite helpful because you could execute arbitrary Lua code to get, you know, to format strings and to get environment variables and to get whatever you may need. So it's quite good. And yes, I agree. CMake is powerful. CMake is good. The user-facing side of it is just abysmal, in my opinion. Like, I have never felt comfortable with CMake. I've felt more comfortable with EA's framework, which no one I think here knows about, but EA have their own build system internally called Framework, and that is even nicer than CMake. So yeah, I don't know. CLion, raylib, CMake are those like plugins of Visual Studio. So CLion is an IDE, and we're going to look at it in a minute. I've installed it already, but CLion is an IDE. So CLion is kind of like Visual Studio. Obviously, it's way less like, you know, fully featured and experienced and whatever. And even though JetBrains I'm partnering with them for these streams and these videos, like I never told them that I would be nice with CLion. And so I'm sure there's gonna be lots of things that I don't like, and I'm gonna share that with you guys, and probably with them as well. I'll be like, by the way, this sucks. So we'll see, but I don't know, because again, I haven't used it yet, so I don't wanna be like, I'm gonna hate it, because I don't know if I will. Maybe I'll love it. I doubt that it will replace Visual Studio for me, because Visual Studio is just such an industry standard, and obviously I've got like, you know, all of my professional experience, both at EA, on Frostbite and Osiris, and also here, like on Hazel, like all of it's in Visual Studio. So it'd be very difficult for me to give it up, especially because I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate Visual Studio. I think it's great. Like, of course it has problems. Every piece of software has problems. Nothing is like 100% good. Yeah, let me change my info on Nightbot, and then we'll just get into it. Because yes, I want to get as much work done today as possible. I started this stream about an hour later than I intended to because I just could not like get out of bed, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I don't know what's up. I've been really tired these last few days. The child has been sleeping less good as well, which has obviously impacted my sleep. All right, cool. Rider is so good. Yeah, I know. People have been raving about Rider. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is one of the reasons why I really wanted to try out CLion, and JetBrains IDEs, because I haven't really. I used a bit of IntelliJ IDEA back in the day for Java. This was back when I was like a Java person, yeah? So a long time ago, like 10 years ago. But like, yeah, I've wanted to try it out because people just keep saying how good it is. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what I think of it in a minute. Why did you use C# in Hazel instead of C++? A bit of an irrelevant question, but C# is just much better scripting language. It's much easier to deal with. It runs in it's got like a runtime that it runs in, so you can easily reload it and do whatever you want with it. Like reflections just available out of the box, which is important, but mostly just like the memory model is better and easier, and there's so many reasons, to be honest. Before you dive into CLion, double check that Nova is enabled in the settings. It's their new C++ language engine. I'm not 100% sure it's enabled by default yet. Okay, it's far superior. Thank you. I will do that. All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, look, let's dive in. Let's just do it. Like, we're doing this live, obviously. I haven't prepared anything for this. Yes, I do have, I guess I should mention that I have attempted to redo this before, but using Walnut, right? So basically it was this. Remaking my first game in C++, but then see, it became a playlist, and it became like this whole thing, and I'm not happy with that. So basically this is what we're doing, except instead of doing that as a series, I'm going to be starting it again from scratch, and I'm not going to be using Walnut, which was my framework. I'm going to be using raylib, and yeah, that's basically it. Cherno sex sim. Yes, exactly. That is what we'll be doing, except we're going to try and refrain from using that terminology because I'm not sure the JetBrains approved it. I'm going to be 100% transparent with everyone. We're just going to call it, well, it's called Genesis, and I don't think it mentions the potentially forbidden word anywhere in the document in like the help text. So we're just gonna say it's about reproduction. It's about, you know, Genesis. It's about the beginning, you know, it's about the beginning. It's about like populating an island. Okay. All right, cool. No chernographic material on this stream. Exactly. Fox phase is on the ball. Spawning sim. Yeah, sure. Whatever. All right, so yes, Nova I will use. Okay, cool, guys. Well, I think we're good. I think we can jump in. So the first thing I suppose I should do before we jump into like CLion and stuff is, and even raylib, is I just installed Eclipse before this stream because I recently reinstalled my computer, so I didn't have anything installed. So we have Eclipse here. And this is all of the code to the Java version of the game. I think this is online somewhere. If anyone cares, if anyone at all is interested in this, which I don't know like necessarily why you would be, but no, I mean, you could be. Like, if you just wanted to read like some really old Java code that Cherno wrote, which was his first game ever, this is it. This was for Ludum Dare 24, right? Made in about 20 hours. In August 2012. And the reason why it was only 20 hours, even though the competition, I think, for Ludum Dare is 48 hours, is because I had like year 12, which is the final year of high school in Australia. I had like exams and assignments and stuff like that due. Because obviously August is towards, like, for those of you who don't know, Australia, August is like winter. So like this is like kind of halfway through the school year, not the end or the beginning of the new one or whatever. So because of that, I was like halfway through my last year of school, and I had to prepare and I had to do assignments and stuff like that, because this was like full blown the start or like a bit into the second semester for the year. So anyway, so it was a weekend, but I had to study, so I only had 20 hours to do it. So it was very kind of rushed. Yeah, it says 8 years ago. Obviously, Ludum Dare 24 was way longer than 8 years ago, but that's when I uploaded it to GitHub. I don't think I even knew how to use Git back then. So if you want to look at some really bad code that I wrote, it's over here. The link is github.com/thecherno/genesis. It's public. So this is what we're going to be basing the game on, right? We're going to be remaking this exact game. Like and when I say remaking it, I don't mean reimagining it. I don't mean modernizing it. I don't mean any of that. I mean, we are literally going to make this exact same game to the point where maybe we'll fix a few bugs along the way, but to the point where you don't know which one is the Java one and which one is the raylib C++ one. Like, that is our first goal. In the future, we may try and improve it a little bit, or I might try and be like, oh, well, let's just do this to make it a bit better, or whatever, the Earth, like whatever we decide to do, that's fine. But Mark 1 of this project is the replica, right? I want to have a go at actually replicating this completely. And that means a few things. First of all, this game, as you'll see in a minute, is a very pixely game. It's not hardware accelerated. It's like 100% software rasterized. Like, we literally write pixels into an array. So we're gonna do that with raylib, right? So if we take a look at this game, you can see that it's pretty, like, you know, it's pretty pixely. We can hit play over here. Let's actually just play it. Sorry, it's a bit small, but whatever. So you start off, let me just get rid of, I actually don't think the music from the game's playing. Okay, whatever. We'll fix that up for the final game because I did write some nice piano music here. So basically, yeah, you're on this island and your goal is just to find the women. And the idea is that this population counter that's going up, that's not representative of like actually the women here or whatever, or like I should say the general population here. I think I might have to restart. Let's just restart. Because there was a woman close by, yeah, but I lost her. All right, there we go. So see, you spawn children. All of them are male, by the way, for the purposes of this experiment. And now you just go around finding more. You just go around finding more. And every time you reproduce like that, the rate of this population increasing goes up, right? So the rate increases. And the idea is you just have 5 minutes and you're trying to get the highest score you can by getting the highest population you can. That's it. So if you pay attention to the graphics here, you can see hopefully that they're pretty like pixelated, and that's because the sprites I think are quite small. I don't know if they're 16 by 16 or 32 by 32, but everything is scaled up by 3. Here's another one. And there is nice music in the background, but it's not working. I don't know why. I think the WAV file's probably here. So we should be able to use it in raylib and in C++ when we remake it. And also there's a day-night cycle, so it's going to get darker. You can see it, by the way, the torchlight's already beginning to show. Here's a little bug. You can see this doesn't get, like this gets clipped kind of to 0, I guess, instead of not rendered, which is why if something's going off the screen, you can kind of see that last pixel there, which is a bit weird. There's also like some weird lighting bugs. To see how I went into torch, I got brighter, but then I kind of remain lit and it's a bit weird. So that's also a bug that I never managed to fix back in the day. This is also probably should be additive instead of, you know, like that. Oh, here's a female stuck in a tree. That also shouldn't happen. Oh, there's a green one. Okay, and then I should mention the tag system. See how she has a green tag here, right? This green tag means that she has not been reproduced with yet. And now you can see it's red. So you can't reproduce with the same woman more than once, right? And yeah, and that's basically the game. So let's play it out. There's 3 minutes left. We'll see how many women we can get here. This was 17-year-old Cherno making this game, I just want to point out. So, you know, and it was a hit in high school. Damn, just like real life, yep. It's funny, I didn't actually tell JetBrains what the idea was. They signed off on remaking this first game in C++, but they at no point inquired what the first game that I made actually was. So for all they know, it was like some horrific racist simulator filled with death or something. I mean, it's not. But it could have been, and I don't think they were like, hey, by the way, just curious, this first game you're remaking, what is this? Nope, so, you know, I'm sorry, but here we are. I hope they're not watching now. And to my editors, edit this part out of the final video we show them, all right? All right, so yeah, it's quite dark. Yeah, so there's this kind of day-night cycle. You can see I still remain lit though. Some of the entities remain lit. They shouldn't. That's a bug. I couldn't fix that. There's a woman in a tree, which is also a bug. Yeah, so you can see the population's increasing more than it was before, right? Because, yeah. And it gets to a point like, and again, the music really makes it feel better. This is just like silent with a few sound effects every time there's like, every time we reproduce. But, with the music, it's actually quite nice and kind of relaxing. And there were 3 maps I made for Love and Dare, but this is like the only good one. This is an island one. It's like small enough where it's okay and you don't get too lost and whatever. I had a mini map in one of the versions, I think. I don't know if I made that after I think I made that after Love and Dare, but I had a mini map which just showed like, basically it just had the whole map and it was like each pixel was a tile and it just showed who was on that tile. Like if it was just, you know, a grass tile, a torch tile, or a female, you know, with the water around because we're on an island. Like it basically showed all that. All right, look at that. We're flying now. We've got 59 seconds. Population's gone up a lot. We're finding more and more women here, which is good. Yeah. Yeah. Look, if this video falls apart, like, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I'm going to release this video anyway, obviously. but like whether or not JetBrains follows through on the sponsorship, that's a different story. And I mean, but again, like, look, I think the contract's been signed. I think it had nothing about, I should read it again though, because it did say about offensive things. But again, we're just not going to mention the sex. Like, we're just not going to mention that, right? As of right now, that's it. I'm not saying that word ever again on stream. Done. Lips are sealed. This is a biological reproduction simulator. Has nothing to do with that other word. This is fine. Okay, there we go. 9080 was my population. That is probably a future GPU I will buy at some point. But yeah, tweet your score at the Cherno and we can play again. We can go to main menu. There's like a help section, which we'll need to reproduce obviously as well. Now this text, fun fact. So basically the reason why I started talking about this pixel stuff is that we can bring the music back. The reason why I started talking about this pixel stuff as well is because that means that we're not going to make it hardware accelerated in raylib. Yeah, so what I mean is we could, raylib internally uses OpenGL for hardware acceleration. If we told it to be like, hey, render this tree texture, then it would render it on the GPU and it would be 1,000 times faster. Okay, maybe not 1,000 times faster, but like 10 times faster probably. Instead, we're not going to do that. We're going to basically we're going to recreate the technology behind this game as well, which was we just have an integer array, like every int in that array is a pixel color, right? And obviously the ordering of that array is what determines the coordinate of the pixel. And then what we do is once we have that pixel array, which is about this big, we scale it up 3 times to get to a window size that is generally not that tiny, right? So we're going to do it exactly that way. Is that the best way to do it these days? Well, no, because obviously it's a more retro way to do things and it does not involve the GPU at all, right? The only place the GPU comes in is at the end when it has to actually render it to the window. What is that icon, man? That's not I didn't make that icon. I don't know where that came from. Is that like a Java icon or something? That's weird. Anyway, so yeah, so the only place the GPU is going to be used in is to like blit the screen basically, right? So that's not ideal. You know, if I was doing this, if I was trying to maximize performance and do this nowadays, I would just make all of these be, you know, textures and objects basically on the screen, and I could still scale them up by 3 times individually and just have nearest filtering on, which is point filtering, which just means that, oh, that's the Java icon, cool. That wasn't there back in the day. I would just have that, obviously, and then it would render, I'm serious, it would render at like 2000 FPS instead of 200 FPS, but we're not gonna do that, at least not for Mark 1. It might be a fun project, I think, in the future to take it from software rasterized rendering and then just be like still in raylib, and then move it into like, okay, now it's on the GPU and look at the performance difference. That could be fun because obviously that's going to require a little bit of problem solving. And the reason why is because obviously some of the effects we do, like for example, these torches and the brightness of these, they're kind of like, they work because it's pixel based, right? So like we'd have to either write some shaders to make that happen if we wanted to do it on the GPU. Again, not actually hard, but just different to the way it works here. Yeah, we'd have to basically modify it a little bit. So that's the idea. Now, as far as everything being pixel rendered though, and you can see the performance here, yeah, 180 FPS, not fantastic. And the reason why is because everything's being like software rasterized. The thing is though, this text is not software rasterized. This text is actually written using Java, and we're gonna dive into the code and take a look in a minute, but that's just Java's library rendering on top of that image. And the reason why was because I didn't feel like making like a bitmap font and doing all of that stuff. I didn't have time, because again, I had like 20 hours, I think, to do this. So because of that, it was mostly, yeah, just like, it was mostly just like, I think literally we just do draw string or something. So screen.render text. Yeah, you can see that just uses, I lost it. Here it is. You can see render text just basically sets like a font, Verdana, using just Java's like graphics thing, and then just does g.drawString, right? Whereas like the actual rendering, so when we do something like a random mob, right, you can see that will go through like 16 by 16, so that must be the size of the sprites, and then it will just copy the mob sprite pixels into the appropriate area inside the pixels buffer, right? So that's kind of what I mean by software rasterized. And then we have Cherno color here, which can change brightness apparently. I don't know, this is gonna be fun because it's been, so this was like, for those of you following along, right, this was 12 years ago, almost, 11 and a half-ish years ago. Almost 12 years ago is when I wrote this. So I'm serious when I say this was my first game that I actually wrote. I made a game when I was like younger in Game Maker, but I don't really count that, and that wasn't like a full-on game with everything, I think, and that was in Game Maker. But this was like, you know, this was about a year into my programming journey in my life at all when I started teaching myself Java, and the first ever game that I actually kind of made and released, right? So obviously I've come a long way, and it's going to be interesting to see how I think about things now, 12 years later, compared to back then. But also, like, look, this could be a complete embarrassment. Like, I could have just not come very far. Like, I mean, this could be like a, oh damn, I used to be pretty good back then. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. So anyway, that's what we're doing. But yeah, I'm already quite enjoying this, to be honest, because I love revisiting old stuff. Like, I'm kind of a nostalgic person. Like, I love looking at old photos. I just love doing that stuff. So yeah, it's fun. Anyway, yeah, so the text, again, raylib actually has text. Yeah, good. Here we go. So this explains a bit of backstory. This game was made in just 20 hours, however, due to me finishing year 12, my last year of school, and having tons of work to do. The theme for the competition was evolution, right? So I guess that's where kind of Genesis came in, because it's like where we're evolving over time, I guess, and building up a population. All assets were made within 48 hours. This was made for the 24th Ludum Dare compo, my first ever entry for Ludum Dare. Any questions, you can contact me by sending an email to my personal email address, wonderful, or checking out, let's just get rid of that, or checking out my YouTube channel, which is still the same, for more information and to watch the recorded live stream of the entire game again. That's really there. I think it's very bad though, because back in when this was made, which is 2012, I don't know if it says anything about that here, but back then in 2012, Australia's internet was so terrible that my upload speed was literally less than 1 megabit per second. So like, it was more like 0.6. So I was streaming at 600 kilobits per second, and I was probably like, that was my upload speed, so I was probably streaming at like 500. So there were constant dropouts and the quality was terrible. So good luck finding those streams. Anyway, awake? Let's get started. So before we start actually looking at the Java code in more depth, because we have to formulate a strategy to recreate this, right? Before we start doing this, and by the way, as I mentioned, you guys can all look at the Java code. You can all recreate this with me if you like, and we'll have a billion Genesis clones out there. But before we start with that, I think we're just going to set up CLion, which I have downloaded, and I made sure that it built like and worked and stuff like that. So I guess we should just, let's see over here. Let me just find CLion. So that I can kind of introduce what we'll be using. So for those of you just joining late, I mentioned a little bit earlier that instead of Visual Studio, I want to kind of challenge myself a little bit and try out CLion, which people in chat have been begging me to do for ages. And also JetBrains reached out coincidentally and was like, hey, do you want to use CLion? So we're using CLion. And also, thanks to JetBrains for sponsoring, I guess. They're not really sponsoring these streams or anything, but this whole project of me remaking my first game, which is going to make its way to a YouTube video, that's all kind of sponsored by JetBrains. So the only reason I'm mentioning that now is just because that's why I'm able to find the time to remake this, and I'm grateful for them for allowing that to happen. Okay, so anyway, CLion, free 30-day trial, that's what I'm on. They haven't given me some special version or whatever. I haven't really asked for it. This is just a free 30-day trial. That's what I'm using. I know it's free for students and teachers. Otherwise, I think it does cost money. I'm not going to get into that now. Don't really care. But I think I did a little bit of like last night, or like the past week, I did a little bit of research just seeing like, you know, how to use it, I guess, or like what special features they have. So I'm aware of a little bit of them. I know someone in chat mentioned that I should use Nova, which is their new C++ engine, which might not be standard. So I will definitely try and enable that. So without further ado, let's actually open CLion. And we're gonna I guess we're just gonna try use raylib. So my strategy for using raylib is pretty simple, I think. So the raylib's code is located here. They do have an installer, but I kind of like, I don't know if I necessarily need all of their source code. I'm not gonna try and do that because we are using CMake. So obviously I don't need to build it myself, or I don't need to worry about like setting up a pre-made configuration, which I would usually do. But I think in their wiki, what I saw here was, yeah, they have CMake build options, right? Or actually, rather than CMake builder, working anywhere with CMake. Okay, so this is on the wiki on Raylib's GitHub, and you can see that so they have something here, but then also they have this CMake lists over here, which is I think what this is kind of cool, because what this CMake file does, you can see, is it tries to find the raylib package, but if it couldn't find it, instead of just like erroring you, it actually downloads it and sets it up for you, right? So this is great. I think I'm gonna use this. And actually it also includes this core basic window.c file, which is over here, which is just a really easy way, like there's 83 lines of code here to just get started with raylib. So I reckon that's gonna be my strat. Again, I have not used raylib before, ever, outside of like this, outside of what I'm doing right now. So this is gonna be interesting because it's gonna be a double learning experience. It's going to be, so this was me testing everything out, making sure the tool chain worked. So let's kind of, how do I start a new project? Because I kind of wanted to do a new project. I guess I can just do a new project. All right, so let's do C, YouTube Genesis. I'll just do Genesis CPP. We're gonna do C++ 20. It's gonna be C++ executable with CMake here. Let's do create. Yeah, this window, sure. Okay, so now we've got a brand new project basically set up. Okay, so what have I done with CLion? Again, I installed it an hour ago, a little bit over an hour ago. So all I've done with CLion in terms of config, because I know people are going to ask me like, oh, what theme are you using? This is the default theme, as far as I'm aware. Appearance dark, editor color scheme dark, new UI is on, that was just on by default. So the only thing I actually did was I changed some of the keyboard shortcuts, namely like debug and stop. So debug, I think, used to be like Shift F9 or whatever. It still is, but I changed it to F5. So F5 also will launch this, and Shift F5 will stop running. So basically I've changed it to like Visual Studio's bindings just because I'm so used to them. I changed the font from, not this. Control S, by the way, is this thing. Is the settings panel. I changed the font, so editor font, to Cascadia code, because that's what I use in Visual Studio. I like it. Instead of JetBrains like mono, which I don't know, I didn't really like that as much as Cascadia code, I think. Not that I gave it a chance, but I just went straight to Cascadia code. And then the final thing I did was, I think in editor general, change font size with control mouse wheel. This was not a thing by default. So I reckon you guys should check that, because I love zooming in a lot. I mean, it's important for when I'm streaming and recording videos, obviously, because you guys can see the code better, but also, even to be fair, when I'm programming, like I don't like it to be this small. Like I actually kind of like it being bigger these days, which is interesting because I didn't used to. Maybe I'm just getting old. I mean, I'm turning 30 this year in December, so getting up there. All right. Now, that being said, yeah, so basically you can see what CLion has done here is it's made a main file, just with a hello world example, which is nice, and you can see it runs because we managed to execute it. Here it is. But then also it made this CMake file, right? And the cool thing is, like this is a CMake list file, just a normal regular CMake list file that you can modify with whatever you want. But what I do like is that obviously, since like CLion manages that for you, this is what I've discovered so far. If I add like another file, yeah, you can see it automatically inserts it into this. So it kind of manages this CMake list file for you, and it's all kind of here. So instead of this being like a Visual Studio project file, it's actually all in CMake. That's really nice. I like that more than Visual Studio, because obviously we use Premake with Visual Studio, and Premake just automatically like detects all of the source files inside the source directory. So if you do add a file in Visual Studio, even though it won't, like Premake won't pick it up, it doesn't need to because you're in Visual Studio, so you're in the Visual Studio project file. So it's actually, it doesn't really matter, it doesn't really bother workflow, but my point is obviously Visual Studio doesn't touch my Premake files, whereas CLion, I keep saying JetBrains, whereas CLion will actually modify them for you. I don't know if that could become an issue in the future, like what happens if I have a lot of stuff here? Like, I don't know. I don't know how stable this is basically, because I always get a little bit queasy when, queasy is probably not the right word, but I get a little bit nervous maybe when, you know, when tools edit text files, because I feel like a lot could go wrong, but it probably doesn't. They probably have like some internal map of them or whatever, like a data structure, and they rewrite the whole file instead of trying to find. So I don't know how it works, but anyway, I'm talking too much about this. Let's get started. Otherwise we're not gonna be able to make this game. So yeah, so this is what I found, right? CMake list. And again, the cool thing here is it will try and find raylib, and if it doesn't find raylib, it will download it for you. So it's actually really kind of should just work, right? And also you can see it's got this core basic window. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab this core basic window. I'm just gonna copy the raw text from it. We're gonna add it. So we're just gonna do right click, add new C++ file. We're gonna make it a C file. And I think it was called, I wanna call it the same thing, core basic window.c. So core basic window.c, paste it in here. That's done now. You can see it's added it here as well, which doesn't really matter too much, because now what I'm gonna do now is basically copy this whole configuration. I'm not gonna copy the project, obviously, because we already have a project called Genesis CPP. And then we don't also like, I guess I will overwrite this add executable. I do wanna keep C++ 20 though, so I'm not gonna overwrite that. And I don't think this actually defines a C++ version. I couldn't find it here. So we're just gonna copy this much, I think. I don't know what these CMake export compile commands are, but whatever. And we'll wipe this. So now we've got this, right? So basically main and test.cpp, we could delete them if we want. I might just shut this off for now. Test obviously was just me adding a thing, so let's do a delete on that. This I want to remove, otherwise it'll complain that there are 2 entry points. And you can see here that we should have our main entry point in main over here. Cool. So now if I try and run this, hopefully it will find raylib and work. So you can see it's downloading the archive here. Yeah, downloading done. There was some kind of error there, but it looks like it's still working. We'll look at the error in a minute, because I'm a bit confused about that. But there we go, and there you go. All right. So that's it. Congrats, you created your first window. That was easy, right? And that's the beauty of CMake, I think, that obviously like we can just slap in a config. I mean, in this case, it actually kind of downloads it. But now that we've got it, technically we don't even need this block, right? So we could just find package raylib, and if you've got like a find raylib.cmake or whatever that, like whatever you need for CMake for it to be able to locate packages, if you've got that, then obviously it's just gonna work, and you don't have to worry about the configuration or anything. Everything's kind of there, and obviously it will work across platform. So really easy. So that's my strategy for just getting this up and running. Anyone else who disagrees with it, feel free to say use this instead, because again, first time using raylib, first time using CLion, not really first time using CMake, but practically yes, because I haven't used it in 5 years and I don't remember anything. So there you go. All right, that's how you get it up and running. So what we're gonna do, a couple things. First of all, this core basic window, I don't care about this anymore. We are gonna keep it, I guess, right? So I wonder if can I move this somewhere? How do I move panel? There we go, okay. I had to move the whole panel, not just that. I'm gonna move this here just because I kind of prefer vertical, this thing, and also it obviously gives me a lot more space for my text editor, because vertical is better than horizontal in this sense. Is there like a map mode? You guys are gonna have to help me with CLion, by the way, because obviously first time ever using this. Because you know how Visual Studio has like the map mode thing for the scroll bar. Is that a thing? If it is, it's probably in settings. But anyway, I'll let people maybe find that for me if they want, so that I don't waste time. But anyway, so so there's something like error, right? There was an error. I don't know what it said, but it worked. So actually, I guess I don't really care. So it said target FPS 60, sure. I don't know what that does. Yeah, I guess we should go through this. So the other thing that's really cool with raylib, by the way, and one of the reasons why I really wanted to use raylib, even though, again, it won on the poll, but one of the reasons why I wanted to use raylib is because, like, man, they're supported platforms, right? Like, let's see what platforms they support. Can never find anything here. I thought I saw platforms somewhere, but it's probably here. Yeah, so multi-platform, right? Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Raspberry Pi, Android, and HTML5. So specifically this one I was interested in because, as you can probably tell from this code maybe, platform web, Emscripten, right? So they use Emscripten to actually compile this code into JavaScript for the web and like WebAssembly and whatever else, right? So that's really cool. That's actually what I did with Sparky, one of the first game engines I made back in 2015. And then I managed to make a game, I think in 2016, or maybe it was in 2015 actually. I made a game for Let 'em Dare, and I managed to ship it in a web browser. Like it was, you could play it in a web browser, even though it was written in C++, because it used mscripten to compile it into JavaScript. So that's cool, because that hopefully will mean that we'll be able to publish this game, this Genesis remake, into the web, which is good. And the reason why it's specifically good is because, I don't know where this is exactly, but yeah, so this game, which was written in 2012, actually also had an applet version. So aside from being able to run in a window like this, which I need to open this again, instead of just running in a window like that, you could actually embed this into a web browser as an applet, which of course is deprecated these days, but back then was not, right? So that's actually cool, because Remake is staying true to the fact that we can also have this on the web, which is really cool. So that's another reason why I really wanted raylib, because obviously SDL and SFML do not do that, so that's cool. There's a plugin called Code Glance, which mimics what you said. Thanks, Dark Matter. Okay, now someone mentioned the Nova engine, right? Can you guys reiterate how I enabled that? I'm trying to scroll up in chat. Settings, preferences, advanced settings, CLion, use resharp, C++ engine, CLion Nova. Okay, so maybe if I just search for Nova. Yeah, so it's off by default. So let's turn this on. Do I need to restart, or is it just good? I guess it's off, okay. That answered my question. You just hover your mouse over the scroll bar. Yeah, that's annoying. What I like with the Visual Studio one is because I'll just move this here so that you guys can see the scroll bar, but because you can see all the code, I can just click here to go where I want. I guess that also works here, but it's just I can't see it, obviously. I can just see the scroll bar. So that's, yeah. Yeah, CLion does look quite nice and pretty. I will say that, and it's a bit more simple as well. Especially once I think, to be fair though, guys, I think the big reason why I think it looks nice is obviously subjective, but is because I changed the font, right? So the font by default actually used to be JetBrains Mono, right? Which I think is a little bit more squishy, which might fit a bit more in, but this is what it used to look like. Yeah, and I'm not gonna say it looks ugly. I'm not gonna say I hate it, but I will say that I do like Cascadia code more. Like this just looks nicer. It's a little bit wider, I think. It's less narrow. It's just, maybe it's a little bit bolder or just a bit thicker. Like the weight feels a bit more. But I like the way this looks a lot. So yeah. And to be honest, out of the box, I love this theme a lot more. Like the color scheme's a lot better, I think, than Visual Studio's out of the box. You guys know that I have my own theme for Visual Studio that I've built up over the years. Kind of mixed, it's Visual Assist mixed with Grovbox and some other custom stuff as well. So I'm quite particular on that, but yeah. You like the JetBrains font more when you set a high boldness. Okay, I didn't try doing that, so let's quickly try that. So how do I do that? Do I need to bold, so what, extra bold? Like that? Is that extra bold? I mean, yeah, I think that does look nicer. Oh, that's the bold weight. Okay, so I can do bold. Oh yeah, I see. So if I do semi-bold, yeah, that's nicer. That is nicer than it was, but I still think Cascadia code wins my heart. The weight is just Roman. There's also Cascadia Mono, by the way, which is like the same thing as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's a difference. Cascadia Mono, Cascadia code. If you guys know the difference, let me know. All right, anyway. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this up and running, what do we do now? So core basic window, right? So I want this to, I think we're gonna make mostly like let's just get rid of this core example text. We don't need that. So yeah, we're gonna, I guess we'll keep this if defined platform web because I kind of want that. And let's just copy the rest of this, actually all of it, and we'll just replace the code here with it, and I'll include IOStream. So now what's cool is that like we're in C++ now, because that was actually, one thing I really need to get up and running is how do I move a line up and down? So I want to move this single line. In Visual Studio, Alt up and Alt down moves a line up and down. I want to do that. So I need to get that set up as well. But anyway, this used to be a .c file. Now we've got a CPP file, right? So we're going to compile it with C++ instead of C. So that's one big change. And then obviously, yeah, we're including raylib, we're including IOStream here because C++, and I'm going to keep all the mscript and stuff. Change the key map to VS. Oh, is there a VS key map? Oh, that's amazing. So I didn't have to go through and edit stuff automatically. Damn, man. Okay, that still doesn't work though. Does F5... Oh, now it asks me what I want. Okay, that's actually worse than I had. I can still keep that, but like, what was this debug? Because I think this... So Alt F5. No, but I don't want it to ask me what configuration, so I might just change this to be F5. And what was this assigned to? Some other garbage. Let's just remove the other garbage. Okay, so now that runs, which is good. And Shift F5. Shift F5 does stop. Okay, good. Let's move this all here. Okay, so yeah, so Alt, yeah, so Alt and up arrow seems to go through functions and symbols, which is not bad. But I kind of want to be able to... Is there like a move line? Move line up, down? The problem with, the worst thing about setting keyboard shortcuts is you never know what they're called. Okay, move line up and down. Okay, sure. So up, Alt up. So it was assigned to other garbage, sure. And Alt down. Hey. Let's go. All right, good. I'm happy now. Yes. All right, cool. Feeling more comfortable now. So now then, let's. Yeah. So this is now C++ instead of C. Let's move that entry point down to the bottom. Oh, I accidentally commented everything out. Don't know how I did that. So this main entry point, we're going to move down to the bottom. We're obviously going to get rid of these fat comments. Initialization, don't need a comment for that, bro. If defined mscript and web, so we will, whoops, how do I collapse that? Can I collapse that? Not at the moment. I used to be able to. Okay, whatever, maybe it hasn't recompiled it. Oh, is there a compile single file? Control F7, yes, that works, because I changed it to the Visual Studio keyboard config. Yeah, this garbage, let's just clean this up first of all. Again, I have not, oh, or escape key, really? So escape just closes the app. That's annoying. Can I make that not happen? Because I feel like escape could be something we could use in the game. I'm sure that that's a thing. Oh, I have all the code here for raylib. Oh, that's nice. Oh, awesome. That's going to be very helpful. Settings, plugins, install code glance. Okay, thanks. I will do that. I know we're spending a lot of time on the meta stuff, guys, in the editor, but obviously I want to kind of... You know, I want to evaluate CLion, so I need to make it. Whoa! I just slapped my mouse like almost off my desk. I need to evaluate it. I need to like get comfortable with it. Settings, plugins. Where are plugins? Plugins. Okay. That's very wide. Okay, cool. So what's it called? Code glance. Code glance. Code glance. Pro. Just normal. Which one? This one. 3 million. Probably this one, right? Pro just implies that it costs money. Restart ID. I am enjoying how seemingly quick it seems. It seems very snappy. It also just seems very like light on features though. Like as in Visual Studio has so much stuff going on in the UI. This looks very bland. Oh, awesome. Yes. So that's what I was talking about, right? I can see this now. You can't actually see the text. It's just lines. So Visual Studio I think is still a bit nicer in that regard, but it's good enough. Can I make it less thick though? Because that would be good. But anyway, my point is, I'm not sure if CLion is actually lacking features or if they're just hiding all of them. Like, obviously, I can't know that yet. So, yeah. All right, so core basic window. Let's delete it now. 2 usages that are really view usages. It's used in itself. And obviously it's used here. Okay. Okay, I don't care. Let's delete it anyway. Now, I'm interested in this CMake now. So this doesn't know that I've deleted it, or like it's not. Let's go back to this being main CPP. And then it probably should work. Oh, so there's a CMake deprecation warning. This was the error. Let me just quickly. Oh, and this actually failed. All right, here we go. So there's a stray hash in program include raylib. Okay. Why would there be a stray hash? Also, raylib is not found. What? How? I was just using the same file before. Like as in, it was a C file, but since when can I not find anything? File does not belong to any project target. What? That's weird. And thus the CMake problems begin. Why is it not? What have I done here, guys? It seems here. I mean, project name should just be this, right? Should use that. It doesn't matter. They do the same thing. But yes, I probably should use that because it's not in this project though. So what happened there? Why does it say add to CMake project? But I don't understand. It's already got that line, doesn't it? Okay, what does that do? It's just added it to this. That's not gonna work. Because it was already there. But I thought it wasn't. That's a bit odd. There we go. Did I have to just okay, that works now. That's weird. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind, it doesn't work. It just made itself redo everything. So what's the problem here? Yeah, it's really not it's either not recognizing it as C++ code or something, but also, why is there a thing here? Look at that. See, this is weird. There's like a closing parenthesis here. It's like including it twice or something. Is it because I'm compiling it as, oh man. I've got this pasted twice, bro. You know what this is? I'll tell you exactly what this is. This is my keyboard not working. Sometimes the V key fires twice. I kid you not. So if I do Control V, it'll fire twice really quickly because my keyboard's so old or dirty or whatever, and it will just paste it twice. That's what happened. I'm sorry, CMake. I kind of was upset at you for no reason. So this should probably work now. Okay, good. Okay, never mind. I'm a clown. Actually, my keyboard is a clown. Shout out to my keyboard. And by shout out, I mean, what's the opposite of a shout out? A put down. I don't know. I'm gonna keep quiet about my keyboard. Ugh. All right, what did I press here? Nah, whatever. I think I pressed something on my stream deck. Is the stream still up? Yeah, looks like it. Good. All right, cool. So that's beautiful. Now, yes, now we have to do everything that I just did again because I went to the bottom of the file, but I didn't do it properly. We can remove these voids because we're not in C anymore. Let's get rid of this crap. All these comments. Update your variables here. Yeah, we need that. So begin drawing. Okay, and then I want to, again, I've never used raylib before, so we're going to actually look at how an application is even put together in raylib. We don't need the return 0 either, technically. All right, cool. So, okay, so pretty simple. I'm going to also look at, so there's a couple things that are interesting here, right? There's a cheat sheet, which is nice because that just shows you all of the stuff that you have to work with. So I'm going to keep this cheat sheet open. Then there are obviously examples and example games and stuff like that. I'm going to try not to do that. I think the cheat sheet should be enough. I kind of obviously have an understanding of how applications and graphical applications and games work. So hopefully we'll see if that's enough to know how to use raylib just with this cheat sheet. And with, which I'm gonna keep here on my other monitor, and with, actually I've got a vertical monitor here, so maybe I can just move this here, but then I won't be able to see my stream. Yeah, my chat's there, so I'm gonna use this. I need 2 vertical monitors. I'm gonna do this here. Okay, so I'll keep this open. That's what I'm looking at. If you see me looking here, I'm looking probably at the cheat sheet. Yeah, okay, so yeah, look, let's just get started. I'm gonna obviously change this to be Genesis. Now, the screen width and height. Interestingly enough, the Java version actually has a fixed screen width and height. It's not resizable. But you can see that in the Java version, in the original, as I mentioned, there's a scale of 3. So the width is actually 300, but we scale it up by 3 for the window. And it's 16:10 aspect ratio. Lawmaster Noja, thanks for the raid. So basically what that means is that it's going to be 900 by whatever that is. So I think we're going to basically copy this, right? So we're going to copy this. We're going to replace screen width and height with this. Obviously final and static and whatever means nothing to us. We can keep it as static with height title. So title will just be an std string, I think. We can also make this const. But static, obviously in this context, is just going to keep it within this file, which probably we don't need to do either. Like we might, I don't know if we need, because obviously public static is different. Public static means it's accessible everywhere. Whereas in here, like, you know, we should think about if we want this to be globally accessible. We do, I think. It's just the width, height, and scale and title. So I think this would be a good opportunity to probably make an actual, like a header file or something that will just contain a struct that is that. So let's do C++ header file. Let's call this like, I guess we could just put this in application. Let's make an application. Oh, yeah, you know what? Let's, you know, I want to rewrite this using obviously raylib. I'm not going to build my own library on top of raylib, but I do want to abstract raylib a little bit, especially because it's C, not C++. So let's just make a C++ class. We're going to call it application, and that's where all that stuff's going to live, just because it's nice to have like a natural place for it. So let's just do that. Oh yes, I need to make it not use stupid header guards, and I wanted to use pragma once. How do I do that? Because I know that's a thing. I was watching a video and someone was talking about that. Was it actually in here? I'll just Google it, I think. I've been asking you guys for everything, but yeah, okay, here we go. So file, settings, editor, file and code templates. So file and code templates. Oh, there's a raylib CPP. That's fine. I'm not going to use raylib CPP though. I'm just going to use vanilla raylib because I've already got up and running and I'm happy with it. File and code templates. Okay, so C++ class. All right. Oh, I guess I can just reformat it here, right? What's C file header.h? No, okay, so there's a better way, I think. File and code templates includes C file header. Insert program wants to replace this content, right? So you want me to, that's a C file header though. What about C++? Oh, it parses C file header.h. So that's what I should do, because it's the same, I guess. But where's the if and def and stuff? That's not here, this is just if. Okay, so we've got some actual JetBrains documentation here. So how do I, so there's an if and def include guard in C++ header. Okay, so I guess I need to go to this. Here it is. Okay, so I can just wipe that out, right? I can just be like pragma once. And then now, if I, let's just say delete this. And I don't want this created by Cherno on this garbage, you know? Oh wow, it actually searches everything when you delete. That's interesting. Let's see what this does. Oh good, a lot of spaces, but we'll clean that up in a minute. So, yeah, so let's, because it's got namespaces open. Oh, okay, yeah. So where does this, how do I set a namespace? I guess I can set a namespace for the project or something, right? The thing is, I don't really care for this. Like, I guess it's nice, but, yeah, like, I don't know. So this will do the header comments and stuff. So let's just not, maybe let's just not do this. And then for C++, I guess, class. Maybe let's not do this either. This is useful. Namespace is open CPP and close. Okay, so how do I set a namespace for this? I guess that's like a project setting, right? But it didn't really ask me for one, I think. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a namespace, like as in be generated automatically. How do I set these? So it's the variables, yeah. When you create a new class, you can't specify the outer namespace. Okay, cool, that's weird. Yeah, how do I set the namespace? How do I like CLion compared to Visual Studio? Look, I've just started, but like it seems fine so far. I haven't run into anything I don't like really. I'm still configuring it, obviously. So, yeah. How do I set the namespace? See, the thing is, I don't use this even in Visual Studio. So this is like beyond what I use in Visual Studio. In Visual Studio, I always just manually, I'm like, you know, namespace Hazel or whatever. I always do that. And then it kind of formats it automatically. So like, I don't actually do this here. Is in the create class window, really? Oh, so it is. Okay, cool. I get it. Yep. Okay. All right, cool. Thanks. So let's delete this. And then let's try that again. And then this time I'll call this Genesis. Cool. All right. I like to tab this over, but other than that, it's good. And I don't need this comment. I guess that's actually not bad though. I guess I'll keep that, whatever. Okay, application. So, we're gonna do this. Okay, I'm going a little bit too overboard here, I know. Because this is a bit too much. Oh, also I want this on new lines. How do I do that? Is it really, would it really, if I write a function, I really need to make it probably be global, that thing. Is it gonna try and keep it on the same line? It is, okay, that's a deal breaker. And let me make the all editors for the mouse scroll wheel so that I think, yeah, it's even gonna make that bigger, but at least it'll be the same everywhere, yeah. Not using Visual Studio. What's happening today? We're trying something new. We're trying CLion. Okay, so guys, how do I make it do? Yes, the not same line brace, please. CLion not same line brace, please. How to force brace onto the next line. I like how it's like how to force braces onto the next line. Settings code style Java. Settings code style. That's a thing. Code style. Hey, it is. All right, that's got to be like one of the first things people change, right? Like, as in that's got to be CLion format for sure. The thing is, I don't care. Like, this is just a little project. This is not a game engine. I'm not going to enforce like some style file. Like, I just want to like, why is this not just a thing here? Code style wrapping and brace. That's here somewhere. Hard wrap at 120. I guess that's just gonna wrap here. Like C++, I'm guessing. Braces layout. Oof. Is there just like an everything, please? Because look, I gotta. Okay, well, namespace actually I do leave it at the end of the line, coincidentally. Linkage also I do. Export at next line. Okay, sure. Type declaration. So let's do, I guess, next line like that. Okay, cool. It's nice they have a little preview, by the way, for everything. Function declaration, next line, lambda. Maybe lambda can stay. Block. Requires expression, sure. Other statements and blocks. Yeah, probably next line. Yeah, definitely next line. The else is a bit weird though. Like the else I would drop down. Other inside parentheses. Okay. Empty, yeah. Yeah, okay, look. That's fine, I think. So now. Okay, the other thing that infuriates me, a few text editors do this. So when I write this function, yeah, I write func, and then I just put a space, then an opening curly bracket, and then enter. Okay, see, that worked. It's got me inside. But sometimes, look, I think it must be because I'm a bit slow at releasing, yes, it's because I'm a bit slow at releasing shift. And because I have to press shift to get the curly bracket. So if I press shift, then the bracket, then I'm still holding shift when I press enter, it takes me to this. How do I make that stop? Because I hate that. Because I have to basically look like it's like I have to do that instead of that. That's you, bro, lol. You're about to get blocked. Skill issue. you guys are treading on thin ice. There's probably a shift enter shortcut. Shift enter, skip to next line. I'm sure it's a setting, user issue, shut up. As if you people release shift that quickly. Like, that's actually hard to do. Try it. Like, my gosh. As if. I don't believe that for one bit. You guys are the worst. Almost 30. Shut up. It's 30 in December. That's like almost the latest possible time to turn 30 if you have to turn 30 this year, okay? Okay, so what's you guys think it's Alt Enter, do you? Key map. Can I just type in? No, I can't. All right, so let's just find like something, and let's just type Alt Enter, and we'll. Sorry, is it Shift Enter? Sorry, Shift Enter, and we'll see what that does. Start new line in editor actions. Okay, we're removing that, bro. We are removing that. Start new line. Shift Enter. Remove. Okay. Okay. Have I fixed my skill issue? Now it doesn't even do anything. I actually don't think this is a JetBrains thing. I've experienced this like everywhere. So can I, like, does enter do something? Enter. Can I, can I also have shift enter assigned to this? Enter and shift enter both do enter. Oh, let's go. We did it. Let's go. All right, awesome. That's it, guys. That's it. We've overcome all of our skill issues. I mean, issues with the tool sets. So we're gonna now be able to write this game and it's gonna be beautiful. All right. Oh, and Alt O works. Oh man, I'm actually so happy right now. Imagine if I switch from Visual Studio to CLion permanently. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of coffee. It's all right. All right, so now guys. Oh, and Control Tab works. All the Visual Studio stuff works. All right, so this is going a little hard with this application specification, but let's just do int width equals, so what was it? I think, so basically, okay, I wish it was Control Shift D instead of Control D. This is just gonna be, guys, today's just gonna be this. It's just gonna be getting this stuff configured for me, basically. Okay, so duplicate line. It's just, I don't know. I know it's Control D, but for some reason in my Visual Studio it's Control Shift D. So I'm also gonna make it Control Shift D. Control D is fine, but I don't need any of these other things. So we're gonna make it both. And that way I can just do Control Shift D, which is what I'm used to. Okay, height. So basically the way this works, right, is we have a scale of 3. We have a width of, I guess 300 times scale. Well, what do we do in Java? And then, oh, right, okay. So it's not gonna be, yeah. So this is supposed to be the actual, not really the window width and height, but the other thing. Camel John, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. So height is gonna be, yeah, so we're gonna leave that alone, and then it was 16.9, so times width, what was it exactly? Or rather divided by, yeah, of course you wouldn't have this here. Width divided by 16 times 10, right? So 1610 resolution, interestingly. But that's okay, I guess I just wanted it a bit wider. We might make it resizable in the final game, but obviously we're staying true to what it is now. std string, I'll just say title equals Genesis. You guys joining the stream late, by the way, probably have no idea what is going on. We're remaking my game, which is about like, I'm gonna like, you know, avoid using certain terminology that chat can fill you in on, maybe, because I'm not liable for what chat says. But basically the idea is you have 5 minutes to walk around this island and reproduce with as many women as you can. You can only reproduce with a woman a single time. That's why she has this like red tag here now. And you're just trying to increase the population. Every time you successfully reproduce with a woman, the population rate goes up. And you're just trying to get the highest score you can within within 5 minutes. And there's also a day-night cycle. And this was, okay, I should probably have led with the fact that this was the first game I ever made for Ludum Dare 24. Ludum Dare is a 48-hour game making kind of game jam competition. This was like the compo version, so you had to make all the assets, all the source code, everything from scratch. And in this case, I made it from scratch using Java. Actually, the frame rate's pretty good. It's like 2000 FPS, so that's not bad. Because this is software rasterized as well, meaning that it's actually rendered at a resolution of like 300 times whatever this is. And then it's scaled up by 3, and it's just written into like an integer array. So we're basically recreating that effect inside C++ and raylib 12 years later, because I made this 12 years ago when I was 17. So that's what we're doing. And I've never used raylib before. And I've also never used CLion before. And the reason why I'm using CLion is because you guys in chat have been asking me forever to try CLion instead of Visual Studio. And also JetBrains reached out to me coincidentally, I swear, and were like, hey, do you want to try CLion? And I was like, yeah, I want to remake my first game in C++. Can I do that using CLion and blah, blah, blah? And they were like, yes. So they approved this idea. And that's why we're using CLion finally. And that's why also I have the opportunity to spend some time actually remaking this game now. So thank you, JetBrains, for letting me remake my game about reproducing. So you can see the day-night cycle and also how like the just in general, there's obviously more people around, and the population rate you can see is going up by quite a bit. So that's the idea. If you guys want to either play this original game or just look at my terrible source code for like the first game I ever made, it is actually available on GitHub. You can see it's just the Cherno / Genesis on GitHub. You can search for Genesis Cherno probably on YouTube. You can see August 2012 and Ludum Dare 24 is when it was made. Okay, so yeah. That's it. That's my thing. Add to wishlist on Steam. Yes, we can technically probably get the raylib version up on Steam and just have it there for free, I guess, as like a little homage to how far I've come. And it's going to be interesting to also review the code, obviously, and see like how bad it is. And also there are some bugs. You can see I stay lit even though I'm out of the torches. So a few of these things I kind of want to maybe fix. But regardless, the first version of this game that we're remaking in raylib and C++, that first version is just going to be that's just going to be exactly like a replica of this. I'm going to try and be as true as possible. So that means we're still going to be doing this whole pixel like software rasterization instead of trying to render it on the GPU because I want to stay completely true to this, right? That's Mark 1. Mark 2, I do want to actually make this hardware accelerated because I think it doesn't need to be. To be completely honest, I think that's enough FPS. But I guess if we wanted to, just for fun, maybe it would be a good learning exercise for you people, because I'm going to make this into like a YouTube. This is going to make its way onto my YouTube channel, obviously, and be like edited down into like a fun kind of video, as well as the original streams will be probably on my Cherno Unplugged channel, which is like my long form channel, in case anyone wants to actually see every line of code that was written and everything I say and all that stuff. But regardless, I'm really going well now. What was my first high score? Because I think I'm beating it. Anyway. Point being, it might be fun, I think, and might be informative to people just to see how one would go bringing this from software rasterized to hardware accelerated. Even though we are using raylib, so it's probably going to be a bit easier. But I've actually never used raylib before, so this could be a hard time. I don't know. We will see. Come on, come here, man. Where are you going? I'm going to catch you anyway. I also mentioned that JetBrains did not actually ask what my first game was about, so... But hey, they approved it. I really need to check the contract though, because what if it said like specifically no games about reproduction or like no content about that? I don't know. We'll see. It's all right. This is life, man. This is life. This is how you create life. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing not marketable about this. This is absolutely fantastically normal. It's how all of us got here, actually. It's why we're all here watching the stream. So I think it's okay, and I'm out of time. There you go. 47, that's a lot. Yeah, it was 90, 80. right? I remember that because it was memorable, because I said that would be a GPU I would get in the future. So I think it was a memorable high score. So we did beat it, 47,000, all right? Awesome. Anyway, that's the game. Let's get back into making it, because I've definitely done a lot of procrastination, I guess, today, setting up JetBrains, setting up CLion, and also playing the game and talking about how I'm going to do it. So yeah. All right. All right. All right, where are we? Where are we on this whole thing? Okay, so we got this going. So let's go back to here. Oh, this scrolling is kind of smooth. I don't know if I like that yet, but we'll see. Yeah, and the cool thing is we can also ship this on web, which is awesome. All right, so I think we moved this main loop basically to that application file, like class, because I kind of wanted it to be, you know, yeah. I think we just do, so application, const application specification spec equals application specification. We'll just have a default one, which will basically be that one. See, I'm unfortunately, like, as a game engine developer, you can see I am a little bit, oh, is there a quick shortcut for making this, by the way? I think like Control N is like generators, right? So I can do, or is that different? I was watching a video, a promotional video from JetBrains like yesterday that was saying something about that. How do I generate, like, I thought like generators. What's the shortcut for that? Oh, has it changed because I changed my Alt Enter? No. Oh, well, actually, yes, Alt Enter on that. But there was something where I could just like create a bunch of stuff, but whatever. That's good enough. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, cool. So I guess I can I just do it on this and it can do everything? Yeah, awesome, sweet. Okay, good, that helps a little bit. So spec, oh yeah, okay. Another thing we have to change is specification. Yes, as a game engine developer, you can see I'm a little bit over engineering this, but it's okay. I forgive myself. Now, this is a deal breaker. It put this here. I want this next to the type, please, because I'm one of those people. So can I make that happen, I wonder? Yeah, Alt Enter was good for that shortcut. Thanks, guys. Probably like, okay, here we go. Before pointer declaration of a variable. Okay, perfect. Nice. Yeah, pretty configurable, pretty good. I kind of like this as well. Like it pins this to the top. Not bad. We'll see how this works out in the long run though. All right. Yeah, I don't actually think I need a destructor. Oh, I might actually, because if I end up having an image array, we'll see. Oh, we're gonna work out how we're gonna engineer this whole pixel thing. Anyway. Okay, so init window, look, I think we're not gonna make a window class or anything. We're just gonna get raylib to init the window like this. We're then going to, yeah, I guess we'll do, I guess we'll have to do all of this, right? We'll get it to like set the target FPS to 60, I guess. Don't need that comment, that's self-explanatory. We'll get this happening in the run function. Yeah, again, I don't think we need a destructor. Update draw frame is just something that we're doing for fun. So let's pop that in here. And sorry, I'm going a little fast, but I just want to get this boilerplate garbage out of the way. Okay, good, and then close window. Okay, I guess we could do close window in the destructor. I don't think so though. I think, we could even just do this in run, actually. I think we will do this in run. So we'll actually do this here, I think. We'll keep the constructor just setting this so that we can explicitly call run. Again, not technically required, but we'll close the window over here. I kind of like that, I think, more. Okay, awesome. So basically all of this can go away. We need to include that in the application here. And these are like comments, which I don't like. Why are they that color? They're supposed to be that color? Have I actually done something wrong again? Anyway, let's include application.h. And we'll just do application app. Oh yeah, Genesis. Yeah, that's okay. Genesis app.run. Okay, that's all we need. Why is it an error? Cannot initialize object of type. Default constructor is not public. Oh, did I forget the public word? Oh, I did. Lol, C++. All right, we got some errors. I kind of want to, let's just put this up here. Can I put this up here? No, not really, apparently. Okay, is that just going to be on top? Whatever. So what do we have here? String. Oh, okay. Whoa, let's test out. I think if we press Alt Enter. Okay, maybe not. There was a way where it was like it could fix your errors for you. I saw that, but I don't know why Alt Enter doesn't work. Oh well. I was excited. It's okay. The thing is, guys, like as somewhat of an experienced programmer, I feel like I don't really need any of these like help. I don't really need help writing text, you know? Like that's just like a skill issue right there. You know, you guys made fun of me for my holding shift too long when I was like writing curly brackets, but like, you know, that's what I mean. Like I don't need help writing text. I don't like it when things, you know, it's just, I've got nothing else to say. No, I've got nothing else to say. All right. Speaking of not needing help though, we are getting some build errors. It's a bit embarrassing. Unterminated else, really? Oh, there's an else. Oh, why was there an else? Okay, let's look at that original file. I totally missed that. So, I think that was in the wiki. Oh, should we add this to Git? We should add this to Git. Yeah, we should definitely add this to Git. Okay, so CMake build, work anywhere with CMake, and then it was in here, and then it was in here. So what was it? Oh, else this. So set main loop, update draw frame, otherwise do this. Okay, that is probably important, yes. Because again, I do want to ship this on web. So basically, it doesn't want us to have a main loop at all. Okay, sure. So we'll have run and we'll have update, I think. And then update will basically do this. Because that way we can obviously do update, and otherwise we can just do update like that. So we'll do that, else. Did that include the set target FPS? Yes, so that was in the else. So yes, so it's literally just this. What about close window? No, that's applicable to the web as well, apparently. All right, so there we go. So that's probably a bit better. Control F7, just build that, make sure it works. It does not. Okay, we got screen width, not a thing. Yeah, that's fair enough. So screen width and stuff will be specification width. Now, the thing is though, we multiply this by scale, right? And the reason why is because we have to scale this up by 3. So we're gonna see how we can draw an image that's scaled up by 3. I'm gonna probably get some random pixels going in a minute, just so that we can see what's going on. Yeah, let's just build it. Okay, good. So let's just see if we can run it and if we can get the same situation going with raylib. Yep, so for our first window, we now got a name called Genesis. It looks like it's the right size. So I think we're actually pretty good. Look, we did it, guys. We've basically remade it. It's actually not exactly the same size, which is fun. But, you know, whatever. From this to this, we're halfway there. Okay, so next up, guys, next up. Update doesn't look static for me. What are you talking about? Update doesn't have to be static. Oh, right. For this, yes, you are actually correct. I don't know if that matters. Like, as in, I don't know if, I don't think we have to make it static. I think we can just do, like, we'll just be able to do a lambda, basically, where we capture this, and then we could just do update. I think that's basically what I would do, right? And actually, let's call it on update. Usually I don't just call it update. I like on update more. I don't know why I did that. I'm just overwhelmed with this new idea and this new library. Okay, cool. So that's it. Look at that. That's a clean main file, boys. So next up, so we've got begin drawing, we can clear the thing, and then we can draw text. So what we're gonna try and do is we're gonna try and draw an image. Now, enter the cheat sheet, right? Because the raylib cheat sheet is obviously gonna have all of the stuff of how we even get an image up and running. So there's this module called our textures. Now, I guess I need to get that module, right? How do I do that? I didn't think about different modules. Like, as in, I don't know if I can just add it to... Is it included? Or like, do I have to specifically say that I want that module? I have no idea. I guess we can just see if that's there. But basically the idea is, I guess I want to kind of create an image from like some pixels or something, from like an integer array. And then I think there's also this, yeah, there's this like, I think there's a function called like set, here it is, update texture. Right? Update GPU texture with new data. So this is kind of what I want, right? I want update texture, already built in. Beautiful, thank you guys. I hope that's what you're talking about. You guys are just having your own like conversation, but it's like whatever. Anyway. Oh man, okay. So image, how do we actually make an image though, right? So we can load image from memory. Is that really what I have to do? From memory buffer? No, but that's if it's like an encoded image, like a PNG. I guess load image raw. No, that's from raw file data. No, I just want to just make me an image, man. I guess I can gen image copy, image. But this is specifically load texture from image, I'm guessing I would do, and then I would just do update, right? But how do I make it just a new image? I guess I could just make a blank image with like, kind of like here I can make, let me get rid of this stupid highlighting. I could probably just like get an image going with a color. Yeah. Let's try this. Let's just try it. Like, you know, whatever. Let's try it. So, and what is it? It's like an image, right? Yeah, it returns an image. So if we just do image screen, and we'll probably make a screen class because we have a screen class. Oh, I accidentally opened Visual Studio. Oh, why is it green? What the heck? Yo. Why is this green? What just happened? Oh, this coverage. Oh, I pressed this. How do I don't want this anymore, man. How do I get rid of it? Oh, that's so annoying. Eclipse. That's annoying. Anyway. Yes, there's a screen color. Sorry, there's a screen class here. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a screen class here, yeah? And that actually does all the rendering to this integer. I'm actually gonna restart this garbage. Like, what's going on? Never did I think I would be still launching Eclipse in 2024, to be completely honest with you guys. I thought the Java days were behind me, but just, you know, you can never really escape your past, I guess. All right, so yeah, so this pixel array, that's where we write everything into, and you can see the screen class is like, it's just a way to basically write, like, it's just a class to organize that. So, oh, that's cool. Look, it says to include raylib. Awesome. See, that's cool. That's helpful. Nice work. But we're probably, like, I think we're probably going to make a screen class. I think we might call it render though, or renderer or something. Just because screen like is such a weird way to call it. I think I probably got that from Notch, if from anywhere, because he was kind of my inspiration for a lot of my Java code back in the day. So let's make a renderer. Now the renderer that we had inside this, like, kind of, okay, so it just took in a width and height and actually created its own integer array called pixels. So I think we're gonna probably do that. We can just get it to take in a width and height, again, just going with integers here. I'm not gonna bother having, like, you know, a specification or anything. We will initialize these to 0, just because I like to do that by default. That way we know if it hasn't been correctly initialized. Oh, I didn't do our namespace because I guess I didn't specify that. Ugh, why is this? Shouldn't it have put this on this line? Isn't that, did I do that for class definitions? type declaration at next line. Yeah, it should have. I think I just maybe wrote it like that or something. Is there a shortcut to format, by the way, guys? Raylib development. Yeah, let's go. Quite a lot of people watching. 1,200 viewers. That's pretty... I usually get like 300, so... maybe I should do... maybe I should do more Raylib. Or more of these like kind of coding challenges. I mean, I actually have some ideas for more of this stuff in the future. Control L. Well, Control L just deleted stuff, but I am in the Visual Studio layout, right? Control Alt L is default. Okay. Okay, no, it's not. Like, as in it's not in my... Because I changed to... I changed to Visual Studio, well, it's Visual Studio, but I've made my own kind of copy from it. What was it called though? Format? Reformat code. Control Alt Enter, Control KF. I guess these are Visual Studio ones. Control KD. Just pick your poison, really, I think. Control Alt Enter. Okay. Whoa. Well, that just moved everything up. I guess that would have done that. Yeah. I don't like these weird spaces though. Whatever. I'll just stick to my own, I think. And by my own, I mean doing it myself. Okay, so namespace Genesis, and we will implement this. Okay, so we should allocate like basically an integer array, right? I'm probably going to not like let's just call it image buffer. I'm probably going to not worry about like doing this. I'm just gonna do it raw. Like, I don't really see a problem with that. If you do, then my condolences. But let's just delete it in the destructor though. And let's allocate it here. So we'll do image buffer equals new int. Look, I probably shouldn't make this an int. Let's make this a UN32T. The reason why I made it an int is just because I'm blindly following the Java code, but yeah, let's make it that instead. Is it gonna complain about that type? Oh, actually, before we fix it, let's see what this would have done. It's weird, sometimes it like works. Whoa. Oh my gosh, I made it full screen somehow. That's actually kind of cool though. How did I make it full screen? I pressed something accidentally. Now it's full screen, but I kind of like it. And I can still kind of access this. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I might keep it as full screen. How do I make it full screen though, guys? Do you know? Anyway, I guess whatever. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If I go back to here and I try and compile this, I mean, let me actually make this work maybe width times height. Let's see if now it's like, no, it doesn't know. It doesn't seem to know, which is a bit upsetting. Okay, and now we're good. All right, F11. Was F11? No, F11 wasn't full screen. I guess I can search for it. Alt Shift Enter. Yep. Okay, that's nice. And then I guess Alt Control Enter was format. Yeah, that's why. No, this is disgusting formatting though. Let's be real. Like, I'll just do it myself. Okay, cool. We've got an image buffer. So obviously we need to actually have a raylib image though. So let's include raylib. I'll do that up here actually. Why are some of these includes gray and some of them are, oh, does this just mean I'm not using anything from there? Oh man, that's really cool. Yes, that's awesome. That's an awesome feature. So I think it's gray because I'm not using anything from that include and somehow it knows that. So if I did this, hey, it's green now. Oh, that's actually really good. That's my favorite feature so far. That's actually, yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's also make an image. So we're gonna do that function that was like gen image color, sure. Let's make it like, so width height, so obviously we'll do width height and the color itself. So it's a color. What is a color? What is a color? It's a deep question, I know, but what is a color? So a color, we got just RGBA. Okay, cool. And then just unsigned chars. Okay, not bad. I'm sure there's a function to get a color from an int though, because that would be very helpful. So let's just search for color and we'll see if there's like some kind of color from HSV, color normalized, color to int. Color to int, no, what's the opposite? Get color from a hex value. So I can just do get color, awesome. So far, raylib has not gotten in the way, but that being said, we have not gotten far at all. So let's just do color from int. No, it's called get color. Get color, and we'll do ff00ff, so it's pink, magenta, nice bright color to test out our image. Because obviously black is a bit like, black is a bit ambiguous in my opinion. Because it's like, is it working or is it just black? All right, so we'll do we'll have a get image. So what is an image though? What is an image? Because it's important because we need to know if we copy it, if we don't. Yeah, so it's a void pointer with data and all that stuff. So yeah, we can copy it. It's pretty light, but I think I will probably just do a const reference here. So let's do return image. And the idea is obviously we should be able to, in a minute, we're gonna do, we're going to like fill the image with random pixels, right? So we'll generate some random pixels here inside image buffer, and then try and update them every frame or something. And we'll see how that works out. That's gonna be our first kind of task here to make sure that we have a renderer that can work. And yeah, we'll go from there. So inside application then, I think what I'm gonna do, so renderer, yeah, I think the way I did this in Java land, right, is I basically, inside the game class, I just set up everything there. So like I have my screen class, which is our renderer, I think, set up here, yeah, and it's private. And then what happens is when I need to render something, like in say the render function here, I just do like level.render, and then you can see, so level needs to be rendered, for example, player needs to be rendered. I think level might render the player. But anyway, you can see it passes in the renderer. So we could do that, right? Like we could kind of continue on, I guess, with the same, like exact same thing I did in Java. But what we also could do is like, there's no real reason for this application class to not be global, obviously, because there's only gonna be one application. So we could obviously just set something like this up where we have like a renderer. We could make the renderer itself static, or we could just make the renderer not static, but then basically have application be like somewhat of a singleton with all of its data here. And then we can just have like a static function, you know, that's basically static, like renderer, you know, get renderer or something like that, which would return like, you know, something like s instance, mRenderer, for example. So that's viable. Or we passed it in everywhere. There's no real reason to pass it in anywhere, everywhere. I mean, like there's honestly no difference. It's more about what you want your code to look like. And I think it's probably good to not have to set it into every function parameter, because you can see that because of the way that it was working here, right? If you had to, like every function here that rendered anything had to have screen taken in, right? So like, for example, we have mobs get rendered. So because mobs get rendered, and they have a render function, I think, or maybe it's in the entity class even, yeah. See, you have to pass in screen. So I don't know, like, I don't know. Yeah, I know I'm over engineering this a little bit, like, but my goal here is not to create this in as few lines of code as possible. I'm trying to introduce some good application architecture concepts, right, for everyone, so that this is a bit more of like a tutorial and a bit more of like a, you know, an educational video basically, because I'm going to make this into a YouTube video. And also I'm recording all of this, so I'll probably post the actual streams. Whoa, we've only been going for an hour, 43 minutes. Feels like we've been going for like 4 hours. That's nice. All right, anyway, so yeah, I don't know, like, let me just think about this. Again, when I have problems like this, right, I'm gonna go into teaching mode a little bit more here, but when I have like issues like this, or like I don't know like how I want these things to look like, the most important thing to keep coming back to, I think, is what does the code actually look like, right? So when you use this, what would you like it to look like? So if I have to render something now, and I'm in like, say, the mob class, like how would I like to do that? Would I like to just access a parameter? Would I like to have to call application get renderer or something, or application get and then get renderer or something if I had this non-static and then I had a static get function? Like, you know, how do I want it to look like? I think application get renderer is probably decent. The only problem is, like, I would say the only problem that would come from you basically maybe making this somewhat static and a little bit like global in the sense that you can access this globally potentially would be if you did have some kind of really specific like render sequence, how you had to have the render commands go in a particular order, and you maybe introduced like different threads. Like that can make it harder, because if it's a global object that everyone has access to, it's a little bit harder to enforce a certain order or a certain state. So I would say that like that, obviously that's not an issue though for us here today. So I think this is probably gonna be the simplest way to make this happen. So I'm gonna leave it as this. And then what I'm gonna do is, this is what I'm gonna do. So application is gonna get a static, it's just gonna be static application get. This is going to, I'm gonna generate this here. And what's gonna happen is over here, actually inside the CPP file, I'm just gonna have a static application pointer called sinstance, which I'm gonna initialize to null. So I'm not gonna store this in the header or anything like that. And then sinstance is going to, this is gonna return sinstance. It could do a little assert to make sure it's not null, but we're gonna just set it over here to this. And in the destructor, if we wanted to, we could set it to null. And then, you know, we don't really have an assert here, but we could, I don't know, we could have like some kind of assert here to just make sure it's not null. I don't have an assert system hooked up or anything like that. Oh yes, and this will dereference it actually. So that's fine, this will crash if you try and dereference it as null. So actually that will be our assert, the crash. So we'll be fine. Because I don't want it to like be, yeah, difficult to interpret or whatever. So yeah. Function local static variable instead. Yeah, I don't want to make it a local static variable because it does need to be assigned to something, right? So, and I'm not going to have it be like lazy load or whatever. We're going to initialize it properly like from the main function, because otherwise like that's where the whole singleton model can get a little bit annoying. Raylib probably has asserts, maybe. But yeah, crashing is a valid assert, to be completely honest. Okay, so then this will just call get renderer. Renderer apparently we don't have, so let's include it. That's cool. It gives you the option to do a for declaration. Not bad. And obviously that already dereferences it, so we can just do this. And that's just like a really, this get function. Let's maybe make all the static functions below here. I might even actually divide them into their own section. It's annoying that it thinks that's not needed. I mean, it's not needed, but it's nice as a little divider. Okay, so that's it. Now we should be able to render from anywhere, right? So we have this draw image function, which happens from onUpdate. So we obviously need to like, oh, why is this upset? Let's try compile this actually, and we'll see what the problem is. So it's upset because no matching function call what? To renderer, oh, right. We need to, we actually need to initialize the renderer because the renderer does not have a default constructor. So we'll just do spec.width and spec.height, yeah? And then we'll do renderer. I guess we just do renderer to get image because it should already have one, right? Okay. This I don't like. How do I view the parameters? Is draw image even the right function though? Maybe it's not. Maybe that's why it's not showing me anything. So back to the cheat sheet we go. There should be something called draw image, right? Oh, there's not. Okay, good. I'm happy actually because, yeah. So how do we draw it? Is that in the image module? Draw texture. Okay, so, right. Because an image is not hardware accelerated, I think, and a texture is hardware accelerated. That's basically the idea, or like uses the GPU. Hardware accelerated is probably the wrong term. So that means that we, rather than getting the image, we probably actually need a texture from raylib, and we can create one, obviously. Yeah, because we don't really, once we've created it, I think we can just make a texture. We might not even need a member variable being an image here. I think we can probably just do texture. So let's see over here. So we have texture, we just have load texture. Texture 2D is probably what we want here. But then we also have a load texture from image function, which gives us a texture 2D. So let's make this a texture 2D. And then let's do load image, load texture from image. and we'll just do image. And that's it. We should have a texture, and obviously we can call update texture and then give it some pixels, right? So we'll do that in a minute. We'll just test out our pink color here first. And then I guess we don't really need get image. I think I won't expose that. I think we'll just we'll call it get image still, but it will return a texture. So now we have that, and I think we can, yeah, so we got some drawing functions. So draw texture V, EX, rec, oh my gosh, so many. So what's the normal one? So the normal one here is just to draw it, we can tint it, which is cool. Position X, position Y, and a texture. Draw texture V is the same, but I guess it's a vector version instead of 2 ints. EX, and by the way, part of this is because this library is written in C, right? So it has no function overloading. So all of this has to have a different name, which is kind of nice in a way, actually. I won't hate on that or anything. I think it's fine. So we got draw texture EX, which is like the extended version, which I guess also has rotation and scale. Scale, that's beautiful. That's what we need. But we also need to tell it to not linearly filter it, because I don't want smooth filtering. I want nearest filtering. So that's good. We have to test that out. Rectangle takes in a rectangle. Pro takes in a destination and a source rectangle, interestingly. Draw a part of a texture defined by a rectangle. With what? With pro parameters. That's hilarious. And draw a texture part of it that stretches and shrinks nicely. Okay. All right, but anyway, I think we just stick with, we'll just do draw texture for now. So we'll do draw texture. We'll do mRenderer, the first parameter is the texture, so mRenderer get image. I guess I probably should just call it get texture, shouldn't I? Because it's a little bit confusing, and since we're doing raylib, we might as well call it the right thing. Get texture. 0, 0, and color tint. I wish that was an optional parameter, but I guess we can. Do they have like ones defined here? No, well, actually they might. Do they have const definitions in places or whatever? Because I just wonder if they have like something like color white or color white, or maybe it's just a define somewhere. Yeah, they do actually have colors. So they do have colors, it looks like, over here. And white is just white. So I don't know if I can just type in white here. I can. Okay, that works. Oh, of course, there was ray white here, which is a little bit darker, I think. Whoa, oh, buddy. Here's a crash. Our first crash, actually. Gel bind texture. Okay, so load texture from image didn't work. Oh, why did I do wrong here? I thought that was pretty straightforward. Here's an image with color, and there's the load texture from image function. That's weird. What happened? Do I not have oh, maybe OpenGel's not initialized. I think, yeah, OpenGel's not initialized. I need to initialize like GLAD or something. So how do I initialize a GPU renderer or something? That's gotta be the problem. That's the only thing. Because the function gel bind texture or whatever is null, which means the texture handles haven't been loaded, the function pointers haven't been loaded. So how do is there like an init, let's have a look if there's like some kind of an init function that needs to be, here we go, initialize window and OpenGel context. Oh, okay, so it should have that. It should actually have an OpenGel context. Am I trying to, oh yes, of course. I'm trying to create the renderer before the window's been initialized, that's why. So that's fine. So let's do a init function. No. Can you not, is there no option to do not an inline definition? That's weird. Why is it only an inline definition? What? Am I going crazy? What's wrong with this? Oh, I forgot the return type. Oh my gosh. Skill issue right there, that's for sure. All right, let's see what happens. Nothing will happen, actually. Let's make this, so init window, and then I guess we'll do renderer init. Okay. So we should hopefully see like a pink thing. Okay, that's not pink. It's probably just in the wrong thing, but also it's the wrong size because we didn't do times scale, which is fine. So I guess we have to do draw texture. There was that, I guess EX took in a scale, right? So if I just pop in 3 here, will that now be the right size or is it in the wrong? No, scale is here. Position, rotation, okay. So I think I have to do a vector 2. How do I create a vector 2? Let's look at the utilities, wherever they are. I think that might be in Raymath or something. Vector 2, 1. There should be just a way, right, to just create, or is that it? I have to do, yeah, how do you create a vector 2? Like, ugh, no. I guess I have to just create it as a normal, I'm just trying to avoid creating it as like a, can I just do, I'll just do that, I guess. 3, I was hoping there would be like a scalar way to create it. Unless I missed that. No, I don't think I missed that. Okay, whatever, it's all right. Yeah, I was just searching for something like, you know, vector 2 scalar or something that would just let me take in like 1 argument and it would just be the same, but that's all right. Okay, beautiful. So we've got this thing filling the window. There's a bit of padding here though, look at that. And there's not on this side. So I don't like that. I don't know why that's there. This white, see this white? I don't like that. Why is there white here? Huh? And up the top as well, I think. Because I'm drawing at 0, or at least an offset of 0. Oh, rip. Nah, guys, just don't even say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. I confused scale and position. All right, beautiful. Nah, raylib's perfect. I'm the floor. So, yes. So what the heck's the order then, man? So get color. Red is the most significant bits, and alpha is the least significant bits. That's a curveball. So if we wanted pink, we'd have to do, yeah, this. Awesome. So now let's do update texture, and let's do an image buffer. Now, what I'm concerned about is, because this has like very few instructions as to what it expects in terms of pixels. I'm guessing just integer pixels, right? Like not float pixels, for example, if it was like an HDR buffer. I don't know if raylib even supports that. We can, I guess we can look at the code. I don't know if it's actually got the source code for this part though. It should. Is there another one? Because it just calls RL update texture, but then this takes me to these things, which, oh, that's definite. That's not definitions, that's usages. All right, anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll just try it. We'll see if it works. So then what we'll do is we'll go through the image buffer. And we'll set it to like, I guess we'll just set it to like green. So that should be green. So we got rid of the red channel. Make that a bit clearer. See if we get green. We got nothing. Okay, is this in a different order to that? Yes. It is. Okay, that's fun. So this is now probably BGR. I guess we can test. So this is going to be blue. Or red, blue. Okay. All right. You can play that game. Okay, cool. So that's kind of annoying, right? Because we got ARGB here and RGBA here. So fun. Sorry, ABGR versus ABGR versus RGBA. Okay, whatever. But that's important to figure out, so we got that now. Okay, so now let's try update it every frame with some random generators. So C++ random number generator. Let's make a class for that. Make a class called random, namespace Genesis, because we definitely need random number generation for this game. So let's go ahead and, oh look, it didn't make it like I wanted it to, even though I specified. That's annoying. So this will probably just be like a static class, right? So I might cheat here, guys. I might look up some code. Let's bring in Walnut, because I think Walnut has, that's my framework. Walnut has a random number generator class. It's very small, obviously, it's just this, but I think I might just grab it. So, and it uses GLM, which we'll have to change, but I just want, so we've got random floats here, which is good. Yeah, look, I'm just gonna copy it, and we're gonna strip what we don't need, which is most of it. So UN32, yeah, I wanna have that. Include standard int. And random, I guess. Is it random? Yeah, include random. Actually, that probably will include standard int, so we don't need that. So no vec3s. I mean, I don't think we'll need vec3s. We might want vec2s though, right? Because this is a 2D game. So I think I might keep some of these boys around. So we might do vector2, and we'll obviously include raylib. I keep including it with quotes instead of brackets. No real reason for that, because I think it is it's a compiler include path. It's not here, so either is fine technically. Okay, so yeah, so we'll still do that for float. That's fine. For vec2, yeah, we just call float multiple times, so we can just do vector2, float, and float. And that's just a little bit of a convenience function. And then we'll also do vector2 here, but we have a min and max, right? So this is kind of similar. I'll actually make it like that. That just makes it a bit easier. Now in the CPP file, from Walnut as well, we had I think just this. We probably don't even need it. We could just make these inline static. Right? And then we don't need anything. We don't need a CPP file. So, because init is just defined here. I mean, I guess we can, yeah. No, let's just nuke the CPP file. Oh, whoa, not renderer. Oh yeah, we wanted to add this to Git, right? Because otherwise it's a bit sus. Okay, let's get these random pixels working, and then I'll add it to Git. And I'll actually push it so you guys can try it on your own computers immediately, if you want. So, yeah, the renderer. Where's my renderer? We don't really have an update function. We probably don't really need one. Let's just do something else. Let's just do void clear random. So this will clear the screen to some random pixels. So it's basically just going to do this. I want to make an update texture function that just will do this basically, so we don't have to copy and paste that everywhere, and in case it changes or we want to track it, we have an easy way to do so. So this will just do that. It's not going to know which one. We can't call it update texture because of the C library. Beautiful. I'll just do update. Or refresh, or I don't know, whatever. Okay, so here it's pretty simple. So we want to keep the alpha channel the same, obviously. So let's just do random equals random. Let's include random. Random, I guess uint. random, and let's do that. That will just fill our, oops, that will just fill our alpha channel with FF specifically. And then we'll use that here because I want the alpha obviously to be 255, all right? So that's the image buffer, then it will, so if we write to image buffer and then we call update, obviously it will update it. So now we just have to call clear random every frame. I guess we can do, because we set, well, yeah, we've just set it to pink here and texture is gonna be pink until we update it. So that should be valid as well, like as in it's not like some uninitialized texture or anything like that. So, and yeah, this draw text we don't need. I'll save that though, because we do want to draw the text. We do want to draw some text later. And clear background, like probably don't need that either, obviously, because we're just going to do this. So let's do mrenderer clear random, and then let's run this, and then we'll get an error. Ooh, a ninja error. Random obj missing. And no, okay, yes, that's technically because I deleted it. So let's get rid of that from the CMake. Probably should have realized that I deleted it, but whatever. All right, sweet. Oh, this is perfect, okay? So a few things I like here. First of all, obviously we're getting random colors, and yes, the stream compression destroyed itself, obviously, because it's all like random, but you can see they're sharp. They're not linear filtering, right? So it is, by default, it is scaling up using like nearest filtering or point filtering, whatever you want to call it. Both are valid. So that's really good because that means we don't have to do anything. We don't have to worry about like, oh, is it using the right filtering mode? Because it is. So good work, raylib, raylib++. Okay, let's commit. Oh no, I pressed the wrong thing. What was full screen again? Shift Alt Enter, not Control Alt Enter. Okay, so let's, there is Genesis CPP. Let's just, I guess we'll commit this. So let's open up fork. Fork is the Git client that I use and I like it. We'll select it. That's actually not a, oh yeah, I guess we can just, because we haven't initialized it yet, but I think we can just chuck this in and initialize Git repository. Okay, so we're gonna need a git ignore. I think I might just copy one from like Hazel or Walnut or something. Because I don't really wanna, I guess we can just take it from Walnut. Let's see what Walnut's one is. Pretty simple. Mostly a Visual Studio kind of one though. So we might have to, yeah, actually that's just a Visual, like literally the Walnut one is just like, apart from the bin directories, it's just VCX proj stuff, which isn't gonna apply in this case, obviously. So we'll have to just make our own, I guess, which is a bit annoying. How, I can't, can I, whoa. Oh no. Okay, give me a sec. I think I just undid myself moving that into the right directory, so I kind of nuked the project. But I was close to committing it, guys. I was really close, okay? What the heck? Guys, it's like, it's gone. What? Redo move. Are we back? What did I do, man? I gotta watch the stream back. It's gone. You're joking. I gotta search everything for these files. How is that possible? Okay, no, they still seem to be here, I think. Here they are. Okay, it's okay. I think I used to have this in some other directory, I think. Oh, yeah, I moved the whole Genesis directory out of YouTube. Okay, so I had a folder called YouTube and it had Genesis and then I moved it all out. So I think this is now good. I think we're back. Oh my gosh, that was scary, man. So yeah, so for those of you who had no idea what just happened, I pressed right click and undo move. And so it moved this out into a different directory completely. Oh. All right, cool. Anyway, that would have been very annoying. Okay, so let's hurry up and commit this before I do that again. So .idea, yeah, so what I wanted to do is I just wanted to do, Can I just do .git ignore, or is Windows gonna yell at me because it like starts with a dot? Oh, okay, that's better. So let's pop this in here, I guess. And why does it have a little no? Does it just mean it's not included in the build or something? So .idea, I think, is gonna get rid of this. Yep. And then there's CMake build debug. That's obviously just the build stuff, not the actual CMake file. So we can get rid of that as well. CMake. I guess we can just do CMake build or something like that, right? And then everything else I think I want. So that's actually the whole project, right? So initial commit with random pixels. With raylib working and random pixels. All right, let's commit that. And then obviously I'm gonna have to make a repository for it. I actually already have one. But it's like, I think I made one called Genesis CBP or something. Or Genesis Remake. No, I didn't, okay. Sweet. So I'm gonna create a new repository then. I'm gonna call this Genesis Remake. All right. No readme, nothing, I think. Let's just create a blank repository. And then we will add a remote. And then we'll push. Okay. And there you go. All right, no readme or anything, but if you guys want to follow along with the code, code is here. Link to code. Yeah, if you want to follow along, obviously, and look at any code I'm writing / execute it yourself, then here it is, all right? And I'll keep pushing periodically as I work on this project. Right, let's get back to it. So we've got random pixels now. What's next, though? That's the real question. Where do we even begin, you know? So let's get like, we could work on getting sprites loaded, I guess. Is there anything else that we really need? I don't think so. I guess we can work on rendering like tiles, the background tiles. Because now that we've got this up and running, it's actually pretty straightforward, I think. So let's make I guess we could make a directory for this, for like lots of this stuff. Because I actually had quite a lot. This doesn't work, unfortunately, but I had a few different things. So we've got like level entity, graphics, whatever. I don't really care. Let's make, well, yeah, I guess we'll make a directory or something called level. And then let's make a C++ class called level. And then, oh no, I misspelled Genesis. And then what I want to do here is, we're going to probably start copying a bit of the Java code here. So level we take in from a string path. Now, is that how it actually works? Because there's another constructor there. Because this was made in a game jam, yeah, so we got a few levels here. Because this was made in a game jam, obviously a lot of stuff here is just unused and this code's a bit messy, which makes it a bit harder to know what's up. But anyway, regardless, so we got a few levels here. So let's maybe find this. Eclipse, I think, does not have a show and explorer thing. Or does it now? System Explorer. Okay, it does now. That's nice. So that means that, yeah, we have some resources here. So let's just grab the resources, right? So let's grab them. Oh, I wonder what the working directory is going to be. Probably just this, right? Can I open in Explorer? Yes. So let's just make I already copied it, I think. Folder called res. So there's our resources now. So basically we got all of our sprites. These are our sprites. Ignore the smooth filtering. These are the stupid sprites I made. This was the original player model, and then I decided this was way better. And this is the female. You can see, by the way, that the female is always red, right? The tag is always red. It's not green. It gets set to green by the code. So that's something we'll have to do. And yes, this was a little mob that I started adding called a lion or something before I ran out of time, or just decided that that feature gets cut. And there's also a snow version of the trees, and snow because there's a snow level, but that, like, I think I ended up basically only using the island level, because you can see that, like, this is, so this was the ocean level. This is the island one that we were just playing. Then we also have this level, which of course was made in a great way, which was the forest level. It's a bit bigger as well, I think. And then this one is the ice level. So yeah, I'm a great level designer, I know, but this one actually is pretty nice. So, and then we have some weird test. That's nice. So yeah, then we've got some sounds. Oh, so do we have the music here? Theme. Let's stop and listen to the music if it works. Yeah, so this was my nice, like, piano improv. And then start. Oh, that's just start sound. There's a menu theme. This was like just a one take. I'm pretty sure there's mistakes and stuff in there, but it's like a one take, like little quick, like let's make a little theme or whatever for the menu, and then later for the thing. So that's funny. But good, they're here. All the files are here. All 81 megabytes of these WAV files are here. Beautiful. So we'll be able to no, it's not playing for some reason. Yep. So we'll be able to recreate it properly, which is good. Okay, cool. So that's all the resources. So let's work out how we can load stuff. Because the way that the Java version works, which I don't know if I love, is basically, so the sprites are all in one texture. They're all inside the sprite sheet. So, you know, it's a bit annoying how I did this, but basically what I did is I created all of these static sprites, and you can see that they have the size here, so 16 by 16, but then they have a coordinate within the sprite sheet. So for example, 1 on X and 0 on Y, you know, would be this sprite over here. 1 on X and 0 on Y would be like this guy here, right? So we have like a little coordinate system. But the thing that I don't really like is that every single sprite, you can see, has its own integer array of pixels, right? So in the constructor, when we actually create one of these, we actually allocate a new integer array of 16 by 16 to hold all the pixels of the sprite, which is crazy because we have a sprite sheet loaded already. Because you can see when we create it, yeah, we copy the pixels one by one from the sprite sheet at the right offset. So that's crazy because obviously, like, we have all the sprite sheet pixels. Why don't we just read from them when we need to render, instead of making like this many heap allocations, you know, to have all these arrays, you know, inside our memory, and then every time we want to render a sprite, we have to like pull from a different location in memory just to get those pixels. Like, that's not mad. Yeah, 2K viewers. What's up, guys? I don't know why I have so many viewers today. I didn't realize people would actually enjoy this series that much. And actually, I don't even usually stream at this time. This is like it's like 1 PM. I never stream at this time because I assume no one watches at this time, but apparently people are. So what's up? Where are you guys from, by the way? All of you watching, where are you from? Let me know, because I'm curious, like, if I'm just hitting like a different place in the world. No, I see. So I mean, yeah, Seattle. So we got some people from the US, Canada, UK, Oregon, Vancouver, Brazil, New Zealand, India, US, pretty much just all around the world, really. Let's do a quick little poll. I just wanna do a poll just for the continent. Which continent you guys are in, all right? Let's do Asia / we'll do Asia, Australia, US, or maybe I should just do, let's just do North America, South America, Europe. Sorry, Europe, you're at the bottom. No particular reason. I didn't put Africa. Is that offensive? I don't have enough room, man. Okay, let's group Australia and Asia, but I kind of want to know if it's Australia. Okay, sorry, Africa. If you're in Africa, I deeply apologize. All right, let's see. Wow, this is pretty balanced. This is pretty balanced. Okay, if anyone is from Africa, please spam that in chat. Just so I get a vibe. All right, yeah, North America, right. So yeah, so I feel like I usually don't hit these people at all. I usually don't hit these people at all because I usually stream about 6 hours from now. So pretend that I'm streaming in 6 hours. That's probably not a good time, right? But it's good for Europe. So I think there's quite a bit of people from Europe as well. But yeah. People better not be using their Cherno points to increase votes, because I think you can use your thing. Cries in GMT. Currently 4:30 AM in the UK. Well, yeah, thanks. That's what I mean. It's like in Europe, it's not a good time, is it? For Europe. I don't know why there's so many people from Europe watching me. If you guys are from Europe, what? Because look how this is crazy. This is so even. What the heck? Why is it so even? It's literally give or take 2% from 20. That's insane. This is just completely global right now. What? And the thing is, it's crazy. It's such a bad time for so many people. Maybe because it's like Friday night. Because it's Saturday right now in Australia. Saturday 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. Good time for people on the West Coast US? Okay. How did we get to 2K viewers? I don't know. I don't know. Apparently, me remaking my first game in C++ using raylib is a good stream at this time on a Saturday, which I've never would have thought. I was preparing myself for like half of my normal viewers, and usually I get like 300. Like 200 to 300 is probably usually what I get. So like, I was expecting like 150. So, what's up, everyone? What should I promote? I made a game in Hazel. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know who I am, because maybe a few of you don't know who I am, I used to work at EA on Frostbite, so I used to make game engines at EA. First Osiris, which is a mobile engine, then later Frostbite. Then I quit to make my own game engine called Hazel. So if you want to know more about Hazel and if you want to support the project, you can go to hazelengine.com. If you want to support the project, you can also go to get.hazelengine.com or support it over here by going to Patreon, and you'll get access to all of it. So I've made a few games with it. It's got a team. There's a team working on it. You know, the idea is just to make like a game engine and then eventually ship a commercial game on it. So it's a full like 3D game engine. The latest game I made in 3 days for it is called Portal Me Away. I'll leave links to everything in chat in case you guys are interested. But if you want to just know a little bit more about me and the work I do, you can take a look at this. So this was just a game I made in 3 days. I didn't make the assets. They're made by K Lausberg, just free on itch.io, the assets. But it's like a little tower defense, roguelike / tower defense. So you actually get to fight these enemies, but also you can see it's like a tower defense game. So take a look at this if you guys are interested to see like what I've done in the past. But yeah, my biggest project definitely is this engine, because it's like it's a full-on engine, which I usually would be using. I develop it a lot on stream. So if you want to see me develop Hazel and work on Hazel and stuff like that on Twitch, on my live stream, then definitely follow the stream, because I'm live pretty often doing that. But otherwise, I also have a YouTube channel where I teach C++ and do things like code reviews, and also do like devlogs and stuff regarding Hazel. So here is my YouTube channel. And that is going to end our little promotional hour. Little promotional time. So yeah, that's it. Thank you guys. All right, let's get back to this. So yeah, so I didn't like the fact that obviously, you know, with this in mind, I did not really think about like memory allocation back then, because this was like, I was like 17 and this was like my first game. So my point is, we're going to improve like stuff like that, right? Like we're going to improve things like this as part of treadmill guitar concert. Yeah. Also sometimes on live streams, I play that guitar and I sing songs while on a treadmill, like a walking kind of pad treadmill thing I have. That's probably not going to happen today. But yes, that has been known to happen. So yeah, definitely hit the follow button if you want to potentially see that. I don't know. All right, anyway, whatever. Let's get back to this. So yeah, so I didn't, so these kinds of things, like we're also gonna, thanks to Enemy AI for the sub, and also Lulka Savs, thanks for the sub earlier as well, appreciate the support. Yeah, Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to sell out for subs today, I think. Because usually what happens is I put like a little sub goal up, and then if people like sub, then I do these things, and usually more people sub than I think will sub, and so I end up doing these things very quickly. But today I'm actually really intent on remaking this game, so I don't want to do anything other than what the title says today, okay? So, but thank you guys anyway for the support. Thanks, Adrian. And yeah, if you want to support me more, then you can Mazenly, thank you. Fargo, Bitwise, thank you. Thanks everyone for the subs. Appreciate the support. But if you do want to, like, if you're upset that I'm not going to be selling out for subs today on this particular stream, but I will probably in other streams, don't you worry. You can also go to my Patreon and just get Hazel, because it's like $10 a month US, and it obviously supports, that's what funds the development of my game engine and what lets us make stuff like that. And also you'll get access to all of the code, and you'll be able to make your own games in Hazel if you like. And there's like, the license is very permissive. Like, you can do whatever you want. Like, you know, you just like publish a commercial game, whatever, it doesn't matter. You don't owe me any royalties or anything like that. All right, cool, thank you. Let's get back to this. Yes, so as I was saying, right, Best Karen, thank you for the sub as well, appreciate the support. So these kinds of things, like what I was talking about here, with like this memory specifically, right? Like, these are the kinds of things that I want to improve. So there's no reason for us to recreate this bad programming, you could call it, inside C++. Like, we can just make it better, because that's not going to affect the visual result at all. That's just going to be like a behind the scenes change. So anyway, but I don't mind this system of like sprites. Sprites at the end of the day are just kind of their coordinates. They don't even have, like, they're all actually 16 size here. I think I was going to maybe have some 32 by 32 sprites, but at the moment they're all 16, and you can see they're all just a coordinate. So what we're going to do now is we're going to try to actually load those images using raylib, right? And then we're gonna probably, like, let me just make I guess I'll make like a folder here called graphics, and then I think we're going to just try and recreate that kind of like that sprite thing. But then I think let's start with sprite sheet. Let's start with sprite sheet, and then we're going to that was supposed to go here, and then we're gonna also make sprite. I might even call it sprites. Whatever, we'll call it sprite. So I think basically what this is gonna be, so a sprite is just gonna be a coordinate, right? So it's just gonna be X and Y. And I think I will just initialize it to 0, but I think that's all it's gonna be. It could also be a size, and we could just set it to 16, but like, that's, for the most part, that's what it's gonna be. And then we're gonna spend the rest of our time here actually defining sprites. So we'll have something like, you know, grass, and I might make a namespace here called sprites, just to make this a little bit more organized. And then we might have grass, you know, being like a sprite basically that's at like, you know, well, sure, it's like, let's just say 0, 0, right? And that way we're gonna have all of these here, but you can see that they're just like, they're not heap allocated, they're little like stack allocated definitions that are just 2, well, 3 in this case, integers tied together, right? That's all they are. There's no need for us to really go here and create like a whole heap allocated array of all the pixels and then copy them from the sprite sheet, because we can just reference that existing sprite sheet, which will actually be kind of all contiguous in memory anyway, and it will be nice. Also, that sprite sheet in no way needs to hit the GPU, right? So the only thing at the moment, again, we might remake this in the future where it's actually like GPU accelerated. We could even just do it in Vulkan or something like that, if you guys are interested in that. But, you know, in this current game, the only thing ever that becomes a texture on the GPU is this texture. It's this texture, right? That's all it is, because everything else we just copy on the CPU into this image buffer, and that is it. So it's really, really straightforward. And there's nothing really, you know, complicated about that at all. It's just every pixel goes into the image buffer, and then once per frame, we update it, okay? And that's it. So yeah, so because of that, actually, this once per frame update is important, because if we end up seeking update in every single function, that's obviously gonna be redundant, because we just need to do it once before we update it. So maybe what we should do is let's get rid of update here, and because we're probably going to connect later, or we're going to forget later. And then if we go back to application.cpp, what I want to do, right, is I want to just do, I think before we get texture, let's just do renderer update basically. Now that's going to be a private function, I think. So let's maybe make that public. And I think we'll get the same result. Might not compile because of other reasons. No, I did. Okay, cool. We've got the same result. Sorry for the stream compression. And hey, I'm a software dev contractor for the US government. Wanted to extend my skill set and found your C++ playlist and say thank you. You're an incredible teacher. Thank you, Kraken. Appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying your software dev contractor for the US government. That sounds scary. Do I have a screen class like libgdx? I did in Java. Whoops. I did in Java. However, I'm recreating it. I'm calling it renderer in the C++ version. So it's not called... this is basically what it is, kind of, yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Moving on. Let's get that sprite sheet loaded, I guess. That's probably the first. Yeah, so I've kind of talked about how I'm going to define sprites. They're just going to be coordinates like that, nice and easy. But then obviously the sprite sheet is the meat of it. The sprite sheet is the kind of class/system that's actually going to hold all of this actual, like, you know, pixel data. So that's really important. So we're actually going to read from the file system here. I don't know if raylib, I'm sure, has stuff like that. Like, you know, usually I would use a file system path here to just basically take in, you know, a sprite sheet. Let's also make a destructor because I'm going to just have this be a raw array of pixels. I guess we can just call this image buffer. Look, I could make this a vector. That way I don't have to automatically delete it. I just like to deal with raw, you know, kind of pointers/arrays when it comes to this kind of thing. And that's obviously the way it kind of worked in Java as well. So that's why I'm not doing that. But if you want to instead, you know, be a little bit, probably a bit more C++-y potentially, and have like a vector of UN32T, because that way, again, you don't need to delete image buffer or worry about that, because this is a stack object. So when this goes out of scope and you'll hit the destructor after that or whatever, it'll clean up all the stack variables and it will automatically free that memory for you. So you don't have to do that. I'm going to do it the raw way though, because, you know, I don't know how to put this gently, but that's just the way it's going to be. All right, cool. So let's generate a definition for this. Yeah, so again, I don't know what the deal is with raylib and loading files and stuff. It's a C library, obviously it doesn't have file system path. The advantage of this is that we can easily just check to see, for example, if that path exists. So we can actually use a bit of the C++17 API here to basically be like, if this doesn't exist, then we should assert. I'm beginning to want to write my assert, you know, like my assert kind of, maybe I will, man. Maybe I'll make a directory called core, and I should be using precompiled headers as well, and then I can just include my assert in there, and that'd be nice. So maybe we'll actually do that. So let's make a header file here called assert.h. This is gonna be so simple. Oh, wonderful. This is gonna be so simple. Like this assert, I mean, this is just gonna be like a, if I guess I can do like win32 or something, right? Is that gonna be active? Let's basically will, because I need to make this work for everything else. I might just not have asserts for anything else, but let me just have an assert here, and it will do nothing. And otherwise, I'm just gonna do a debug break, and that's all I'm gonna. Oh, isn't that a Visual Studio thing? Oh no, how do I break the debugger in? I'm in mid-GW. I'm using G++, by the way. Uh oh, my game engine programmer is leaking. How do I raise sig trap? Oh my gosh, that's a POSIX thing though, isn't it? G++ break debugger Windows. Is that a thing? Someone help me out. Why no MSVC? I don't know. I thought I would try and use MinGW because I want to compile this on Mac and Linux as well. And when I was setting this up, I just picked my compiler to be G++ instead of MSVC. I want to try something new as well. So that's kind of why. But like, what's the way I do this, man? Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's that. How do I break the debugger, bro? Is there really no way to do that? Like, built-in trap. Okay, yeah, okay. Built-in trap. Okay, built-in trap, sure. That probably works everywhere though, doesn't it? So I probably don't need this. I was gonna do debug break, which is MSVC. But let's just try this then, right? We'll see what happens. Again, really simple. I guess I can make it print like an error message or something. Cdc out. Like that, you know? Now, I want to set up a precompiled header. How do I set up a precompiled header in CMake? Someone help me. I don't know how to do that. I'll Google it. Okay, this is from 2008, so that's not great. Target precompiled. Okay, it's the same. All right, cool. So I need to probably. Where's my target precompiled headers? So I'm guessing I need my project name. Oh man, is there like an example? Target precompiled header. That's in Visual Studio. A lot of these are MSVC specific. Wait, is there a way to just do this using CLion maybe? Because like it's obviously annoying, you know, having to do this manually. Like I feel like there should be a way, right? Like can I look at my properties and stuff here? Or am I supposed to just edit it in the file? Is that kind of the point? Edit configurations? I don't know if they're just running configurations, yeah. Okay, I guess we can do that. Like we'll try to do this. Because also the other reason why is I wanted to automatically include all of these files, all these CPP files as using precompiled headers, right? So I don't know how to make that happen necessarily. So public, and then I'll have like a precompiled header. So let's just do Genesis PCH.h or something. And then I need to make something, because the thing is, like, I don't know if it's the same in all compilers actually, but usually what you would do is you'd have one CPP file marked as, you know, create precompiled header, and one marked as use, and on all the other CPP files as using precompiled headers unless they're excluded. So I don't know if that's something I can do, but let's check it out. So I can have like Genesis PCH.h or something. I guess at targets, I don't know, that's invalid. Why is that invalid? Is that because I've already specified that it's this? Why would that name be invalid, man? And that doesn't exist unless it automatically created it. Remove.h. Oh, remove.h. Thank you. All right, cool. So if this is my PCH, let's just include like core assert, for example. Let's get this to include the PCH. So that would have to generate it, and then everything else would have to use it. But I don't know if that's gonna work. How do I just build as well, by the way? If I just wanna build this, build, there's a build button. CMake PCH. I don't know if this is working. I have no idea. I have no idea. I guess we can look at the documentation of CMake. The scope, so private and public items will populate brick-and-mortar had the property of target. Public interface will populate, okay. That's probably okay. I can remove the hash include for your PCH. Oh, right, okay. That's interesting. So you're saying it'll be included automatically. So you're saying all I really need to do is this, and then I don't need to, do I need this or do I not need this? And then also I don't need to include it in places and it will just be included? Like, is that right? I mean, okay, so if I have let's just say I have an error in here. Like, that. Like, if I try and build this, is this gonna fail? Okay, it does fail. Okay, well that means it's being used somewhere because I didn't include it in any CPP files yet. So let's do that, and then let's, like, if I, for example, go into, where was I actually gonna do this? In Sprite sheet. Yeah, I'm here. So if I just do assert this, I guess that looks like it's working. So it must be included somehow in this. That's pretty awesome. All right, cool. So yeah, so that way we just don't need really, I mean, you know, look, in this case, maybe this is a bad example because maybe you would actually just want to print something specific, right? And actually, I think I might make assert do this. Oh, I need to make, for my key map, I need to make close window or something, close active tab. That should be Control W, which is delete previous word, which I never use. Oh no. I don't think that's what I wanted to do, because it's not closing this. So close active tab, let's remove Control W. Is there like a close, maybe it's like close document or something? Close, this is close to this terminal. Is there like a text editor here? Window, active, close active tab. Close tab, it's gotta be this then. Yep. Cool. Right. So have I tried beef? I've never tried beef. Yeah, 2,500 viewers. Crazy. I don't know why we got so many viewers, but what's up, everyone? And we did a poll earlier, which we might repeat in like an hour, of like where everyone's from, and it was like literally 20% from every continent. I don't know how. Like I don't know how it's like a global like viewership here, but it's very cool, very interesting. Okay, so let's do this. Don't forget to enable Nova. I did. Nova, I believe, is enabled. I think it's in like advanced settings or something. Yes, see? So that is on. I did that like straight away. So if, let's just do like, you know, okay, so let's just leave it at that for now, and then let's look at raylib to see how we can actually load this file, right? So that's the examples. Where's my cheat sheet? Like a load image or something. Load image is a file. Yeah, that's it, man. That's into CPU memory, which is perfect. So load image, and we're gonna do I guess we could just have, like, I guess our precompiled header probably should just have raylib in it, shouldn't it? That way we don't need to include it everywhere. Like here. And it'll be precompiled. It's kind of nice. Okay, so, load image. Oh yeah, apart from Africa. I forgot Africa last time. Okay, next time I do the poll, I will combine Asia and Australia into one, just to get Africa to fit in, because there's only 5 slots, I think. Or I could combine North and South America, but I feel like there's probably more people from them than from Australia and thing, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I would combine Australia and Asia because they're kind of on the same, like, they're kind of on the same longitude in the world. And so it's kind of like the same time zone, but also, you know, there's also this Australasia concept of, like, you know, Australia and Asia and stuff like that. So I kind of like, they're frequently combined, that's why. Ignore Australia, no one lives there. Yeah, except for me. Okay, so let's do load image. So what does it want? It wants it, yeah, so path dot. See, the annoying thing with this is we actually have to do path dot string, and then you should probably save that out so that you can then do path. Because the problem is C string actually returns wide characters, right? I mean, I guess it depends, but it's gonna return, value type is gonna be wide characters, especially on Windows. So that's like super annoying. So that's why I usually do path string like this. And then you can do path dot C string, right? So this is obviously just string. And the reason why I don't do this is because I don't think this is valid code probably in all compilers or something, but like the main problem with this is that this path.string kind of only exists in this scope. And so you're just passing a pointer into load image. And the problem is the C string is just a char pointer that points to memory allocated inside this string instance, which as you can see is extremely transient and like temporary, right? So that's like, that's why like you should generally bring that out into like an L value so that you have like an actual variable made out of it. And then you can, you know, get a pointer from it basically, because that pointer obviously is not like reference counted or anything. Like it's not capable of keeping itself alive. Okay, so we're gonna load this image. So now we should have an image. And yeah, like, I mean, look, we just need the pixels from this image, really. So I think, like, let's find a function here that will give us access to the pixels. Because there should be something like that. Load image from memory. Export image, I guess. How do I just look at the memory or something? Export image as code. That is interesting. How do I just get a pixel array from this though? Image copy, image from image, image text, image format. A little bit annoying. That's cool. You can do like a screenshot and convert that into an image. That's annoying. Doesn't seem to be here. Because load texture, for example, you can update it with pixel array. But how do you get it? And I obviously don't want to go into the texture API because that'll hit the GPU, which there's no reason to do. Oh, yes, you're probably right, actually. I think image, Mr. Mastodon, like, I think image just has the data here. So there you go. Now, the thing is though, so the format, so there's a pixel format, right? So let's look at what pixel format is. So, because that's kind of important, I guess, for it to be, we need to know if it's like, I guess, RGB or RGBA. And it's probably gonna be this. or this. So I don't know if it's going to be 24. It's probably going to be 32, I think, bytes per pixel. So 32 bits per pixel rather. So I think, yeah, so that's right. We can just do image.data. So let's do this then. We got our image buffer. Yeah, because we really need to know what the format is though. So if image format, I guess we can do a switch, but let's do image format. So what is it? Image format. Let's just look at this pixel format actually is what it is. So pixel format is probably going to be on. Oh wow, we can even support GPU compressed textures. That's nice. It's probably going to be this, I think, or it's going to be basically this, right? So I don't know which one it's going to be, but either way we can support it, I guess. We just need to potentially, well, we definitely need to know which one it is though. But let's just say if it's this one, we're just going to loop through. Let's just do y. Well, if it's this one, we can just, we don't need to do anything to it actually. We can just mem copy it. So we can just do mem copy image buffer, image.data, and it'll be, basically it'll be width. So we need to get the width and height though. And then we just need to get like, so either way, once we load it, we probably should have set here or like make sure that it loaded successfully, I guess. But m width equals width, height equals height. So we've got that now. So we can just do, and it'll be basically times size of UN or just like times 4, sure. So that's that. That's all we need to do. But here we might have to do some transformation because we need to get it to have an alpha channel if we want. So if y is less than height, y plus plus. So we're just going to loop through it. To be honest, we don't really need to do it two-dimensionally. Because we don't actually care about the dimension. I think we can just do, I don't know if we'll need to do this. I think we will. What does middle mouse click do? Takes me to the thing. That's kind of cool. But anyway, so as we go through, we need to allocate image buffer as well. I forgot to do that. And we need to make sure we delete it as well. It's initialized to null. Now, is there an image free? Unload image. Need to make sure we do that as well because we don't need it after this scope. All right, so okay, so what are we doing here? We basically need to, so image, I is the pixel index here, and this image data is technically, let's address it as a UN8T because it'll be bytes, right? So image data equals image dot data. So I'm just casting it to this because we need to be able to treat it as a sized type. And then this is just going to be image data. So I times 3, because it's going to be 3, but we might not even need this. This is the annoying thing, but it's going to be I times 3 plus 0, 1, and 2, depending on basically like the channel, right? And then, yes, that's right. Yes, because pixels and then we're going into bytes, right? But for our image buffer, it's going to be a bit different because that's just a uint. So we could basically just say, so the alpha channel is going to be FF, right? That doesn't have an alpha channel because it's RGB. And then now the red channel, for example, is going to be So let's just make this happening. I don't know which order it's in, if it's BGR or RGB, doesn't matter, we'll figure it out. But we'll make it like this for now, so sure, like that, right? And then we just do image buffer equals, so alpha channel 24. I think that's what we did, right? Like that was the order, ABGR, I think. So 16, G and R probably, right? So we basically combine them all into this pixel index, and that's it. I think that's all that probably should work, right? Yeah, Cherno is going viral. I don't know why there's so many people watching me, but what's up? I'm gonna make a coffee soon, and then we're gonna go back to like 250 viewers like normal. I forgot to do that. That's what I meant. Okay, so that's probably what I meant to do, and I think that will be fine. Why are you upset? I mean, to be fair, all of this could just be UN8s. So yeah, maybe that will work, maybe it won't. Again, I don't know what the format is, so let's be like, let's just do that. And yeah, let's just try load that sprite sheet now. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, we can try to load the sprite sheet, I think. So let's go back to, I guess, application. I guess we shouldn't do this in application. Application is kind of like, I think I want to make a game class, because in Eclipse, this was like the game. There was the main class was actually called game, and it was kind of both the app and the game. But the reason why is because like it kind of houses, you know, things like the menu, the level, this population thing, the screen, the player, and it's like I don't really want to put that all into the application file. So I'm thinking maybe either I make like a file called scene, or I make a file called game. I mean, we already have level because that's for the level, so that's kind of our scene. So I think I'm just gonna make a new class here called game, and that will basically hold all of our game related things, whereas application is really part of just like the actual application, right? So it's like it's got like the loop in it and like creating the window and doing all of that stuff. So I think I want to separate that stuff out. Okay, so okay, so let's do this then. Class game. Oh, this is a CPP file. Whoops. It's already got a class game. Yeah, so this is just really just gonna hold all of our stuff, right? So, for example, I guess the sprite sheet, which can be static, but the sprite sheet we'll make here. A little bit annoying though, like when we do stuff like this, to be completely honest, because obviously it's going to, like, we have it in the constructor. So when we construct the stack object, we have to basically give it that. Now, we don't have to have this be a stack object though, that being said. I think, oh man, nah, I think I'm beginning to think maybe we just load the sprite sheet in the renderer, because no one else needs access to it. And I think we're gonna do that. So we'll leave game for now, and we're gonna actually make it in the renderer. And we can make it in the init function basically. So that's my plan. The reason why is because, yeah, we just don't need anyone else like no one else should know about it. And obviously this is a specialized renderer for this. So yeah. Why not just store the image as a member? What's the advantage of copying the data out of it? Mostly the fact that we're getting it into the right format. But also like, because that way we just have a buffer to deal with and not specifically like, you know, the image that raylib provides is just a void pointer of data because it could be in any format. Whereas we're guaranteeing that it's in the right format and that thus we can address it as uint32s, which is kind of the way we deal with colors in this game. So that's why. All right. Let's see. So sprite sheet. As I mentioned, we're going to load that here. Did I include sprite sheet? No. What did I do with it? Because didn't I cut it? Or is it in my... No, it's not. Okay, whatever. I think we're already in here, so we can just do sprite sheet.h. No? Oh, renderer's not in graphics. Okay, let's put renderer into graphics. I think it might actually work into... Oh, nice refactoring, man. I don't know if we need that for this. Okay, so sprite sheet. Generally my include order, by the way, is like my stuff first, then other libraries I might use, and then the C++ standard library. So that's why, if you're wondering why it's in a certain order or whatever, that's why it is. All right, cool. So yeah, we won't worry about this for now. No. How does this file not belong to any project target? I made it through this, but anyway, whatever. This is build. Oh no. Cannot find source file. Why is it bringing up this error now? But I deleted that anyway, whatever. So this doesn't exist. And now renderer in where? Yeah, because I refactored it and it just lost its mind. We should add this as an include path as well, because otherwise doing that's like super annoying. All right, what's wrong here? No matching function call, yeah, for sprite sheet. Okay, cool. So we're gonna just make sprite sheet have a default constructor. That way it'll get initialized here with nothing, obviously. And then when we initialize this, we're going to load it. So we're going to do sprite sheet. I guess this can be like the first thing we do if we want. So sprite sheet equals sprite sheet. And then we have to give it a path. So this is good because this is our first, this is a milestone here because we're loading a file externally for the first time. So over here we've got resources here and then sprites. So let's try and load res/sprites. Again, I'm hoping the working directory here is just going to be this because that's the root project, I guess. I'm assuming it's going to be, but if not, if we can't load this, then of course we'll diagnose it. So let's hit F5 and let's see what happens. Assert false. All right, so the sprite sheet does not exist apparently. Nice. Where's the log? Messages? Yeah, where is my log? Usually I think it opens here. Debug? Console. Yes, so you can see here down the bottom, I think, the working directory is likely CMake build debug. Okay. What if I want to build it in release mode? That's annoying, isn't it? So how do I set the working directory in this thing? It's all CMake, isn't it? So like I'm guessing that would just be here, like as in that would just be the configuration. So working directory, are there like variables I can use for this? Oh yeah, here it is. CMake project directory. So it's probably this, right? That's probably what I want. Now, can I set this for all configurations though? Or is there just one configuration so far? Let's see if this works. No. Weird. Weird, because I feel like that should have worked. Unless this is just wrong. Because that's what's up, right? This thing. This is the only configuration at the moment, I think. Is CMake project directory not correct? Oh, look, here it is. Yeah, that is wrong. Okay. Oh, no, wait. I did project directory. Oh, that's not even set. Content root. I guess let's set it to content root. Okay, cool. So let's see what it said. Oh, okay. That should probably not have crashed. Texture loaded successfully. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here. Unloaded texture from VRAM. Why was it in VRAM? Oh, that's the other texture. Yeah. Okay, so when we did this, right? Did we log stuff? This is just all raylib. Didn't I log the either? Oh, there it is RGB. So it is an RGB image. Okay, well, good thing we wrote all that code, because otherwise, I guess it wouldn't have worked. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Why did you crash? Where's the call stack? So sprite sheet destructor delete image buffer. What? Oh, yes. Yes, no, actually no. I was gonna say, I thought it may have triggered twice, because obviously sprite sheet has a default constructor. We initialized it here, but we would have deleted it at that point in time when it was null. So why is this upset? Because that should have, obviously, that would have been allocated to something. So why would deleting it? I mean, it couldn't have deleted it twice, right? So that's very strange. Like, was it not valid memory or something? And I mean, we would have allocated it here. And otherwise, again, it would have been null. So therefore, weird. That's very weird. Okay. Anyway, let's get on with this. Let's. Yeah, I guess we can diagnose that later. I just want to make sure that everything was loaded correctly, right? Like, as in, I just want to make sure that we can actually see our sprite sheet, I guess. So here's what we're going to do. Into the renderer, we're going to add a function here that's going to be like, I don't know, render sprite. We'll make it generic. We'll just call it render sprite sheet. And we can give it an offset if we want. And we're just going to render the whole sheet. So this is going to basically, yeah, so the sprite sheet is going to have to, let's make a get width and get height function. I'll just write this for now, and we'll implement the missing functions later. Whatever. Okay, so we have to clip it technically, but I guess I won't bother. So s offset y offset times width equals okay, so we've got a lot of stuff here to implement, so, I mean, not that much. So, let's do... Probably should have just made everything public, maybe. My hand's getting sore from writing this crap out. Alright, so that's the pointer. Okay, so render sprite sheet, and we can give it an offset if we want. So let's do on update, we'll do renderer. Render sprite sheet, let's just do 50-50 as like a little offset. We'll see. If we go out of bounds, we'll crash, so we'll see. Oh, we didn't get anything rendering. Youch, that's a shame. That is a shame. Now, I did mess this up, but that should not have stopped everything from getting rendered. What if the sprite sheet isn't being loaded correctly? Because we are getting that weird crash on exit. We might have to debug. We haven't debugged yet in this IDE. So here's a sprite sheet. So let's maybe debug this. Okay, so I mean, oh, everything's here. That's nice. Yeah. What's width and height? 256 by 256, I guess. Which seems good. I mean, that would have been out of bounds, but whatever. Image buffer. Format we decided is that. Unless we got the alpha channel wrong. Like as in, when we do the random pixels, alpha channel was there, right? Yes. So that actually should be correct. I don't know obviously if this is correct, but we do have data here, right? So when we go to here. What? Oh, right. How do I continue resume? F5 isn't resume, F5 is to run again. So what's this image buffer? Can you let me look at it, please? Let me see. It's a uint, so can you let me look at it, please? Inspect. No, I want to look at it as an array. Add to watches, maybe, and then I can... I don't know how it is. Can I do that? No. Okay, anyway, I'm sure it's correct, because it should have some data there. So, therefore, when we do this, when we get the sprite sheet buffer, we should be writing some pixels in. Right? Oh man, I forgot to, my bad. No, I'm not copying sprite sheets into other ones. At least I shouldn't be. There should just be one. So it's weird that I'm getting that. But I should probably make sure to delete the copy operator or something, or the copy constructor. Yeah, the reason this happened was just because I forgot to actually do this. And also, what's up, 0x? Alright, XOYO. Oh, we might get a crash here. We'll see, because it's out of bounds, I think. Alright, white. Just white. Beautiful. Very weird. And yeah, we're not getting a crash, but it's wrapping. So that's just because if XO is... well, we can just do less than width and YO less than height. Then we can render. But yeah, so it's not loading our sprite sheet. So that's our first kind of problem so far, really. Yeah, I'm gonna just delete, it might just be doing something wrong. So let's just delete this. So we make sure we don't copy this. And we'll see if we are. It doesn't look like we are though, see, it's not coming up. Let me also log this though quickly and just make sure that we don't delete this more than once, which we probably are. Deleting. No, we only ever delete it once. So that is weird, isn't it? It's sus. I think something weird's going on with that memory. I don't know why it shouldn't be. I don't think. I mean, clearly something is going weird, but I don't know why. Because all we're doing here is we're instantly copying pixels in. Did I do this? Did I mess this up? So I times 3, right? Because it's 3 bytes per pixel. No, sorry, 3 bytes per pixel, 1 byte per channel. So therefore times 3, and we're offsetting as well. And that gives us our RGB, which we then put into image buffer at just I. That should be correct. And we were seeing values here, weren't we? So why is it then? And this is what's running, right? RGB. So not RGBA, just RGB. And we're formatting it basically into RGBA because that's what we're dealing with. And it should be in the right order. And yet here we are. Let me just print out what our color values are. I mean, I'm sure they're probably right, but we can do this to just get raylib to give us like what it thinks the values are. Right, so this might actually just be a little bit more helpful. We're in C++ 20, so we can just use format for this. And let's do them in, I guess we'll do them in a RGB or something. They're all the same, and yes, they're all very close to white. But that doesn't make sense, because look, even the alpha is wrong. The alpha is 238. What? Man, I think it is because I did that. Maybe not though. Because what's gonna happen is this is not gonna be able to go up very high unless it's a uint32t, and that's what I thought may have happened. But I guess it didn't. So that's kind of weird. Sprite is 4, not 3. Really? But it's RGB 8. Or is there padding? Is that why? Is it padded? But still, that wouldn't have made sense. Like, we'd be off by 1, but we'd still see something, see? So I don't think that's right. What if this is compressed? No, surely it would have decoded it, right? No, yeah, it has to have decoded it. If it says it's uncompressed RGB 8, then that should be ready to use as pixels, right? So that's weird. No, image buffer is uint32t, so we don't want to do I plus equals 3 because then we'll do every third pixel. That's why we have the offset written in here. So that should be fine. We could try an RGB like a image just to see what that would be like. But it's weird because I'm suspicious of this, to be honest, because like these values here I think are working because I'm pretty sure I did if I just put a breakpoint here, I'm pretty sure I looked at this in the debugger. Yeah, see, and they were okay. I mean, to be fair though, a lot of them are, well, yeah, a lot of them are pink, which is correct because that sprite sheet is mostly this. So that's right. So they're correct here. So somehow, like, this is not either not being offset correctly, but I'm reading them correctly as RGB, as you can see. What if it's the operation order? No. Because I did think it would do that. I do not need I plus equals 3 in the loop. I've already explained that. And also that doesn't really explain this. So it must be something here. Oh. Yeah, no, that should be okay though. And I made them all uint32t's now. And it wouldn't make sense if the image format was different. At the moment, debugging is harder with chat because no one's saying anything correct in chat. Everything I'm doing here is like, I mean, like every like at the loop, everything is correct. Like, what am I getting here, right? Like, and I'm definitely going the right way. Because the thing is, even if these were in the wrong order, it doesn't really make sense. Because if these were in the wrong order, they would just be wrong here. But they just seem like they're the same data. So I think something's happening to this image buffer. Maybe it is being deleted, but it doesn't seem to be. Like, as in, I think it just gets deleted a single time at the end, right? What if I stop quickly? Was that quick enough? Yeah. This never gets deleted, does it? Oh, and look, we do, no, okay, so that's the actual image data first up. So that gets loaded correctly, because we got 3 of it. And then what happens to it? Oh, that I didn't actually finish that. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's go into the renderer or actually application, and before we even render it or like end drawing, let's put a breakpoint here and let's see what we printed in the meantime. But it might already be gone, like, because we might have printed too much. No, we didn't. Okay, good. So what happens between this? Deleting, see? So we delete it somehow. That's why. You guys were talking about this code is golden, okay? Don't question my code. This code is golden. This is not the problem. All right, so now we got to figure out why why we're deleting it. Because I don't think, unless I left it somewhere, no, that doesn't even make sense. Can I just search for this? Sprite sheet. Like, where are we, we're just loading it here in renderer init, right? So it's loaded here. So why would it be getting destroyed? Because obviously, like the renderer, does the renderer get destroyed? Does the renderer get passed around or something? No, that doesn't make sense. Does it make sense? That's just crazy, man. Like, where could this be betting? Where? Okay, I'm being stupid. I'm saying where could this be getting deleted without actually finding out where it's being deleted from. So let's just put a breakpoint in and see where it's being deleted from. Because it's being deleted before I even have a chance to do anything. Render init deletes it. When it reloads it here, but it got loaded with no path initially. That doesn't make any sense. How could it have loaded the image? What? So there's a default constructor here that does absolutely nothing. That's what happens when application run calls a renderer init. Are we initializing renderer twice or something? No, I don't think so. We call renderer init and we try and make a sprite sheet. Which, I mean, yeah, I guess makes sense if we delete the old sprite sheet, but look, we somehow have image data here. So that means we've run through this. What on earth? And we don't have a copy constructor because we deleted it. So it's not being copied. Yo. Okay, so here we go. We're in renderer init. Yeah, we're running through this code. And then from that same line of code, so do we even get to here? No, we just jump straight to the destructor. And then is that because this is a temporary and it then needs to copy it into there? But then does it go back into this constructor again? No. So it's just happily deleted it. What the heck? Oh, it's move constructed. It moves it in. Yeah, I didn't delete the move constructor. Oh my gosh, that is so annoying. Are you serious? A simplest, yep. Okay, yes, it's trying to move it in there. Okay, well, okay, I guess we just implement a move constructor and we just fix it that way. Is that really necessary to move it in there like that? Isn't that like, I don't know, R-value optimization or something should have finished? It might just be like, to be honest though, it might just be, what am I saying? Do we do that? I don't remember how to do this. I don't know if that's necessary as a safe thing, but we basically just need to set other image thing to null and then just steal it. Like, I feel like that doesn't happen in MSVC. I might be wrong though, but I feel like this doesn't happen in MSVC. Because that's very weird. Anyway, let's do. We'll take everything, I guess, because we have to. I don't know if we can necessarily move it into it ourselves. I don't know if we need that, but whatever. We'll just make sure it's not the same pointer. And then, yeah, I could do the like assignment operators and stuff, but I don't think I will. All right, is that it? Yeah. So this is the vital line though, so that it deletes null, which means it's not going to do anything. Can't believe that. That took like half an hour, I think, to troubleshoot. Or is it? No, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be a constructor because that's not a new object, right? So if it was a, if it was this, then it would be the move constructor, but it's actually the assignment operator. So, because it's not a constructor. So it's not a constructor for this object, it's an assignment. So I wish I didn't, see this would have been avoided if I just made it a unique pointer or something, but I wanted it to be like stack allocated for some reason. So here we are. There's no real reason to do that. I mean, it's one less memory interaction though, because this ultimately holds a heap allocated buffer, but you know, I suffer the consequences, I guess. So sprite sheet operator equals, and then what was it? Just the same as this, right? Oh, no, it's actually const. Oh, so this isn't even the move. This is just a regular assignment operator. Really? Huh. Really? But it's been deleted for some reason. Because that's a copy though. So maybe I just provide a move one? Does that even make sense? Let me just look at the definition quickly. Yes. Yes, that is correct. Yes, okay. That was a helpful error message. Okay, do you guys think this will work now? Hey, we did it. Okay, it's very slow because we're logging a lot. But we did it. Okay, that was just a wild ride, man. That was wild. And you guys, like, with your constant hate and attacking at my beautiful code that I crafted here. Actually, I'm curious if this did need to be, I think I can leave this as a UN8. And I'm pretty sure this was not necessary, that these parentheses I put in here. Because CLion's telling me that it's not. All right, so renderer, I think, is still printing stuff. Yep, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, awesome. So we've got the sprite sheet, everything's working. We've got the pixels in the background. So now we're gonna step up and we're gonna actually try and render a specific sprite. So, I think the best way to do this is probably to actually write a function inside sprite sheet that will basically copy a sprite into a given place or something. So, at least I think that's how it's gonna work. So let's do like, you know, it could be like a blitz sprite or something. But the other problem with that, to be honest, is that like we need to provide a buffer for it to copy into. I think the renderer probably should do this, to be completely honest. So I think we can just do, instead of render sprite sheet, we'll do obviously render sprite. There'll be an X and a Y as to where, I guess, in the world we want this. We'll have to implement a camera as well. And then we'll actually take in a sprite. So we'll take in a sprite, and I think that's enough information, isn't it, for where we want to render. I think sprite sheet, I just want to quickly add like a definition, or maybe actually even into sprite. So we'll get rid of this here. Into sprite, I want to add like a, you know, a sprite size. I guess we have one here though. because they're all going to be the same size, but whatever. We'll deal with it. So basically, this is how it's going to work. Renderer will render a sprite for me into this location. Let's include sprite. And this is going to have to be a bit more robust than this, basically. But the basic idea is that we maybe I'll call this xpyp for like x position, y position, I think. What did I call it in Java land? xpyp. Well, there you go. See, I haven't changed in 12 years. Okay, xpyp, and then we'll go through y. So yeah, so there's only going to be like the sprite size basically, which is, we know is 16. But I'm still going to read the variable like I should. So x. And then we're going to figure out our offset in the world. So xp plus, yeah, so xo then. There's a lot of, I know there's a lot of like abbreviations here, but xo is going to be the offset into the screen. So where on the screen would you like your sprite? Yp is also where on the screen would you like your sprite, but the reason why you need the offset is because this is going to be x plus xp, right? Because x is the pixel, so this is like the individual pixel. Whereas this is, XP could also mean pixel, I guess, P for pixel, but P for position in this case. And it's gonna be, maybe I should use T for translation, that's a bit less ambiguous, but anyway, the point is, XO is gonna be the individual pixel in, like, on the screen, whereas X is the individual pixel in local space, meaning within the sprite itself, at 0 being, like, the beginning of the sprite, and XP is just this coordinate. Obviously, it's fixed, because we're not setting it in the for loop. So that's it. So this is just gonna be x plus xp, and this is gonna be, I guess we can put it here, y plus yp, and we're gonna put this into the image buffer. We're gonna have to do obviously some culling and stuff like that in a minute, but ideally we just put it at xo plus yo plus the width of the entire image buffer to get the right coordinate there. And then from the sprite, we're gonna read, so yeah, so we need to get the sprite sheet pixels, which we have over here, the sprite sheet buffer. See how that pasted twice, by the way? I pressed Control V once, pressed twice, my keyboard's broken. That's why we had the issues in the beginning of the stream where I had everything twice, okay? Like as in I pasted the main file in like twice, and then I was wondering why nothing was building for like a good 5 minutes. So yeah, thank you, keyboard. All right, so let's read from the sprite sheet buffer. Okay, so it's actually a little bit even more complicated than that. And the reason why is because we need an offset, an X and Y offset now to get the right, like this is the whole sprite sheet buffer, but we need the actual sprite buffer. And the sprite buffer, we basically need to kind of like find that offset, right? So that offset is going to be, basically, I guess it'll just be sprite sheet buffer, and then we'll grab the sprite x plus sprite.y times, so that's the coordinate, no, so we have to do sprite x, it's getting a little bit hairy. It's gonna be sprite x times sprite size, right? To get the pixel coordinate, plus the same thing for the y. It's getting long. And then that we're gonna multiply. So that'll give us the, if it's in top left, I don't know how this image, if bottom is 0, 0, if top is 0, 0, like we'll figure it out. But basically this sprite sheet width is gonna be what this is, right? So there you go. That's our sprite buffer. It should be anyway. And we're going to, I guess we'll just get the memory address of that, which, yeah, I mean, could have formatted this a bit differently. Could have just added in, we could have just added probably this as an offset to that pointer, but this also works. So now this is where we want to read from, and we want to do x, so we want the local coordinates, which are just x and y, and we want to multiply it obviously by the sprite size because we want to read rows of 16 pixels wide. Okay, that actually I think is it. Now XO and YO need to be clipped basically. So if you know, XO is less than 0 or YO is less than 0, we're trying to render off of the top left, I guess, corner of our screen, well, either horizontally or vertically. So we can not do that. And similarly, if XO is greater than or equal to width, or YO is greater than or equal to height, we're just making sure that we won't exceed these bounds, obviously, and render stuff wrong. So we'll just continue because there might be more pixels for us to render. Now, the thing is though, with this in mind, we don't have to do that for X and Y because assuming the sprite size is 16, we're obviously only looping within that range. So that should be okay. Okay, all right, that actually should be it, I think, unless I've made a mistake. That should be all I need to render some pixels of my sprite out into the real world, out into the actual image. So, one sec. YO plus width is wrong. Why did I write that? Yeah, times. Sorry, my bad. Cool. So now, let's try and render a sprite, but we need to know what coordinate, obviously. We need to actually set up the sprites now. So I think the ones we need, I mean, we could just copy them. I guess we can just copy them from here, can't we? To save time. Because we'll have them like all defined here. But they might be flipped. The Y might be flipped. And void sprite is just 0 apparently, which is, oh, that's a particular color. Okay, whatever. Let's just copy this. We probably won't need all of them though. And also we're gonna have to change them completely. But we'll do this anyway. Ugh, I gotta kind of replace it with this. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe I can just do that. Hey, pretty good. Nice. Okay, so we've got all of them now here. And we can try render a specific sprite. So I don't know if this will work because I'm imagining it's going to be flipped. Like the image is going to be vertically flipped or something like that. And so the coordinate, the Y coordinate won't line up, but I guess we can always just see what happens. So let's let's go back to application, I think. And instead of rendering the sprite sheet, let's try and render a sprite. So sure, 50-50, and then we'll say sprite, sprites, and then what do we want? Let's go with grass. Oh, grass was the fake one I made, lol. I picked the one that doesn't work. Okay, grass ground. I mean, that's also 0, 0. I mean, let's see what 0, 0 is. It might be pink. It might be, okay, it's wrong. Now that's weird though, because I didn't expect that. I think something's wrong with my code. I mean, it's just gonna be 0. So that's good. That's a good way. There's a good little test, isn't it? And it looks pretty okay. Does look pretty okay. The thing is, yeah, because sprite X and Y for this one, which is grass ground, is just 0. So therefore, this kind of does nothing. This is just 0, this sprite buffer. So we're not even doing like an offset here. Times 16, because it is 16, right? Like sprite size would be 16. We're not setting it, so it should just be 16. I might just verify though. Yeah, it's 16. Huh. Isn't that weird? Saki, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. So what is that? Like, is that some... Because that doesn't even look like something that exists here. It just looks wrong. Okay, good. It doesn't crash on exit anymore. That just gives us an offset, yeah, and then that should just work, I think. I think what's sus is this. I don't think we can do this. Yeah, we can't do this. I think this still needs to be this, actually. That, I think, is the issue. Because we haven't actually changed the width of the rows. That's probably why. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that worked. Oh, so good. We don't actually have to change anything. So let's try flower, for example. The background is just random pixels because we were testing updating the texture initially at the beginning of the stream, basically. Well, not the beginning of the stream, but earlier in the stream. Okay, so yeah, so in application now, I think we should be able to, yeah, let's just say a flower. Let's just try render a flower. We'll see what we get. Okay, good. Now, I think we do have some things here that are supposed to be transparent, like a tree and a torch, right? So let's make transparency basically work. So let's do torch. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so obviously we don't want any of this. So all we basically have to do for that to work is I'll get the color out and I'll just say if color equals either pink or that purple, which I know is 7F, so it's just half, then we'll continue. So I'll just write it that way, I think. And if we've done that in the right way, there you go, right? So now you can see it's compositing that on with, yeah, not the pink and purple stuff. All right, cool. So that's sprites. So now let's try and render a whole level of these. And then I'm gonna go have a coffee break, all right? So for a level, we need to actually load a level. And I think I made a level, yeah, I made this level class. So levels, I believe we take in from a file. Yeah, so I think in this Java version, the original, we had these 3 levels basically. Don't know if we're going to be interested in all of them. Maybe we'll just stick with the ocean one because that's the only good one. Although we could make some new ones later. That'd be fun. So, and then we just load, and there's a menu level. Well, yeah, we'll do that at the end. Menu level is called test.png. Nice. So the levels are pretty simple. The levels are just PNG files, right? And every single pixel inside this PNG file, it's hard to see here. Maybe let's try opening it in like Paint or something. Because I think if you zoom in Paint, it'll be sharp. Yep. So every single pixel that we have here is a tile, basically. And the color of the pixel just tells you which tile type to use, right? That's all it is. And obviously the coordinates. So because of that, it's like the size of the level is the size of the image in tiles, right? Sorry, one sec. So all we need to do is basically loop through all of this and just determine what tile is what. We can do this either live when it's time to render. We can just look up the pixel value and then get the tile from like a map. I think I actually just had a big if statement situation going on in the Java code. We'll have a look in a minute. So either we do that, or we could immediately decipher this into its tile type so that we know the tile type for each index. I don't really care. I think either is fine, but that's what we need to do, okay? And then, yeah, the color. So we need some kind of map, obviously, that maps these colors, these RGB colors, into tile types. So, let's get the level loaded first. I think all we do is, yeah, like the level class here has a constructor that takes in a path, and then it seems to generate a lot of grass here. So grass equals, oh, yes, okay. So there's one more feature here where I guess there's like a 1 in 8 chance, seemingly, to have grass or something, I think. And I don't know why that's in a separate array. But I think what happens is when it's time to render, so this is the rendering and we need to set up the camera and stuff, probably after coffee. But when it's time to render, like how do we render the tiles? And yeah, there's also a few render passes because I think trees, you can be behind trees if you're at the top area. So you have to render them in the right order. Yeah, so like for example, so here's my tile map. It's not actually a map or anything. It's just a bunch of if statements. And it's just comparing like if you're at a particular coordinate, whether or not that tile is this color. And if it's this color, you'll return a particular tile type. And it's not enough to return the sprite because the tiles have different behavior. Some of them are blocking, like with physics I mean, like the rocks, for example, and the ocean, I guess, the water. But others are like grass you can walk through and stuff. So that's why it's like that. I don't know why there's a get tile too. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the get tile function, right? But what about those grass tile? Oh, okay, here we go. So if this is just white, apparently, because you saw obviously in that image that like a lot of it is white, and that's just supposed to be grass. So if it is grass, or this color, which I guess is also supposed to be grass for some reason, yeah, then it's just gonna return grass ground. But what was I getting at with that? I thought that was oh, here we go. So it's up here as well. So we actually got 2 of these. So this will never be true because we would have returned here. Nice. Oh, right. No, there's an actual and in here. So if it's supposed to be grass, but this also equals 0, and we're not in the snow level, then return grass. Otherwise, grass ground. Right, so that's where that like 1 in 8 chance, because we generate this to be a random number in this separate array. I really shouldn't have done it this way, I think, because it's just a bit wasteful to have a separate array, obviously, for this. But, you know, I was 17 and this was my first game, kind of. So if this is 0, right, which is like a 1 in 8 chance, I guess, of it being 0, then instead of drawing this, I think we draw this. So we basically have all this grass littered around randomly. So yeah, that's, you know, we'll recreate that, I guess. Why not? So let's first of all make level be something that we can take in from a file. So we'll have that's cool how it added that automatically. That's nice. Good work, CLion. We'll create this from a file. I guess I'll store the file path. I'm just more so curious, like for debugging, I guess, just so we can see what level we're doing or whatever. And then basically what we need to do is this is where I might start putting functionality out somewhere else, because we basically need to do this whole thing. Again, and I'd like an array like this. So let's maybe make a file here. Where should we make it? I'll just make a file called imageutils, I think. It doesn't have to be a class. Namespace utils maybe. And then we'll just say Then again, maybe I do want this to be an actual image that we store. Because the thing is, we don't need it as an image, we need it as pixels. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So I think I'm gonna go back on that a little bit. I'm gonna rename this. How do you rename this? And why did F2 not work? Refactor rename. Let's change it to image.h. And I guess we have to do the same thing with the C++ file. Get rid of this. So class image. Oh, that's gonna conflict with that image, isn't it, in raylib? Ugh. I mean, it's in the Genesis namespace though, so maybe it won't. But I'll have to use Genesis all the time. So wait, let me just think about whether or not I actually need this. I mean, I do want it because I need to have an image buffer that's in the right format. Could just call it image buffer. Yeah, okay. Can I undo all of this? Yes, I can. That's useful. So I'll just do this. Load image buffer. So this will take in a file system path. And I guess it'll spit out a width and height for you. I might make references instead because they're pretty mandatory. And it will always be in RGBA. So we're basically gonna grab like this code, like all of this code, and just put it here. So that's our result buffer. Out width and out height become this. Image buffer is our result buffer, which we will return. Guess I can make this a UN32T. Just to be a little bit more in line with our types. That should work because it's not like a pointer or anything, we're not doing an actual cast. You're upset because this is called result buffer. Don't know if we need this logging here, but it's interesting. Yeah, and that's it. I think that's good, right? So obviously we're returning a buffer that we've allocated now. Nothing too crazy. So what we need to do here is image buffer equals... Oh yeah, this should definitely be in graphics. Image utils. Make sure that it didn't refactor anything to be wrong. And yeah, we can just do utils load image buffer. So we can just pass in path, and then I think m width, m height will be the output. Let's show it for a second. Okay, whatever. I think they're in the right order. I don't know why it keeps flashing. But anyway. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so the reason why I did that is because we're gonna now reuse that functionality in our level when we actually do this. So we'll have our, yeah, we'll just have like an image buffer. Width and height, I guess we do need that. That's a level width and height as well. Yeah, okay, so I think I want to set an include directory. because I don't really want to have to go back. So if we look at CMake, what's the syntax for this? Can I do that? Did that work? No. Ugh. Probably have to go back a directory or something. Something weird. Oh, target include directories. That's what I meant. And CMake current source directory is probably better. But I'm curious, that won't work, will it? No. Let's try that. Why is upset? Project name is not a macro. Which is not built by this project. What? Oh, because add executable is beneath that. Called with invalid arguments. What? Oh, I need like public and stuff. Alright, that should be good. Cool, I think. Nah, not cool. Why is it so difficult? So what's that macro? Current source directory, is that wrong? Is it supposed to be like root, or what was that other one we saw? Content root, but that's not a... Source directory should just be this root, I think. So why does that not work? CMake's just a struggle as usual. And they should already be included as well. Like as in they're included by the compiler. Does private mean anything here? Why is it like kind of building, but then it won't build this specific file? Is this file not included here? It is. Ugh, so annoying, man. So annoying. I'm guessing this is just wrong though. CMake current source directory. Like, let's see what variables there are. Well, current source directory obviously is correct. To the current working directory. So it might be that other one then. There is a root. What's root? Install directory for running CMake. Yeah, that's not. Project source directory? Okay. Let's try that. Let's just call this. Why is it still upset, man? What is so difficult about this? Graphics, image utils. Can't find this. I think I'm just gonna give up at this point. And just, like, do this, basically. Because that's just gonna work. But I don't want to, because I want to use it as a compiler include directory. But of course, that's impossible to do with CMake. Doesn't say anything about that directory not working or whatever. Like, is there a way for me to print this argument in CMake? Like when it does stuff? Yeah, you can do message. So someone actually wrote this, which is kind of exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, that's correct, you stupid thing. That's this. So that is my include directory. See? Does this have to be public instead of private or something? Like, no, it just won't work. Even though it's admitted that it's an include directory. Like, it's admitted it's correct. That is wild. So I know what that is. That's correct. So that should be an include directory now, but it's not because it doesn't work. As you can see. Oh, maybe just clear the cache. How do I clear the cache? Is there like a reload CMake project? Does that make a difference? Oh, so it was not a true error. Nice. I love that. That's the best. Ugh. All right, cool. So I'm gonna have a coffee break in a minute, but I think before that, what I want to do, I wanted to, what do I want to do? I wanted to render a level. That's right. So we've got the image buffer for the level. So now we kind of have to like do basically this weird thing that I had, except I'm not going to do it as if statements. I'll just implement it as a map. And it was, I think, get tile or something. Yeah, here it is, right? So all of these are particular things. Now this is, I'm assuming this is in the right order. I don't know though, actually, because this could be BGR or something. Well, we'll find out. But anyway, I don't know if I just try and copy this and refactor, if I copy it manually instead. But let's just do this. Let's just do like okay, so over here, I'll probably make like a static scd. I guess we'll make an unordered map. And we'll go obviously from color to, you know, kind of like tile type. I don't know if it's necessary for us to create that many. I don't know if I want to do that. Let's go from this to Sprite for now. And then the idea is I'm just going to I'm just gonna do, you know, I mean, there's also some of these depend on if it's a snow map. So I mean for one, I know that that's obviously gonna be Sprite's grass, right? Grass ground. And we're just gonna define this all here, basically. Could be in sprites though, like but it's just like in the sprite. It could be here, this definition, but I think it's only going to be used by level, and we'll see, because we will have to add some more functionality for it as well, I think, in the future. And we'll do that weird thing later. So I'll skip the snow stuff. Grass ground we've already got. And then, yeah, we've got like rock, water, ice, flower, tree. So this is rock. This is water. This is ice, which we don't really support at the moment, but whatever. We've got flower. And we got tree. Now there's no tree. Oh, okay. So see, this is where it comes in as well, because trees have 4 sprites, because they're actually big. They're twice as big. So I don't know. Maybe we do recreate this as tiles. We'll decide after coffee. So that should be enough for now to kind of see what's up. So get tile sprite, and then we'll have a coordinate. And then this will basically just do if stilemap.contains, because we're in C++20. So if it doesn't contain, okay, yeah. So first of all, we actually need a color, don't we? So int tile color equals image buffer x plus y times width. That's the tile map, right? Obviously, we need to make sure that if x is less than 0, or y is less than 0, or x greater or equal to width, or y greater or equal to height. We'll just return, like, I don't know, we don't really have a void tile, but I guess we can just return grass ground or something. Otherwise, we'll get the tile color, we'll put it into the map. If it doesn't contain a definition or whatever, we'll return that for now. I really do want to do that void tile thing though, but we'll see. Do I like raylib? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not using it that heavily, like as in, because this game just writes pixels, but I'm about to get into like more things involving it, like input and then later sound. So when I get into that stuff, I think I'll know more. How do I like my coffee? Just like a cappuccino usually. So I'm gonna go make it myself in the house, but it's just gonna be like, yeah, I'll pull an espresso shot and then I'll steam some milk, and that's it. I mean, I'm not gonna put chocolate on top, but yeah, otherwise it's like I usually order a cappuccino in a cafe. Okay, so so we'll just do return stile map at tile color. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of it. So we need a coordinate, obviously. So let's make a function here called render, I guess. We probably do need an offset for the camera. So I'll say maybe XC for X camera, because we're gonna need that, but otherwise we're not gonna need anything, I think. So we're just gonna loop through the level. And then yeah, right. So we're gonna have to get the renderer now. So I think we can do application get dot get renderer, which gives me a static renderer. And then I can just do, yeah. So I can just do render sprite, XPYP. So this is gonna be basically, yeah, the coordinate system thing. Now in Java, I did this kind of weirdly. I mean, I don't know if it was that weird, but basically in Java, when I went through, what I did is this, right? So X scroll and Y scroll or camera, I set the offset in the screen automatically, I think, which just offsets everything rendered within the screen, I think, within the renderer. And then I worked out, I guess, these 4 corner pins, right? So X scroll, shifted left by 4, which is the same as divided by 16. So that, because 16 is the sprite size. I don't know, I was trying to be cool with these bit shifts, but anyway. So we divide this by 16, and then that way we basically figure out the corners, right? So I don't know if that's necessarily that important to actually figure out the 4 corners like this. And then we'll loop through just those Oh, no, it is, yes. Because these are the four corners of what's in view for the camera. That's why. Okay, I definitely did not attend uni from Russia. Where did I learn game dev? I mostly taught myself in the beginning, and then I went to university here in Melbourne, Australia. So yeah, so that's what that's doing, and this is just for basically clipping the screen. Like as in clipping what's in view, so that we don't, cause especially in a software renderer, you don't want to waste time rendering stuff that's outside of the view. And then this is just extra stuff that doesn't come into play yet. So this is kind of what we're interested in. I'm just going to do it a bit differently here. I'm not going to worry about clipping just yet, and I'm just going to render everything that's in view without crashing, hopefully. So, which we shouldn't crash because we're just looping through X and Y here. And then the camera offset, I don't know if that's going to be tiles or not, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to render this as is, I think, right now. So we'll just do render sprite. It's just going to be X times 16, or let's be cool. Let's do this. Y times 16 as well. And then the sprite is going to be get tile sprite. And then the coordinate, though, is just going to be normal X and Y, right? So that's basically how that is cooking. And now, if we go back to application, I'll probably change that later, but if we go back to application, instead of just rendering a sprite, we need to create the level first. So this is where I didn't really want it to be in the application file, but anyway, let's do level slash level.h for now, and we will do level. So again, I'll make, it's so annoying though, because I'm gonna have to do this whole move semantic stuff. Again, so maybe we'll just do a unique pointer for now. We'll have a unique pointer called level. Maybe in here, after we init the renderer, we'll do std make unique. And I think res levels and then like ocean.png. I think that was what we were doing. Yes. Levels ocean, it's, yeah, and the res directory was just mounted or something, I think, in that version. So res levels, yeah, ocean.png. All right, that's our level. And then in update, I'm just gonna, like, we won't worry about rendering the torch. We'll just do level render, and then, well, for now 0, 0 is gonna be fine. But yeah, that's gonna be the camera offset. So yeah, I think I do want like a game class or something to just make it a bit better. To like house all of these things and also do things like the camera calculations and everything. All right, cool. So we get this now. Not really what I was expecting, because we should have got an ocean in that coordinate, I believe. And also this just happens to be the color of brokenness, as in like we made it return grass if it's broken. So let's have a look at level render and have a look at what's going on. So get tile sprite X and Y. Yeah, so, okay, so now I'm gonna have to have a look at whether or not these channels, though, are flipped. So we should have seen water, so let's try and flip these channels. So I'll put FF here, and 3A here, and we'll just see if we get water, because then we'll know everything has to be flipped. Yes, okay, everything has to be flipped, as expected. So, FF, 4, B5, flower. Was that just 0? Yeah. And tree 2015. Okay, so let's try moving basically, because otherwise I'm not going to see anything. So the place where we render, I'm going to now offset by basically XC and YC. And we should just clip, I think. So if I do, we probably need like a time step or something, don't we? But whatever, let's just set this to like 50-50. So that'll be in pixels, not in tiles. Okay, no, didn't quite work. Because this needs to be offset. Yeah, okay, so hang on. Let's actually not even offset this. Let's just do YT and XT, which is going to be, so XC, it's going to be X plus XC divided by 16, basically. Because we need to go from the pixels to the tile coordinates. And then, yeah, we can still render them in the same place, but just offset the map there, just so that we can see. that works. So 50 is not bad. I'm still seeing ocean. How big are these maps again? 256, aren't they? They're pretty big. 128. Yeah, okay, let's try and land in the middle of the map. So the middle of the map would be like 128 times 16 divided by 2, so 1,000. So let's just try and set this to like 1,000. See if we can wind up in the middle of the map. Okay, well, yeah, there we go. It's not the same. Now we did set target FPS to 60 actually. So what I might be able to do is basically have like a, let's just quickly do this so we get some animation going. We'll do float m equals time. So time plus equals 0.016. This is assuming it's locked at 60 FPS due to this line, but otherwise obviously I will set up delta time and stuff later. And then we're gonna just do we're just gonna do, so 2048 is the max, isn't it? So let's do, do we have a math? We got math stuff here, right? Or can I just use, I guess I can just use SCD. So let's just do, can I? It should be a thing, right? I have to include math, obviously. Does raylib have math though? Because like, it did, didn't it? Like there was this ray math cheat sheet. But like, is it gonna have these functions? No, because it doesn't really need them. Okay, we'll just use the STD ones. Okay, so let's do, and then what is it, like CMath or something? Yeah, I think so. So we'll do time times 0.5 plus 0.5. So that's now between 0 and 1, and then we'll multiply it by 2048. That kind of works. Obviously, it's just going around the diameter though. So I feel like it would have been better if we had offset it more. Like for example, what's that thing in the middle? I don't know why it's, yeah, it's going green because it's going out of bounds, I think. Because I'm not accounting for the width of the thing. But there you go, cool. So now we can see everything. The island shape is obviously taking place. One other thing I guess we could have done though, instead of this, is we could have just still stuck with 0, but I could have just made the game world way bigger as just a way to see. So for example, if I had gone back into application, I think, and reduced the scale to like 1 and then beefed up the size, like the width and stuff, would that have worked? No. Okay, that's weird. Oh, because I set the scale to be, I didn't actually read the scale, did I? I just made it 3. So that's bad. I should have done m specification dot scale. I think that needs to be a float. Just cast it just in case. Oh, it's an error. Okay, so now we should see more of the world. Yeah, so you can start to see that. Now this is very weird. Oh no, it's not. The random pixels are just, those are trees, but you can see it's rendering the random pixels in the background. And now obviously we can, if we wanted to, we can offset this by like a bit to just see more of the map. Okay, so there you go. It's coming together. We can see the whole world now. We need to render the grass and obviously like make the rest of the game basically. So I'm gonna go have a coffee break now. All right, what's up everyone? I'm back. Did you miss me? How are you all still here? Why are there so many people watching, especially at blank stream? This is suspicious. You're all waiting. Okay, good. All right, well, I'm back. I didn't abandon you. I've got another 3 hours or so, all right? And then my wife has told me that it's time for dinner, so that'll be the end of it. Because it is a Saturday after all. Paid viewers, yeah. Like I have the money for that. So, witnessing my golden code, that's funny. Yeah, let's just get straight into it, honestly, because we don't have that much time. I've got 3 hours left today, and then I'm gonna resume, I think, on Wednesday. I'll probably put it into my Twitch schedule, so if you guys wanna catch the next live stream, and it'll be around the same time, like I'll start around the same time I did today. All right, so I think we're up to the point now where we can, so what are we doing? Yeah, we're rendering the whole map, kind of. These are a little bit weird with the trees, but that's okay. Like, as in, they're not weird. They're just, they've got transparent pixels and they're supposed to be rendered on a layer on top. That's okay. And then we've got random grass to be rendered. I think I want to be able to move around the map. That's probably what I'm going to do next. And I think that it's a good thing to do because it lets us obviously actually see the map. And for that to work, we need to do both an input system, like using raylib, and also and figure out how on earth that works, and then also we need to offset like the level rendering and the map and everything. So that's a few like different like technical things that we need to achieve, you know, for that to happen. So we're gonna start by setting the scale back to 3 and the size of the window back to 300 so that we can actually be scaling up again like we were. And then I think, yeah, we're just gonna jump into like, I guess, oh, and yes, and we wanted to make a game class. I think we actually might already have that. Yeah, we do. So game is gonna be the place. So we're gonna make some functions here like render. Game is gonna be the place and maybe update. I think we should probably introduce a time step. Now there is no time step in the Java version, I believe. And the reason why is because if we look at the way that it works, it's a weird system. I think this was also inspired by Notch. I don't remember, this was like 12 years ago, but basically like what it does is it kind of accumulates this delta time, I think. And then when this gets to be above 1, so now minus last time minus ns, so when we get to like 1, whatever 1 is, and we'll see in a minute here, then we'll basically do an update. We'll do updates plus plus, delta minus minus. So every time this accumulates all the way up to 1, we'll do an update. Now, there's also, and this is also, this is just a little timer that will run once per second. So this code block will execute once per second. It will render, I guess, as fast as it can. Yeah, so see, ns is nanoseconds. It's this value, which is like 1 billion, I think, divided by 60. So basically what that means is that delta will accumulate 1/60th of every second, right? So every like 0.16 milliseconds, roughly, this will tip over 1, and thus it will force an update to happen. Now, we're kind of doing that. We're kind of doing that already, right? That's what's happening with inside application, where we set the target FPS to 60. That's kind of doing that. It's just the difference is that it's actually not rendering as fast as possible. So you can see over here when it was like rendering and whatever, we were getting like, you know, 2000 FPS. That's because the rendering happens untapped, like uncapped, but this is like a fixed update basically. Yes, that's a good way to put it. That's the correct way to put it, I guess. So the whole application here is a fixed update, which is fine. Now look, 160 FPS, like my monitor is 144 hertz, so we could technically render at up to 144 frames per second and then just use delta time. We obviously can't update the game at 60 FPS though, and then render at 144, because the way that this game is set up is that the update is what moves the entities. So if our entities are like constrained to be fixed, you know, to only move once every 1/60th of a second, right? Then obviously if we render faster, we're just gonna be rendering duplicate frames ultimately. And there's no benefit to that. So the way to properly achieve that is to either have some kind of interpolation going on, or you actually update the game at 144 as well. Now, if we have a variable you know, refresh rate kind of game like that, where it could be 60, it could be like it's not fixed necessarily to 60 per second, then obviously that means that we have to use a variable time step and then make sure that we move everything by a variable time step instead of a constant like I'm basically doing over here. So whether or not we go down that route is also kind of up to you guys. Like it's up to me, but it's up to you guys as well, because I feel like I could go either way. It doesn't really matter to me. The benefit is that I guess you'd see more frames, which might be good. But also this might be a case of, you know, the original game, the OG, ran at 60 FPS fixed. So maybe because of that, for this version, we keep it the same. And then in that extra series I was talking about, where I take this and I make it hardware accelerated and we move it basically to the GPU for rendering, maybe that would also be a good opportunity to unlock the FPS and make it up to VSync or up to our screen's refresh rate rather than fixed at 60 specifically. So what do you guys think about that? We'll do it the OG way, the simple way first, and then we'll you know, change it to be different. So that's kind of the plan, I think. All right, what do you guys think? No one's saying anything. Let's see here. Seems strange, but okay. What seems strange? All right. Anyway, I guess let's just get back to it. Understandable explanation, I guess. Thanks, guys. I think rendering to VSync would be ideal, but up to you. Yeah, it's just like, I guess the point of this is kind of that it's a retro game, so I feel like that also might change the feel of it. Not that it like matters too much, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, we'll just keep it at 60 because that's going to make everything a bit easier, I guess, to deal with. And then we can, it might be good to, you know, it might be nice when we move it to the GPU to also basically show the process, I think, specifically like isolated of how do we take this from a fixed update into something that actually will render as fast as your monitor can refresh, basically. So that might be nice. So yeah, so let's just keep it like this then. Okay, so on update, I guess we can keep this time variable here. Now, like, okay, so now what we need to do, I forgot why exactly I started talking about that specifically, but I think that like we should probably I think we should probably just do the input stuff. So game was I think what I wanted to set up, right? So we should have our game. And the game we can just create, I think, like that. I don't know if I'll make it a unique pointer yet. And then when we do run, we'll init window, do this. I guess initialize the renderer, and then we'll just, I guess we can make the game here. I guess ultimately we'll make it unique pointer, because I'm assuming everything from within game I'm planning to have on the stack. So I think it's probably fair to do this. That way we can initialize it specifically here. Whoops. By doing that. Level, we're going to move out of here, and we're going to actually put that into game. And that will just be like that. Now we need to know which level to load as well. So like, I don't know how we're going to decide that. It should be one of 3, I think. Basically. It is annoying though, if we do this like stack object thing, then we're gonna have to implement those constructors and stuff. Because otherwise, Well, actually, at the moment, the destructor doesn't even delete. Yeah, so we should definitely add a destructor that's gonna delete this image buffer. Kind of forgot to do that. Yeah. What should we do next? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of trying to come up with how to structure this better. Just because we don't want to necessarily initialize everything here, and I don't really want to make everything unique pointers. I mean, a game is fine to be a unique pointer, but not everything should be like that. But then obviously level is going to be a bit sus. I guess we could just make it be like level.load, right? And in that case, it's like the constructor is not responsible, and instead there's like a load function which takes this in, and that kind of so that just makes it a little bit you know, we set that to default, and then you know, we have load instead, which basically will set path to path. Nice. To set path to path, and then image buffer. It'll do all of that stuff, and instead we just have like, and then yeah, delete image buffer will be called. But again, I'm afraid that, oh well, yeah, we shouldn't be. We're not doing any assignments here, so that should be okay. I think we should just do level load like that, and that should be good, right? Okay, so we got this level render is upset. Yeah, so we'll just do game render instead. And then we do a renderer update, sure. So game render, which I don't think we've made yet. And then there's also game update with a time step, which we're gonna probably have fixed for now, I guess. I don't know, we'll see. So this will do level render. And then we need to basically move the camera. And then I think, so the way that in the original game here, the way that the player moved, I think was just handled in this main kind of game file. So I think we did, or was it in player? Because see, player X, player Y. Let's have a look at the player file. Okay, yeah, so this is interesting. So we have this input thing. This dot input equals input. Just lets us kind of, we have this input handler, which just has a bunch of whether or not keys are pressed or not. I guess they get updated, yeah, every frame. We have a boolean of them, which is a bit annoying as well. And yeah, and then that way I think when it comes down to it, because we have access to that class instance over here, we can just ask it, hey, is this pressed? And if so, let's move the player. So this actually does happen in the player, which extends mob, which extends entity, which has all of these things, including like which level it's part of and health and all of that other stuff. I don't think we need a lot of them, but they exist nonetheless. And then that's where all the collision code is. There's 2 different collisions, I think, so that we separate the axes and we can slide along walls and whatever. And then yeah, the rendering for mobs is here as well, like render lighting, I guess, for these light tiles, which we've got to figure this out because this is buggy, obviously. But yeah, 65,000 booleans, a little bit rough. So we can obviously do a better job. But yeah, that's kind of how it works. So I think in that case, like we don't really need, like I need to look at the raylib cheat sheet at this point and figure out what our input is basically. So how do inputs work? So poll input events, I guess we need to do. I don't think we're doing that at the moment. And then there's got to be like, yeah, is key pressed, is key down, check if a key is pressed once, so it even comes with that functionality, which is great. Get key pressed, call it multiple times if a key is queued, return 0 when queue is empty. Pretty cool, like pretty nice functions, to be honest. So basically we are interested in is key down or whatever, and also, and how do we int key? So I'm guessing there's some kind of key code like list somewhere, because obviously they need to be platform non-specific. So, I mean, I think if I look at, well, we'll figure it out when we get there, I think. But, you know, let's write that now, maybe. Okay, so this function, so int key, is there, max keyboard keys? So there's got to be something probably here, right? Where are all the key codes? I wish isKeyPress took me to the header, because I have a suspicion that the header file might, oh, there it is, key. Yeah, I mean, that's not the right file, but whatever. I think that gave us what we need to know. So key, KP, whatever that means. So yeah, so here it is, all in raylib. No, keypad, that's what KP is. Okay, cool. So we should just be able to do that, I guess, right? Okay, so yeah, so that lets us move, and then obviously we can change the player specifically, like YA, XA, whatever, and there's a lot of code here to implement. Okay, great. So let's start implementing that. So we're gonna have to have some kind of entity hierarchy here, right? So I'm gonna make a new directory here called entity. And then inside here, you know, we're gonna make our entity class. And then, yeah, I guess we'll just have that inheritance hierarchy, because that's how this game was built originally. So I don't think I wanna worry about improving that or whatever. I think it's fine. So let's do Genesis, let's do mob, and then let's do player. Okay, so mob is gonna inherit from entity. Player is going to inherit from mob. And mob being the base class, let's see what we had in mob in the Java version. So yeah, mostly we just had, yeah, so what Sprite, oh sorry, what entity had. So entity had XY, a level, health. I don't know if health is a thing though. This we don't need either. I guess update and render I will have. Yeah, remove, so that it can remove it from, this just destroys it from the level, and init. Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna copy those things basically. So in terms of public functions, we're gonna have, or actually we can start with just the position and stuff. I did make it public in the Java version. I guess we can make it public. Like, it's not the biggest of deals, is it? I think the difference might be I might make it a vector 2 in raylib, but they're floats. Whereas I kind of, they need to be integers. I don't know if there's like an I-vec2. I don't know if we bother with that. Let's just make X and Y, and I'll make it public. I'll put it down here and everything, but I'll make it public. Oh, sorry, that's in mob. Let's go to entity. Now, in terms of private stuff though, I guess we'll have like a level. Just a level pointer, I think. And then we're gonna have a virtual void. I'll make it called onUpdate and onRender. We'll take in a time step for the future probably. We'll make it not enforceable, like to be implemented. Yeah, so there's a boolean called removed as well, which I think can be yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it removes just this, so we'll see how we implement that in C++. Just because it might be a better way to do it. And then also there's void init, which I don't know why I'm implementing this stuff here, but that just sets level to level. So level, I think, is, yeah, I mean, level, yeah, I guess we just make it a pointer. I guess I could make it a shared pointer in game. That way it would be just a bit more C++-y. There's no downside to this really. It's just because yeah, I don't know. There's no real downside to doing it this way. This way is actually probably better in terms of performance. I mean, definitely better. But yeah, I think whatever. I think the C++ community just sometimes influences me too much with their fear of writing code. All right. So I think we'll take in, like, I mean, we're gonna do it with this, aren't we? So therefore we can take that pointer in. And then, yeah, remove. So remove, we'll have to, yeah, remove it from the list of entities that it will have. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for our entity class. There's some other stuff here as well, like health and whatever, but I don't think we need that. And that's basically the functionality. So the X and Y I have made public, just because I feel like that'll just be easier. But we'll see. If that ends up being a bit awkward because of certain potential issues, we will make it better. All right, so mob. What does mob have? So mob has a sprite, it has a facing direction, it's got a distance from a light source, and it's got whether or not it's walking, I guess, so that we play the animation of it walking. And then we have a move function, and then we have all this collision stuff. I'm just gonna straight up copy that. Render lighting, I will probably not copy just yet, but all of this stuff we're gonna take. So yeah, in terms of like functions that are, or like member variables that are new, I should probably, yeah, make this protected, by the way, so that these things can be accessed in the subclasses. So, and there's no constructor still for this stuff. So there's just a move function. I don't know if we're gonna end up overriding that in player. Update's overridden. I think move is not. Wow, look. So this is the player class, and the player is actually the class that has the spawn female function. So there you go, very poetic. The player is spawning females for themselves. All right. So so mob. Yeah, so we need some kind of sprite. Again, this will be protected. But we need some kind of sprite. We apparently have some kind of direction that we're facing, I guess. There's a double, which I'm gonna probably make just a float, called light distance, or light dist, -1. And then we have a boolean for walking. And then so we're gonna grab this stuff. Maybe just move for now, and I'm gonna paste it in, I guess. And then I wanna do the same thing for collision. And render lighting I won't do just yet, because that's a bit more complicated. We're not gonna be able to finish that right now. Let's put all of these guys into here as well. And that way I can just get rid of this as I translate from from Java to C++ here. I'm gonna also capitalize this stuff. I don't know if that needs to be public or whatever, but I guess we'll see. It's not that hard, as you can see, to translate from the two different languages. Most of this is just, you know, this doesn't quite work like it does in Visual Studio. So direction is like direction, I think. XY. Bool. level get tile. I think, well, at the moment it's get sprite tile. So we have to figure this out for sure. Bool. And yeah, I mean, we can take a look at design later as well. Like whether or not, obviously I just copied and pasted a bunch of code. So the question is whether or not, let's drop this down, whether or not that was a good idea or if I can make it even better. Why is it not, I guess I can format it with Control-Alt-Enter. So that function doesn't quite exist anyway. Get tile 2, collision 2, it's weird. Anyway, let's drop this down. Like, did I need, this was definitely a hack, me just introducing this other thing. Okay, we can also take a look at the math and stuff that happens here if people are interested in it. I mean, this looks pretty straightforward. This is just finding the 4 corners of the tile across, like in the actual level, basically. So, and XA is where we're going to move. So that's like our delta, right? So X is our current position and XA is just how much we want to move by. And that way it just checks whether or not it's viable to move into that tile, basically. Okay. Okay, now player. So player, we know, is a mob as well. So let's look at what player does in the Java version. So got this stuff, player X, player Y. I don't know why player needs its own static. Oh, this was just me. See, this is what I mean. This is just me hacking my way through this in Ludum I guess, because I needed the player's position to just be statically accessible. So I just made static versions of this and I copied the data every frame. So that's fun. I mean, it's not bad per se, but it's bad from a design, I guess, standpoint, because you already have that data elsewhere, but you're creating like static ways to access it, which could lead to issues if you're not careful, I guess, but whatever. So what we're gonna do here then is, so night. So night is actually, funnily enough, in the player class and not in the level class. That's funny. Again, this could have been a hack thing. Then the sprite flip, and I don't know, man. That's the thing, like, I guess I'm not trying to rewrite it per se. Maybe we can clean it up later if we really want to, but I think for now it's probably okay to not worry about that and just blindly almost take this stuff. So sprite flip equals 0. Bool night equals false. Then static XY I'm not going to take, obviously, and then yeah. So we're gonna have, so let's do the virtual void on update override. Beautiful. Thanks for helping me out. Yeah, like see, for example, like this is telling me that I don't need virtual here because it's grayed out. And that's technically true, but I like having it here to kind of remind me that these are virtual functions. Obviously they've got the override, so you know they're virtual, but it doesn't hurt to have that here. So that's why, like, I don't know, I'd probably disable that if possible, but yeah. Yes, we do need some bots. So who am I banning, guys? Tell me who to ban in chat and I'll ban people. Yeah, there's like some chat going on here. Let's just ban some people in chat real quick. Right. Okay, thanks. Okay, so that's the player. We got that going, I think. So there's some other stuff here, like, you know, spawn female or whatever. And then we have to fill up the renderer as well. So yeah, like this function I'm not gonna copy just yet. There's this random int anim right over here, which is a bit annoying, so that I put it there. So let's put it here. And then now let's just get into, I guess, on update. Oh yeah, we probably should have added a public virtual destructor here. I mean, we definitely had to have. Even though we might not actually have any data to destroy, it's still good to do that, otherwise the subclass destructors won't get called. Generate definitions. All right, so now, yeah, we don't need that. We're overriding them for a reason. So, actually we might need to call the superclass thing or whatever. So, here is where I'm gonna put the input stuff. So we have XA and YA, right? Both 0. So these are two little variables, which are basically just where we're trying to move to, right? So it's just the delta of our movement for that particular frame. And then the idea is key pressed? If we press like the, you know, key W or whatever, then we wanna do YA minus minus, that's the code I got here. Let's duplicate this a few times. So we got S, we got A, we got D. Now, one benefit to having it obviously as abstracted away, like input up and stuff, means that if you actually look at this, see it's able to be either up or W. So that is nice. But we can still obviously, you know, do that, but like through other means. But I don't know if it's that big of a deal. If we want up arrow keys to also work, of course we can also add them here, and I think that's okay because there's not that many places in the code base where we would be trying to move, like as in this is just it. I think like it's only ever going to happen in this class, in this file, so it's probably not bad to just do this. Left, right, and down. And then of course this is going to be, so YA plus plus is down, XA minus minus is left, and XA plus plus is right. So now we're going to do if XA doesn't equal 0 or YA doesn't equal 0, then that means we have to move. So we're going to call the move function, which is in the mob class, by that amount. Walking is going to be true. Otherwise, walking is going to be false. I mean, like, I would probably make this code more like this, to be honest, just to save that else branch. So you set walking to false every frame, and then if you're wrong, you set it to true. It's just, no real difference, but like it just, I think it cleans it up a bit because you don't need that else statement. Okay, there's an if input back, so you know, we have to make sure that escape doesn't actually sabotage, because escape at the moment closes the thing, which is annoying. Yes, my code for the first game is open source. It's almost this. This is the current code. It's that. So I'll link it in chat. Yes, you can play around with it there if you want. It's your first time using raylib? Yes, it's pretty good. I like it. It's very straightforward. Then back to main menu. Okay, cool. So, and then we're gonna go through, so this is interesting. This is really interesting. So we're gonna go through all of the entities in the scene. We're gonna see if they're a female. And then I think what we're doing is we're doing a collision check with them. Right? Yes. Well, yeah, okay. We're seeing if they're on the same tile, basically. So we're reducing this to, this is dividing it by 16. So it's going into, from like pixel coordinates, pixel space to tile space. And then we're just seeing if they happen to be on the same tile according to the game and can spawn child is true, then we'll basically spawn anywhere from 0 to like, I don't know, 4, I guess, children. At X and Y, apparently. Oh yeah, right on top of where we are. Population growth rate will increase, right? That's the growth rate. Can spawn child for that particular female gets set to false. And then if it's an ocean level, then we basically have a specific spawn point radius because the ocean level is mostly water. Otherwise, if it's a snow level, we have a different one. And if it's a forest level, we have a different one. So basically that's it. That's what happens every frame. So we have to basically just see if we're colliding with any females. I wonder why I chose to implement this in the player class and not like the level class. Because obviously, like, you know, a mob colliding with another mob should probably be handled by the level. But otherwise, yeah, like I'm not sure. But obviously, like we do end up spawning this here, and we actually end up, that's the other thing, we end up adding it to the level here. So really it probably shouldn't be in the player class, this part here. So I'll probably, you know, do collision, check collision with females here, okay? You people who are just joining, by the way, probably have no idea what we're doing and why I'm running such weird code, but you should have come earlier. You should have come earlier. All right. I'm really like interested because like, anyway, whatever. Let's just get back into it. That's basically it. So we are now, hopefully successfully with this move function, we're now, I mean, we need to do this get tile thing. Maybe I just won't do that yet. And so it's just gonna be false, which means we can move. Let's give it this little compile and we'll see what's up. But basically, and we have to include entity probably. Now this is gonna be potentially tricky. I think we should forward declare this. Cause I don't think we can include entity here because entity is gonna have to include level. And it does at the moment actually. So I think we just do forward declaration like that. And then we could obviously include it in the CPP files if we need to. So let's give that a go. Okay, that's good. So we should now be able to move. Yeah, we're about to hit 3K viewers. I'm very suspicious about this because I don't know how there's so many people watching. And why and whatever. It's a bit sus, isn't it? I probably got view botted by someone. Definitely wasn't me because I don't know, like I would never do that obviously. And yeah, the viewer number to chat speed is sus. But I did a poll recently and I don't know if polls can also be botted. I guess they can. But the poll had like 1,000 votes or something. So should we do another poll? Should we do another poll where I ask where people are from? Let's do a quick little poll. This time I promised I would include Africa, I think. I'll do Australia and Asia in one. Europe, North. It was also suspiciously balanced, wasn't it? America. I'll do Africa/other. And I'm not gonna allow additional votes. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're doing a poll now. See where people are from. It's so damn even, man. I feel like this is just so sus, isn't it? Like, this is sus. I think someone's just like hacked me or something. It is a lot of votes, but it's like, why is it even? Look, it's too even, man. It's all fake. What the heck's happened? This can't be real. I don't want there to be bots because that's gonna mean that that's like, I don't want to get banned or something because of that. And also, why did this happen? Yeah, this can't be real. This is impossible. Do a random poll and tell us what to vote for. Oh, that's so good. That's good. What's vote breakdown? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way 20% of viewers are from Africa. /other. That's impossible. Okay, so let's do another poll. The random poll idea was good. So what do we do? What is the poll? Select 5 plus 3, I'll say. So 5 plus 3 is 8. I think I can safely say that. So let's see what happens. Oh, so I've been hacked. How did this happen? And why did this happen? And see, it's decreasing because all the real people have voted. Well, that's worrying. Someone just trained a bot onto the channel. You usually can go offline for a minute or two, then come back and the bot will pick someone else. Thank you, JetBrain, for bots. Well, I mean, I don't know why they would have done that. I don't think they would have. Why would you get banned if someone attacked your stream? Well, I don't know, because they might think that I did it. And that's bad. Okay, I guess I'll restart the stream, yeah? Do you guys think I should do that? I'll just restart the stream. I mean, I'm glad that this won though, because the continent one was like literally 20% everything. So that does give me hope. All right, fine. I'll keep it going. We'll pretend that we have this many viewers. Yeah, the other answers are still pretty good. It's probably because there's like 300 people actually watching, not 3,000. Actually, how many people voted for that option? Well, I mean, not everyone's going to vote, obviously, who's watching, but yeah. Okay, whatever. Oh, a straw poll next time. Oh. Yeah, okay, I'll do a straw poll. Okay, one more poll, guys, then we'll get back to the content, I promise. One vote per IP address. Apparently. It's nice that there's like voting security and stuff. It's taking a while though. Okay, I think I made a straw poll. Just make sure it works first. Trying to load it in incognito. Ugh, all these ads, man. Does that work? This is like the worst thing. This won't even load for me, probably. Straw poll has really gone downhill. Nah, okay, I'm not doing this. This is garbage. Like, why is it taking so long to load? Oh, that's because it's your IP. Really? Okay, well, I'll post it in chat. So what, am I gonna see this here? What is with these ads? I guess I can just open it not in. Okay, show results. I think I can look at it here, maybe. But it's so slow. I don't know why it's so slow. Okay, here we go. All right, that's more like it. I don't think the bots picked it up. Total votes 44, 113. Maybe the internet's just broken today. There's this, and also, how is no? Ah, it's so slow, man. Look at it load. Okay, there we go. Okay, whatever. That's good enough. You guys don't have to vote anymore. All right, cool. So we've got like maybe 300 viewers or something. We've got 10 times less viewers than we thought we did. That's a shame. I was already like, I don't know, ordering my Lambo. I better cancel that. Okay, so anyway, back to this. Yes, so I wanna, now that we've got the player hopefully moving around, we should be able to move the camera around. So the way that that works, I think, is back in game actually, in the Java version, we had, what do we have? Yeah, an update, I think. Simon, what's up? Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Where does that happen? Maybe that happens in game. PhaseX, thanks for the sub as well. Thanks, guys, for the support. At least you're real, I hope. And Ast, thank you for asterisk. Thanks for the sub as well, and for being real. Thanks. All right. So where was I'm trying to figure out where the level. I think maybe it might be the level, because basically what we need to do is we need to so render set offset by a particular thing. Yeah, that has to be in game, I think, from memory. Oh, it's probably in render though. Yeah, so here we go. So we do X scroll, Y scroll is player X minus screen width divided by 2. So we're just getting the center point of the screen basically. Offset though on the player's like actual location within the world. And then when we render, we set that as an offset, which also goes into the screen. And then that way, when we render everything, we can offset everything by a particular position. Which is interesting because it's kind of like we're offsetting the entire screen rather than just like actually, kind of having like a view matrix or some kind of view, component or like some way of like kind of doing that per entity or whatever. It's just like it's actually in the renderer, it's offset, which is fine. I guess we'll continue that behavior. So we can do that by just, I don't know. I would probably make it a little bit different than it is here though. So like, I think, I mean, you don't really need to, but we could just be like, maybe like camera offset X and camera offset Y or something. Or like view offset, maybe. We could obviously make like a camera class and do all of this stuff, but that's a bit, I feel like that's over engineering it a little bit. So we'll just do set offset. I'll set view offset. I'll make it here. And then sometimes I feel like a bot. That's funny. You'd think Twitch would have like protection against viewbotting or something, wouldn't you? Weird. Anyway, so yeah, so there's our view offset done. So now basically whenever we render anything, we basically just say that whatever position we wanted to render it at, we're gonna subtract both of the offsets from it. We could add the offset, but we're gonna treat it a bit differently. We're gonna treat it like a camera. That's why we're removing it, like we're subtracting the offset because it's supposed to be inverted. Render sprite's really the only thing we're doing. I mean, we're also doing render sprite sheet, but that's not really, you know, that's not really being used anymore. Okay, that's probably good. So now we have to figure out how we're going to make this actually happen. So this could be in render, I guess. We don't necessarily need it to be in render, but like, because the player can only move so much, but you know, update I think eventually will be, you know, update. Or was it render? I don't know. Won't necessarily be run at a fixed rate in the future, but I think it's fine to do it in render because obviously like we're gonna call level render here. I mean, this is where we actually need the offset and everything. So, and then where did we set the render offset? Does level render do that? I think it might. Yes, so level actually sets the rendering offset. So, which I guess makes sense. So we'll do that and then we'll do renderer set view offset. And I guess that's what XC and YC is, right? Which is, you know, I mean, I guess we use that as a way to determine what tile to render in the world. So it's gonna be a bit different to this, I think. And we should probably make that system happen, I think. But yeah, at the moment we just set the view offset and that means that we have to calculate it here. So we need to have a player. So the player like really exists outside of like, it probably shouldn't exist outside of the level, to be fair. So I'm actually beginning to think that maybe we just do level render normally and then XC, YC, instead of this being something we do here, we actually just create a player here. Because if we look at the way that everything works here is we have a list, just a list of entities, right, in the scene. One of them is the player. But it's just that the way I've architected here is the player is like very explicit here. Like just in the game class here. And then we create the player and then this is just the menu or whatever, but we treat, I think the player isn't even actually part of that collection. So we could have the player outside of the level completely. Which I think is what happens, which is a bit weird. But then I think we have to do player.init, don't we? When we add, yeah. So we manually do level.add player, and I think by adding the player, we init the entity. So we do actually add the player to the list, it looks like. So in that case, I think it's okay to do it as is. I think now we can set up like an entity list, basically. So let's go into the level class where we are already, and I'm gonna make a vector, and this is just gonna be all of our entities in the scene. Now, I'm probably gonna make this, well, yeah, I'm gonna make this probably shared pointers entity. So these are all of the entities in our scene. And then I also want to specifically have the player as well. So the player will live within this entities list, but I also want it to be outside of it. The reason why is because we need to access it directly. Yeah, I guess we'll add a forward declaration. So let's make a, why would this take in level? Isn't that weird? Because it's already in the level. That's funny. Nice Cherno code. So now let's do void add entity. And then we also have to do entity init. I guess we'll do on init to make it kind of be like, because I have on update, on render, on init. This, and that will give the entity access to the level, which is important. So we have level add, that will add it to the list, obviously, and now we can kind of go through the list if we want to, and render like all the entities, which will be important. So, yeah, what are we gonna do about this view offset stuff? So, yeah, so we need to actually get, when we render the level, we need to basically get the player. So, I guess we can assert to make sure the player actually is not null. And then we're gonna get the player, and we basically need the X and the Y of the player. Now let's include him. We don't need that technically, it'll be from there. And then, so the code that we saw here in game was just in the render function. Yeah, so player X minus screen.width divided by 2. So renderer should know how big it is, width and height. So I'm just gonna add a get width and a get height. X view and Y view, or view X and view Y. So we'll do player X minus renderer get width divided by 2. And then we'll set that. And then let's do our corner pin situation. So that was basically this. So we made sure to calculate the corner pins and then render the tiles from there. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna copy the Java code directly here. So X scroll is just view X, view Y, screen width and height. I guess I'll do screen width. Or I'll do viewport width and height. It's more the terminology I would use these days. Viewport width, viewport height. How's this going, by the way, for you guys? You guys enjoying this? Is this a nice idea for like a little series / challenge thing? Just doing it all in like one live stream? Well, I'm gonna stop soon and resume next week, but is this good content? Are you guys enjoying this? Or this is just stupid? Okay, good. The bots enjoy. I'm never gonna live this down. Stupid bots. I hate bots. Ugh. Anyway, oh, I can go, I mean, that's not really what I meant to do, but I think this, full screen, yay. Okay. So I just like to hide the title bar, I guess. Anyway, yeah, because I'm enjoying this. This is fun. So, viewport width and viewport height. Okay, so we need to get the tile and we need to render the appropriate tile. So we're kind of doing that already. That's what we were doing here. render a render sprite. We were getting like a particular sprite. I can bring it out like this. It's just, yeah, we do need to go to tiles because tiles obviously, they have more functionality than just a sprite, which is an image, because tiles can be blocked and or not. And they can do things like emit light if they're torches, so that's important. But anyway, that's basically what we're doing. It's just, okay, so here we actually do X, Y instead of doing this. So let's make that happen. And then for get tile sprite, I mean, yeah, we're just trying to get tile at X and Y because that should be directly the coordinate. So that's it, I think. So if we take a quick look at this and what this is doing, I'll explain it somewhat. Thanks for, what did I do there? Did I do something wrong? That's weird. Is it trying to tell me the player is null? And therefore this won't work? If so, that's pretty impressive. Oh, whoa. That's suspicious. I mean, yeah, like player is null because I'm not sending it everywhere, but that's cool that it knows and it can just be like, nope, sorry. Just because I've got an assert here. And all the assert does is just break the debugger. That's pretty awesome. That's actually really cool. That's a very sus thing, yeah. But anyway, like, so basically, let's just try this. Let's see if this will work. So if I set player to, you know, new player or whatever, is this gonna suddenly work? I guess I have to do make shared. I mean, I don't have to, that should have worked. But I think it, nah, that's still sus. I was gonna say, as if it, huh, weird. Because we've used this macro before, you know? Thanks. Like, we used it, can I just do my code, please? Give me a sec. My wife's asking me something. Anyway, I guess I could just press F12. Oh, I wanted to see where it was used. Well, yeah, wait, that's very sus that it's graying this out. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. This is a bit sus that it's doing that. It should tell you, oh, okay, it'll tell you unreachable code. Why? Because of this? Oh, wait a minute, guys. I completely lolled this. This is just a, this is always asserting. This should have been if not X. I thought that was the, oh my gosh, that's such a funny thing. Lol. This is what I meant to do. That's actually so funny. That's hilarious. Let's not worry about printing a message. Oh, Cherno, 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 Cherno. All right, anyway, let's ignore that embarrassment and move on quickly. So we need to add a player to the level. So I guess we'll do that when we load a level. So let's make load be like the first thing kind of that happens here. So yeah, we can just do like add. I might make this a little bit different in the future just because I don't like writing make shared all the time. So where are we gonna add the player though? So actually, I don't have to think about that because the game, when the player spawns in, which I think happens here, if it's an ocean level, which is what that island was, the player has a very specific tile that he gets set onto, right? And so does the female actually. So we can just be like, okay, the player is going to, we're gonna add a new player entity here. And we're gonna set the X and Y and whatever to be this, right? Okay, we'll do that. It doesn't really matter what the order is, but this just makes more sense to me. We can also, I guess we could probably just make a constructor as well. That would just make things a little easier to just define like a spawn point. Right. Why are you upset? Can we not do that if it's a subclass? I did not know that. Okay, whatever. Yeah, so this just lets us do basically this. And therefore this. We're just removing old code. All right, so we should have a player now. One of the things we need to do with the level as well, so let's make this on render so that we fit my kind of convention, and then on update, I guess with a time step. And so what we need to do is we need to make sure that we loop through all of the entities that we have. And we basically do entity on update. And then obviously in render, we want to do that as well over here, but we don't really have a sprite yet, I think. I mean, we can, like we could actually, so the player, like how does sprites get set? Yeah, I think because the player probably in the constructor or somewhere, no? Because the thing is mobs have sprites. So I'm just wondering, like, how do we render the player, for example? And do we just render the player explicitly, or is it just part of like all the entities getting rendered? I think it's part of all the entities getting rendered. So actually, let's look at player render then, and we'll see what's up. Yeah, because, okay, so the sprite actually we pick based on, yeah, so there is a sprite, but we pick it based on the current animation, but it's going to be something like player 0 or whatever, and then we'll just do screen.render mob. We might flip it, we might not. Oh yeah, we have some code to flip sprites as well, so that we don't have to, so we can like mirror them, which is pretty cool. How much of this is porting versus refactor rewrite? Probably like 70-80% porting, and the rest is like kind of refactoring a little bit. I'm trying not to, because I don't want to wind up with a different game, which inevitably will happen if you just refactor everything. But anything that's like specifically bad, like for example, we had this system here where sprites, we had like instances of sprite for every sprite within a sprite sheet, and it would basically, for each of these sprites, it would allocate its own pixel buffer and copy all the pixels across basically from the sprite sheet pixels, which they're already there, but it would just make its own little buffer for every single sprite, which is really, well, which is really annoying. So that I didn't do. In my version, the sprites are just this. They're just little coordinates into the sprite sheet basically, and that's it. And then we just retain the pixels from the actual sprite sheet. So stuff like that we are changing, yes, but otherwise I'm trying to stay true to the original game so that we just have like the original, you know, kind of just, yeah, rewritten basically in C++ with raylib. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I guess I'll for the player render. So what happens at the moment with the player being rendered? On render, so nothing. So let's maybe get the renderer. And we don't really have, we've got render sprite. I don't know why this specifically does render mob, right? Because this does render mob. So what's the, oh, because it has to be like lighting and stuff. Okay, sure, because that doesn't, actually that applies to tiles as well. I guess there's no get tile though and stuff like that. I mean, Sprite, that doesn't exist though either. So what do we really need to have something else? I mean, yeah, we do that, but I think we do that for tiles as well. And oh, I mean, you can flip, and I think if it gets hurt, it's supposed to flash white, but there's no way to take damage in the game. Okay, well, whatever. I think we will write a render mob function, and then what we'll do is it needs to take in basically, yeah, just like the position. Now, I think when we are in player and we render, the position is gonna, yeah, just XY, okay, and then I think it will, if it need, yeah, I guess it doesn't need to put it into tile space. So this is just gonna be XY. Now we know that we need to know whether or not it flips, and then we need the actual mob as well. So I guess we pass in this, which is annoying. It kind of knows what sprite though. Like, why does it need the mob? See, this is annoying, isn't it? Oh, well, yeah, well, I mean, it does do, because it sets it based on can spawn child. Okay, and light distance, yeah, okay, we'll pass in this. And then flip, int flip, we'll just set to 0. So let's create that. Mob, could be a player, doesn't really matter. This is int flip. That's XY. Let's move this to here. And yeah, I mean, it's largely going to be the same, I think. It's just that I guess I can take an XP. I mean, I can change that to XP. And then yeah, sprite.size. I mean, so the mob has a sprite, so this will technically be mob get sprite.size or something. So sprite's protected. So let's do a little const sprite get sprite. So that, yeah, that should probably work as expected right now. We're moving that as well. But yeah, but then we'll add in like the extra stuff, and I'll do stuff like flipping. I'll implement that later. So, and the reason why I did that was just so that we can see the player hopefully somewhere. And we should see the player in the middle of the screen. Now we haven't given him a sprite yet. So the way that this works, which is also a little bit weird, but basically, the direction you're facing is the sprite you have, right? So because of that, and if you're walking, it'll play an animation, and half the time, I guess, it will flip the sprite. So we start with player 0, but we set it onto the member variable in mob. And then the renderer will read from the member variable instead of us actually passing in which sprite to render, which is, you know, a bit, I would probably just have it locally and then just pass in which sprite to render here, but sure. And then yeah, we have 0, we have 4, we have 2, we have 4. I guess player 1 and 3, I don't know what's up with player 1 and 3, because that's not the flipped version either, but whatever. Do we even have 1 and 3? Yeah, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're at different offsets. So what's actually, let's have a look at the sprite sheet. Actually, I still have it open. Ah, it's the walking. So 1 and 3 are walking, these are still, and then we'll flip this so that the leg flips in code. Okay. Sure. Yeah, so you can see player 2 or 3, depending on whether or not we're walking. So let's first of all just get it rendering. Well, we can get the animation working and stuff, but for now, maybe let's just render, let's just set sprite equal to, or msprite equal to, oh yeah, how do we read, oh, get sprite, we implemented that. So let's set mSprite equal to sprites player 0, for example, just so that we have something to render. And then, yeah, I mean, I think if we just do on render, let's compile this and let's refactor this to be on render. I probably need on update as well. On update does call that. Just put that in. Okay, so render mob is not happy because of this. So yeah, we do need to get the sprite. Let's just get the sprite like this though. That way we don't need this either. We can just do that. All right, here's a crash. So player is null, I guess. Are we trying to do this before we loaded the level? Probably not, right? Well, actually, that's supposed to happen in game, isn't it? Level.load. And we do have game by then, so what? How do we get here and we have no player? Oh, I didn't set player. So when we create the player here, we need to do more than just this. We actually need to set player onto the member variable so that we retain him. That's important. Good thing that assert was there, I guess. All right, cool. So we actually got the player rendering kind of in the middle of the screen. We need to offset him by the size of the sprite though to actually get him in the middle. And then what was the other problem? Like, yeah, we don't see our level at all. So maybe something's wrong with like this cool corner pin system. Why are these all 0? Because they can be made const. Well, I mean, sure. I mean, that should probably work. Wonder, yeah, set view offset, and then we do render sprite, which should, the set view offset should, I guess work. I mean, it's correctly offsetting the player rendering into the right spot. How did we? It is weird that it's not, it doesn't seem to be taking into account, like when it's doing the offset, it doesn't seem to be taking into account the size of the player. Like, was the player not in the middle? Oh, I feel like he's not in the middle, man. He's not in the middle. This is the middle, I think, of the screen. Huh. How interesting. Okay, well, I guess we keep it as that. Okay, so in that case, now we just need to debug why we're not seeing any of our tiles. Because we should be, I think. But I guess I can just stick this in here. And I can see what's up. So that's 44. Our next one is 60. So between 44 and 64 is where we should be in our world, I think. So when we get the tile sprite, it's 44 and 17. Is that valid? Probably. What sprite do we get? A sprite that's at 1, 1. Which is gonna be water. Okay. Fair enough. And then we're trying to render it just at a normal XY. Oh, but hang on, that's not, that's in tile space. Doesn't this need to go back to... Oh, you know what it is, guys? I think I know what it is. I think it's just the fact that we were calling a function called tile.render, which probably did the actual offset. Yeah. So see, it's doing the multiplication by 16 here. So that's fine for us to do. We just need to make sure that we do something like this. If we're doing it here for now. And then this hopefully should work. Hey, check this out. And we can't move at the moment. So let's fix that up. So we should be hitting player update because I think we're updating all of our entities. And that should be doing this, and we should be moving. Right? Because this should be, let's just see if this is getting hit. It should be. Oh, it's not. It's not getting hit. So we're not updating our player. Really? I thought, so level on update will update every entity, and game update's probably not being called. So inside application, we're doing game render, but I bet we're not doing game update. There's actually inside on update anyway. But, yeah, okay. So let's actually change this. How do we do refactor, rename, control RR? So let's change this to on render, and then I'm gonna do an on update. I just want to separate these out. What happened there? What happened to on renders down here? I thought that it deleted my on render or something. And then yeah, we can generate definition for this. And then here I'm going to do game, because the reason why I'm separating these is because we might in the future have like time step and stuff like that. And I want to make sure that we update and render separately. Okay, so on update and then 0.01667 or whatever. Game on update, does that not exist? Okay, on update. Okay, so now we should be able to move around. Okay, cool, we can move around. Now, for some reason, it's just like key pressed, key down, man. Okay. Okay, cool. So we can move around. Yeah, so this is being nicely recreated now. Obviously we can go anywhere we want, but it's cool because we can start to see the world. Now I can actually make this a bit bigger, to be fair. Again, I want to stay true to the original, but you know, we could just, so it's ×3, so we could make this like 700 or something, and it would fit onto my screen. Okay. And we can obviously see more of the world. So we can make sure that it's kind of rendering everything correctly. And it seems to be pretty good. I mean, obviously the trees and stuff need to be added, but there's our basic island shape that we used to see, and we can see the player. All right, cool. Looks good. Let's go back to 300. And I want to... have a look at how we can get maybe the animation to work, probably. So let's have a look at this and what used to happen here. Yeah, and see, the other reason why tiles are a good idea for this is because, like, for example, I mean, this is a bit annoying because there's all these different subclasses for every tile type, which is crazy. Would never do that nowadays. Look at this. But the reason why it's kind of nice is because you can see that, like, the water tile, for example, has a specific animation that it plays, and therefore we have like an update here or whatever. But we're not going to do it this way because it's just very, very wasteful and very bad for performance to set it up this way compared to what it could be, which is way more straightforward. But anyway, if we look at player, yeah, so we now need to kind of decide what sprite to basically use, which is what this is. So I might do something like, I might actually make a function here just called like update sprite. Because it's a bit annoying that it's like, you know, it's written over here and it's like, it's just polluting this whole thing, and also it's just a bunch of if statements. So let's see what we can do about that. But basically the idea is it's supposed to set something like this for us. We're gonna call update sprite here instead. So we've got this animation variable, which we have here as well, and it just does anim++, right? Now, again, I might tie this to the time step and stuff like that in the future, but for now it's just because it's fixed 60 FPS, it'll just be like this. So basically, if the direction is 0, if we look at this code, if the direction is 0, then we set the sprite to this. If they're walking, and the sprite flip to this. Now, if we're walking though, then the sprite flip will be either like it'll be either flipped or not, and then we'll definitely change to a walking sprite basically. So, I mean, like, you know, logic aside, I don't know if it's worth trying to condense this. Like, I feel like we probably can just copy and paste it. And then just, you know, obviously just refactor these things. So like direction, you know, would become, I think, mdir or something. And anim is anim. Because like, I don't know if I want to necessarily try and make this a bit more readable. What's a shortcut for replace all? Control Alt Enter, no, not here. Ugh, I should have done match case. Because this is a bit of a nightmare in terms of the branching and stuff, but don't know. Okay. So that's that. And we also need to know the flip. So sprite flip and then update sprite. So that actually should probably work. Flipping doesn't do anything though. But I think if we just take a look at the direction, which should be modified by that move thing. Yeah, there you go. So you can see that it changes to the right animation. It just doesn't play the animation because we're not flipping the sprite. And also the direction is almost correct. Going left, for some reason doesn't work. Like as in doesn't do the right thing. That's a bit weird. Would have thought that would have worked because it looks like I copied the original code. Oh, because going left requires sprite flip. That's why. Because it uses the same sprite, but it flips it. That's why. Left and right are the same otherwise. So, oh yeah, Control G multi-select. That's kind of nice. No, it doesn't work here. I changed to Visual Studio keyboard shortcuts. Maybe that's why. Should I use M prefix for protected members? Yes, I would. Anything that isn't public should be M underscore, like in terms of this convention that I'm using, my convention, I guess. Well, I didn't create it. It's popular. Okay. So let's do the sprite flipping. Let's have a look at how that works. I mean, it's pretty simple, I think. So basically, if flip is 1 or 3, we just do 15 minus x when we do this. So we go through the for loop backwards. 1 and 3 because it's a horizontal flip, and if it's, I guess, 2 or 3 here, we do, okay, right. So 0 is no flip, 1 is just on the x-axis, 2 is just on the y-axis, 3 is both of them. That's why. So could have definitely had an enum or something for that, but I did not. It's just an int. So whatever. Okay, so what do we do here? So when we render, basically, let's do y sprite, and that's going to be just, I guess, y, right? Yes. Because y is what we use for reading this. So let's change this to xs and ys. I could have done this on the outer loop. I guess I probably will. So this, as soon as we calculate yo, we can do this. So we don't need to put it there. And this will just do xo. So ys equals y, xs equals s, and then if flip is 1 or flip is 3, and I could have done this as like a bit flags thing as well, but I don't think I knew much about that back then. We do 15 minus, which is like sprite.size minus 1, technically minus ys, I guess. Or minus y, doesn't matter. They're the same. And then for xs, same thing, but if flip is 2, which means, oh no, sorry, this is flip 1, this is flip 2. So 2 is, yeah, 2 is just y, 1 is just x, 3 is both, 0 is none. So XS, and then we're just gonna do XX. And that's what we use there. So now the flipping should probably work. So yeah, all we're doing is instead of going like this, when we copy the pixels, we're just going like this. Because we flipped it. Okay, so that didn't quite work. Very interestingly. I think it did. I think it's just that when we read the sprite buffer here, we need to make sure that we also do XSYS. Because you can see the outline was correct, but like the transparency or whatever was wrong. And there we go, right? That animation seems way too slow though. Look at that. Look at how slow that is. Why? We should be running at the same frame rate. How strange. Oh, I have a feeling we weren't though, because this was in the render function, wasn't it? Ah. So I think it was just running as fast as it could render. Because yeah, that flipping stuff and this, like, you know, this anim mod 250 greater than 125 or whatever, and the anim plus plus was happening in render, which was uncapped. So therefore, we can't really change that if we want to keep it capped, and we don't want it to render at infinite FPS in the render function, which is currently what's going on anyway. It would be fun to see what the FPS is in general. But anyway, because we're not doing, I kind of do want to go to a variable time step. But anyway, so the way we would kind of fix this, I guess, is instead of having like 250 or whatever, we could either increase the rate that anim changes, or we could just change this to be a smaller number. So like 5 or 6, or for example, greater than say 3. So that's for walking up maybe. Let's just see what that's like. Okay, that's too fast. So this means it'll flip twice a second. I think. That's too slow now. What? Oh, whoops. Other way around. Yeah, that's not bad. But anyway, there's no point in me doing this because I'm not, I mean, this is a fixed update, but I don't want it to be like that. So, you know. Yeah, we can make it like that for now. I don't really care. We will change this later, okay? Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm not gonna keep it like that. Would I do that? Okay, there we go. Right, so now we can move kind of, looks kind of the same. We've got our animation going on. Genesis is coming together beautifully. All right, so how much time do I have left? Oof, about an hour and a bit. So, for today at least. So, let's see what else we can do. I'd like to get the rest of the tile rendering going and maybe even figure out how to, I guess we can get the females going. What do you guys think? Should we get the females going, or should we get the tiles rendering, like with collision and stuff? I guess that's not really a rendering thing, but like, yeah, movement with collision. I guess it would be good to get the females going because everyone's saying tiles, because that way they can also collide with the tiles, you know? I love the noise trees. Yeah, they're cool. Oh, we can get trees rendering better. Whammon. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. So the trees, I kind of want to get the trees rendering, I think, because that will make everything look better. So the way that the trees are rendered, I think level render, but the way the trees are rendered here is we have like treetops. We have light tiles, post render, treetops. We have all of these different lists. And then what will happen is oh my God, and they're being added like, I guess, live here to these lists. It's amazing this runs at 2000 FPS, to be honest. Like, I am quite surprised at this. But anyway, just goes to show computers are quite fast and people care about performance sometimes when they shouldn't. Like, care about it in the wrong areas, I guess. But anyway, so yeah, we do all of these things to add the appropriate tiles into the lists in the render function, and then later we render them and then we clear them. Ugh, that is disgusting. Because again, it's going to be the same every time. It's just that if it's not visible, we don't do them. And that's why we do a radius of 3 here, because it's, yeah. So I think we can probably improve that a bit. So treetops, yeah. So treetops they do need to be rendered, I think. And you can see two things get rendered over here. So we do tree 0 and 1 because they're going to be like specifically, if you look at a tree, it's basically 4 different sprites. So this is the treetop section, which the player can walk behind. And this is the, I guess, normal section where the player, you know, is in front of basically. And the collision happens around this area. So they're quite specific. What I'm wondering about though is where, like around where do they get placed? Because obviously if you are placing a pixel, you know, I guess it's just from that coordinate and then you do 4 from the, like the pixel in the level map must be the top left, I guess. Like that's what it ends up being basically, I think, but we'll see. And solid is going to return true, I think, for this. So this might be, oh, tree top though. I wonder what if it's, why it's solid, but whatever. Because we can, like if we could quickly take a look at the Java game, you can see, so we can't, we're in front here, but then here we go behind, see? So that's kind of a cool effect. And then also this is bad, but whatever, that's just how the game works. And we can fix that technically on a per pixel depth kind of level if we wanted this to be still behind this, but then like in front of this, I guess, depending on the thing, but like, I don't think that's necessary. So basically, and we can look at optimizing this later. I don't think, we probably won't need to, but what we can do basically is, once we've done that, we can go through, so we've rendered that, this is like the first pass, right? This is the entities, which we will render before the treetops, but after the trees, I guess. And post-render, what's post-render? So for tiles. Oh, okay, so the reason why is because torches, for example, I meant for torches. Torches have to get rendered in front of a tile as well. So we basically end up with a couple different things here. We have, how does it know where to render it? Oh, we actually have an X and a Y for it. Oh. Okay, so this is basically what it ends up being. We end up having an X and a Y and a sprite. I'll just do that, whatever. So, and then we have a vector of these, and we've got a few different ones. We've got post render, and we've got treetops, and there's also light tiles or whatever. And again, I might optimize this later. So now what we have to do is go through this. So in the Java version, they actually weren't local variables. They were defined up here, but there's no reason, I think, for them to be, because you can see straight after this, they get cleared. So I'm just gonna make them local here. And yes, this does make me feel a bit uneasy, obviously, because we're just, you know, heap allocating vectors and stuff in the middle of a frame render. Whereas we could definitely avoid it, but whatever. So, oh, and get tile 2. So get tile 2 is a different function that I think is specifically for like trees and stuff, interestingly. So I think we also need to maybe get this, but let's just see what this does. So X and Y return, if it's out of bounds, apparently it'll return a tree. That's just because on the forest level, we want, in case the player gets out of bounds, we just want infinite trees, sure. Void tile otherwise, apparently, if it's not the forest level, I guess. If it's snow level, we get snow trees for this color, otherwise we get regular trees, otherwise we get torches. So it's really just these two. So get tile, I don't know if we necessarily need a second version of this. Why is that? I think that's just because, I think that's because of this. Because look, so if this is a torch, realistically, I think if you see this color, but you're in the base pass, you kind of want to get the base tile, which would be, I guess, grass behind the torch. So you can see that over here, for example, see, this is the same color as this, right? And then if we're in the snow level, we'll return snow. But otherwise, if we're, you know, in the ocean level or whatever, we'll just return regular grass. And the way that will work, I think, is because this color doesn't appear anywhere else, but then that would mean we return a void tile. So we have to actually get it somewhere. Here it is. This is it, right? Yeah, so you can see we return grass ground if we're not on the snow level. because there's only one snow level, otherwise it's just going to be grass ground, which is just normal kind of green, right? So that's why I think the get tile 2 is kind of like the get object on top of a tile, rather than like, you know, like a tree or a torch, rather than that. But I called it get tile 2, which I want to keep for now, which is funny. I don't know what's funnier, but whatever. So maybe instead of tile map, yeah, but see, we want to know the color here. So let's make another one of these, and we'll call this like tile object map or something. And the reason why is because if we do encounter that torch color, basically, which as we saw was this, right? If we do encounter that, then we want to still return basically grass. So that's why. So grass ground can be for both of these, basically. And we need to flip this, don't we? And then for the tile object though, that color here will give us a torch. So we should see some torches around now, which is cool. And then I also want to get obviously trees going. So for trees, and it's just going to be tile tree. Like there doesn't seem to be, it's this color. There doesn't seem to be any like tree tops or whatever. It's just trees. So this is tree, I guess tree 0, but it's tile.tree, which is a bit different because we're doing sprites. We really should go back to maybe doing something else, but whatever. Okay, what's your problem? Int x, int y, yep. So this will be more like sprite, get sprite, tile sprite 2. And then we need to see what it is. Okay, so yeah, so now we're running into a lot of problems because we need to figure out a way basically to have, like how we need to create the tile system basically at this point in time, because we need to know whether or not we want to just add, I mean, of course we could still kind of brute force this, like as in, you know, we could see like what it is, and if it's like, if it returns a torch tile for us, for example, we'll add it to post render. Otherwise, if it's a tree, we'll add it to the tree rendering. But we still need to figure out a way how we want to see what tile is where, and thus respond to it by doing all the special things. Like if it's a tree, we need to render the 4 pieces of the tree. If it's a torch, we need to render some light or whatever. If it's a rock or like a tree that we can't pass through, we need to return like that it's solid so that we collide with it. So we need that system basically, because at the moment everything's just purely just aesthetic, like it's still just rendering. It's not like, there's no functionality to it, which is what the difference is between tiles and sprites in this game. So that's the problem that we're up to at the moment. Now, and that also lets us ask, hey, are you this type or not? And that's important. So we really have to think about this now, actually. And the reason why is because I honestly don't know how I'm going to do this, because in this system, we just have all of these static tiles, which I don't like. But the problem is some of them do have behaviors. And so it's not like we can just skip that. It's not like sprites where they really don't need to exist like this. I think tiles, in a way, it makes sense that it's an entity hierarchy. Yeah, I don't want to use dynamic cast. We shouldn't need to. But it kind of makes sense that it's like a hierarchy. Because all of them can have different functionality and all of them can be rendered differently, like as well, you know? We don't need to do that. We can instead, we can still have like tiles, and then we can have tile types ultimately, right? Like we could have a tile that has a specific sprite. We could still have tile instances, I think, but just not have them be subclasses, because this isn't too bad, I think. The worst part is that you can see each one of these is a different type. Yeah, like some of them, and here they all are. So you got like flower tile, grass ground tile, grass tile, ice, light, rock, snow tree top, stone, tile, you know, tree tile, void tile, water tile. Like that's just too much. And a lot of them do nothing. Some of them do stuff though. Yeah, so some of them actually are animated, for example. So there's a few ways we could do that. Like we could probably engineer our own like system where we would be basically making something like this, but instead of having a billion classes, we instead just basically have lambdas that say, hey, when this tile type gets updated, what do you want to do? In this case, I want to do this, right? So we can, I think that might make more sense. And then ultimately, I think tiles, you know, tiles can still have like, we can still make inside level, you know, we can still make a class, I think I'm gonna do this. I'll make a class called, sorry, not level, tile. And then basically this will just be a struct, kind of like what you saw in Sprite. So the way that I did Sprite is like this, right? We had a struct that was very, very basic. And then it just had a lot of instances that basically had all the different types of sprites that we had. So we can do something very similar for tile, where a tile obviously like has a sprite. Does this work, or is this going to be a name conflict in GCC? I don't know, because in MSVC this would work. But anyway, we can have like a sprite or whatever here, and then, you know, if we wanted to, oh, well, yeah, the other big thing is tile type. We have to have a type. And then I'd probably make an enum class here called tile type. By the way, it could be inside the struct. Like I could have made an enum class here called type. That way it's tile type, but I kind of like it more, I think, here, because then you don't need this, you know, in between. So I always begin my classes, my enums rather, with 0. But yeah, we'd have all of the different types here. Yeah, so like literally, let's go back to here and let's grab all of these. So I'm gonna literally copy and paste all of these. And then we're gonna trim out most of this stuff. Is there an easier way to refactor this? I don't know. Whatever, we'll just do this. There's not that many. And then I guess I'll make it all pretty. Again, might not need the snow ones, but I guess for the sake of the game, we'll make them work. We might even make those levels actually nice. And functional and whatever. Okay, so we got all the tile types now. So the reason why this is good, yeah, and this is literally, we could just do this if we wanted to. We don't even need this. Like we could honestly, this could be tile, and that's it. So I'll think about it, because this way we have to define all of them, which is a little bit of a drag, whereas we could just get the appropriate sprite for rendering kind of when it's necessary without having to have this redundant memory consumption, basically. So it's a bit annoying. But yeah, like what I would do here now is inside level, or inside even tile, I would make it so that we have like some kind of potential update or render functionality based on the type. So what I'm talking about is kind of like this, right? So we could have, an unordered or an ordered map, doesn't matter, of tile type to some kind of function. So we can have like a, you know, we can have using tile update function. The only problem with that, by the way, is that we need some kind of storage for member variables. So if you take a look at what we used to do here, for example, for animation, we actually, and this is gonna get crazy if I let it, but water tile like has storage, right? So this has a couple things. It's got 2 integers that we're actually able to store in some kind of buffer. Now we could provide a buffer here. We could have like a buffer that's basically like, you know, and I could go off here, but we could have like a buffer here that's like, let's just say, I mean, for that we needed 8 bytes of memory. So we could be like, yeah, we just have persistent 8 bytes of storage here per tile, which just has a type and that buffer. And that way we actually have, I got some spam in chat, let's delete that. So yeah, we could have some kind of, you know, we could have some kind of, yeah, like a buffer here. And then, yeah, I guess I'll include Sprite. Again, I don't know if I want to have Sprite. I think I will though, because that way we have a way to render everything like normally. So let's do that maybe. But yeah, and then like we can have a tile update function or something. and then a tile render function if we wanted to. This would just be like a function that would, you know, I guess we can have like, oh, this is just an update, isn't it? So I guess we'll take in a time step. But yeah, it would just be this. And then this could be a map from tile type to this kind of function specifically. So tile update. And then what we can do here is we can have a specific tile type. So let's include tiles here. Whoops. Tile.h. No, I have to include functional. We could have some kind of, so yeah, so for example, for that water tile, yeah, we can have like tile type, you know, water or whatever. And then we can do, let's do like a lambda here. I guess we would probably, just thinking, so we'd want to take in, yeah, I guess we need to take in the tile instance as well so that we get access to that buffer. So we would, yeah, we'd probably do, so time step and then like, sure, we can have like tile or something like that so that we can write to it. Now, and then, yeah, we could have that do something. Now, when we call it, yeah, if we wanted to call it from level or whatever, we'd call it, but it doesn't actually need to be like that. So that should actually be okay. We could do water, we could do like, I don't know, if torch has some functionality, we could do something like that, right? And then the idea with this is that this, you know, could just be, I guess we can do it from level though if we wanted to, if we really wanted to. So, you know, for example, we could have like a function here built being like on update tile water. And then we'd do float ts, tile. And then like what we would do here is we would also have to take in a level instance. And then it would just map to, and we could make like a macro for this or something if we wanted to, because it's going to be pretty straightforward, but it's just going to be, we're just going to call level on, guess I can make this public, on update tile water. Again, the thing is we don't actually need level though. So I probably wouldn't end up adding this to the class unless it needed to access level, you know, because it needs to access different entities, which I'm not sure. So I feel like I probably wouldn't do that, but we could, if we wanted access to that, we could do that. So instead you'd probably end up having like a, you know, let's just say even in like the tile.cpp, for example, we could end up having all these functions like on update, you know, let's just say tile water on update or something. And we could implement it here. And then we should just have that here. So we should just be able to do tile water on update. And we would call that with ts and tile. And that's it. Okay. And so then the idea is when we go to this update function and we need to update all of the tiles, what we can do, we could even, technically speaking, if it's just an update that happens like this, we could even just have a collection of these functions that just run. So we wouldn't even need to find the water tile, let's just say, and update it like that. Because I think, how do these tiles even get updated? Like what calls, I think they just get rendered. I think they just get, yeah, right. So I don't think there is an update. No, there has to be an update because water tile has an update, doesn't it? Yeah, so oh, it's static even. Oh, so that doesn't even matter, I think. But then I think this calls, like there's some kind of water tile, yeah, water tile on update, and that just statically updates the animation across all the water tiles. But anyway, my point is just that we could set something like that up, and what the benefit of this versus having an entity like a class hierarchy is that we don't need to have any kind of, like, we don't need to keep making files in different classes and all of that stuff. Potentially, and a lot of the types will actually just be static, right? Like for example, rock, grass ground, flower, they do nothing. So we can all render them using the same strategy, right? But then instead of us having to then loop through everything and, you know, figure out because basically what I'm saying is we would kind of be forced to call on update on every single tile because there might be some overridden behavior that does something, right? Whereas we don't need to do that with this because we know that like, you know, if there's nothing, if it's not in this list, it does nothing. And it just saves us a lot of classes and a lot of other things like that. So it just makes the code a little bit cleaner. But that being said, like I think I need to think about this as well, just because in the case of like us actually, you know, I didn't know the water tile was all static like this. I thought update was something that every tile had. I mean, rendering can also matter. Like there might be overridden behavior for how to render specific tiles, like there would be for, I don't know if torch tile has, yeah, so these all do the same thing as far as I'm aware. I think it's just the biggest difference, so you can see they're literally identical code. I think the biggest difference is just that, yeah, so water is animated, but again, that's a static update function anyway. I think trees, really. So trees, they do this instead, right? So they partially get rendered here, and then they get rendered in another place. So yeah, basically that's probably why. Why aren't you referencing the function tile water update directly in the map without calling it from Lambda? The reason why was because I was gonna pass in a level instance, right? Because I was gonna actually call, like this was gonna be level tile water on update. Because it would be relative. Well, it would be like just a member function inside the level class. But then I decided that it doesn't need to access the level, so I kind of made it one of these things. But anyway, I don't think we don't need to do this. We actually don't need to do this because I thought that the game was a bit more complex than it actually is. Sorry, a bit. Yeah, I did think it was more complex than it is, so it's actually a bit more simple than this. So what we can do instead is like for that water animation specifically, like so in update we just do anim++, and if it's mod 48 equals 0, we just flip the sprite. So every 48 frames of update, specifically not render, update, which runs at 60 FPS, is going to flip the sprite. So that's pretty easy for us to do, obviously, because I would probably just write that functionality. Let's delete everything that we just wrote. We still need to define tiles and stuff, but we don't really need those functions, to be honest. So with the water tiles, you know, I would have something like maybe Uint32T water anim or something, and then you know, in update, like we had that, we could just do water anim++, and then we could just do it here. Or actually, we don't have to do it here. Well, yeah, if we wanted to flip the sprite, we could do it here. So actually, this is a bit dirty, but we could just do, you know, the exact same code we had here in Java. And then all we're doing is we're basically saying that if it's mod 48, I mean, what was this doing? This had like a particular sprite. So sprite, we'd probably access like the actual water tile. Yeah, that's not, I don't really want to do that. Unless we had tiles. So actually tiles water, and then we could basically be like something like, you know, tiles water.sprite equals one of two things depending on what we want to do. And that being said, I wouldn't, you know, here I have a separate variable called s, which I negate, and that way we decide what it's going to be. You know, I would probably wouldn't do that. I'd probably just say that, okay, if it's 48, let's just say 96. If it's greater, if that mod 96 is say greater than 48, kind of like what we were doing inside the player. Yeah, how we were saying if it's like mod 30 is greater than 15, so half the time, but within this amount of frames, it's going to flip the sprite. So basically, I would just say if it's going to be one of the two things. It's going to be one of the two things. We're going to alternate between one of two sprites, basically. So we could also write this basically as tiles water.sprite equals either sprites water or, you know, based on this. So let's just say water 2, otherwise water. And that's it. And so we're basically just updating the water sprite here. So if I wanted to keep that clean, we could just do this. And to be fair, if I wanted to keep it even more clean, I'd probably get rid of this from here. And I would just, where was this? On update. I would just move this entirely down here, and I would actually make a static int called water anim, just so that it's not like, because we don't need it in the member thing. It's just a little thing we're doing for here. Okay, and then yeah, you can see we need tiles water or whatever for that to happen. So we got the sprite, we got the type, and yeah, the type's going to be useful, I think. Put that first. So namespace tiles. So again, we're going to define it like we did with the sprites. So we'll say tile, you know, water, tile type water, and the sprite can be sprites water or something. That's there, good. Yeah, actually, I probably should have mentioned that we could have initialized it like this. I guess this looks this is a bit easier to read. I don't know if there's really a difference. I don't think this will go ahead and construct a blank object first, will it? I don't know. Because otherwise, yes, we would prefer to do this. But whatever. Yeah, so we can just do that. Tiles water. And then, yeah, you can see we're flipping the sprite every time we, every now and then. So that doesn't exist. Okay, on update water tile. That was not this is where it was supposed to be. And I think this doesn't exist anymore. So on update can just do that at some point. Okay, what do we got error-wise? Yeah, okay, so this stuff. Okay, so let's see if we got the, I guess, the water animation working. Okay, let's see what this error is. Multiply defined, oh yeah, I just forgot to make, this needs to be inline. Otherwise there'll be a version in every single CPP file. And what we need to do is, so to get the water animation actually working though, we need to make sure that we, when we render, yeah, so when we do render, I guess we do render sprite, but in level, so at the moment level we'll do get tile sprite, and that will get us a sprite. So instead of that, I think I want to get us a tile. So now we're going to change this finally from get tile sprite to get tile. So we actually don't need this tile map anymore. Like as in this tile map is now going to be a map of actual tiles rather than sprites. And same, I guess, with this. So we need to make sure we have everything else defined, which I think we actually do. Oh no, we don't. I just copied the tile types, didn't I? So now if we go into tiles, each of these types needs to basically be defined. So if I just copy this, we've already got water. Let's just tab this over. That's a bit weird, but let's do that. And yeah, we basically are going to do something like this, I think. It's annoying that this isn't. This should probably also be capitalized. I might just do that now quickly. And yes, we can add behavior to this if we want to, and we can change the sprites around, and we can do whatever. I don't know if it makes sense for for the treetops, it will be a bit different, I think, because we'll have a custom render function specifically for treetops, I think, because it kind of needs to be like that. Predator. Predator's not used. That was that lion thing that we never used. Okay, cool. So snow rock's not a thing. Yeah, I probably didn't capitalize the second part of that. Anything else? No, that's pretty good. Snow tree. Oh, because there's snow tree 0, tree 0. Yeah, so the trees I will probably do a bit differently. All right, cool. So now let's see what we can do. Let's go into so we should just be able to, I think back in level actually, we should be able to just return the right thing now. So tiles, grass ground, right? That's what it was. Yeah, sprite grass ground. So I think we just replace this with tiles. And then we just make sure that How did we end up with that? And yeah, instead of 0, we just have tree because it's a tile and it'll render properly later. So get tile sprite now just becomes get tile, I think, and we make it return a tile because we don't need get tile sprite anymore. So probably could have just engineered it that way from the beginning. Would have saved some time, I imagine. Whoops. Okay. Get tile gets us a tile. Then we can do render sprite. I don't think we need to render. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. So this is what I mean. Like over here, if we have a tree, then we can choose what to render. Or if we wanted to, we could have like some kind of dispatch lambda system if you wanted. I don't think it's worth it for that. I don't know. We'll see what it ends up looking like. But either way, like for now, this will end up being tile.sprite. And what do we have down here? So update water sprites. Yeah, so this just needs to be like this. Okay, so now that we're actually getting that from there, let's have a quick little build. Yeah, so all of this unfortunately needs to change. Just do it real quick. We could have just refactored it, I guess. Would have done this automatically, but it's okay. Let's see if that runs. Okay, seems to run. Okay, so this is still not changing, whereas it should be. Let's have a look at why. I feel like, yeah, we're updating it. Water anim over here. And we are setting tiles water dot sprite to one of these. So we are returning water here. And we should be changing it, right? Water 2 and water are different sprites. Get tile, get the water back. Not doing anything here, and then we should be rendering whatever sprites there. Isn't that strange? And we're definitely doing on update. And it should be doing that, right? This should be working. Why is this, can be made static? Oh yeah, it can. Okay, well we do seem to be doing stuff here. Is it not rendering like the right sprite? 2-1. Really should be. That's so strange. Yeah. You saw that Russian, that's funny. Playlist is Deep Focus Epidemic Sound on Spotify. Let me just link it in chat. Here it is. Why is my water not animated, guys? Come on, what's up? Should be alternating between water and water 2. I mean, this is not necessary, right? I don't know what else it would be doing otherwise. But yeah, it's not working. It's just that one constant thing. Even though, I mean, it should be working. And this is definitely... Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, there's only one instance of these, right? That's what inline means. Yeah, because what if it's like not true? Because that would make sense. We are copying it here, but like, you know, guess that shouldn't really matter. Because it should copy it correctly, if so. I mean, we could make this const reference. I don't think there'd be any downside. Right. Permission denied. Oh, because I'm running? Yeah, I'm running. Okay. Are the two sprites actually different images? Yeah, they are. Like, it's almost behaving as if, no, that doesn't make sense. Ugh, that's weird, very odd. Because this should just be a global variable. And that should be like editing it directly. But it's almost behaving as if that's like some local copy or something. Like, obviously we don't have to do this either. Like, we could check to see if we're... I'd rather do it here though than have it break up the render loop. But this is very strange because I'm sure this is working correctly. But we could debug it, I guess. sure this is gonna work. Why is this not outputting into here? Oh, there we go. Well, yeah, there's water 1, there's water 2. I guess it's not either not clearing the buffer. I don't know why that's happening. But anyway, we're clearly alternating between the two. It's just not updating the buffer all the time. So yeah, that is in fact working. Let's have a look at what it's actually rendering, maybe? Or what it's trying to render. So we get the tile here. So let's just do this. If tile.type is tile type water, let's grab the sprite. So I think the difference is just that sprite water and water 2, the X is different, right? So we can just print the X. I think I want to, I guess end line flushes it. So that's why it wasn't really working before. So it's always 1. Well, yeah, that's what we're seeing. Huh. Rendering with a copy. Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, this is a sprite though. So the sprite that it's set to, if I change the sprite to one of these, then it should just copy the sprite in. Because a sprite is like, you know, a sprite is pretty trivial. It's just in X, Y, and size. So it doesn't need a copy constructor or anything like that. It's pretty simple. It's just a coordinate, basically. So how is it possible that that's not working? And I mean, that's directly referencing this, right? Like it's a global variable. I made it inline, so it means it's basically a global variable. Unless that works differently in GCC, G++, right? Oh, that's really annoying. What could it be? Why not static? I don't know if that's necessary because these are just global variables. They're not in a class or anything. If I just had it static, that would be bad because everything would have its own instance. Every CPP file would have its own instance. And in that case, it's almost like what it's behaving like right now, right? But this means that it's just a global variable. It's just I have to put inline because it's in a header file. But that should be fine, I think. Apparently not though, because it doesn't seem to be working. Can I print the memory address of when it's water render? Yes, I can. Sure, that's not a bad idea. You know what it is? I know what it is. It's because the tile map has its own instance of tile. That's why. And that's fine, obviously, unless you change it. So you better change the one in the tile map instead of changing it globally like this. That's why. Okay, so we either, I mean, we could just make this be even like a reference maybe. Would that work? You're not really supposed to store references like that, I think. Because what happens if it has to, I guess it's a map though. What happens if it has to like reallocate and move that stuff? That might be a bit weird, right? Or is that fine? I just know references inside standard library is a bit weird. Okay, well that works, okay? So yeah, so that's ultimately why. It's because, yes, this was correct, but this had a copy of all of the tiles. Which again was fine when it was sprites because they were constant. Like we would never change them, obviously. They're just a sprite. They're just a piece of information, piece of data. But now it's bad. I could definitely have it be a pointer though, and then we could just do this. That would work fine. That's fine because it's a pointer, but references obviously have slightly different semantics. So I don't know if this is correct. Ref is fishy normally. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess I would probably do this then. Right? So we have a tile pointer instead. And yeah, that just means that, like, sure, you can dereference this. and everything else should be okay. Because we're gonna call get tile anyway. Okay, cool. So let's stop printing that garbage. But you can see that we can detect if it's a certain tile type, obviously. And that's important because then we can do something special to it, like with the trees. So now that we have water animating, that's pretty cool. Let's maybe bring back this whole post-render situation. So now we actually have tiles instead of sprites. Let's see how this changes. And you can copy it. Like, tiles are obviously very lightweight. I mean, they have a sprite in them and this tile type in them, but they're pretty lightweight. But there's no real reason to. I guess I would probably const reference them. And then, yeah, so tile instance of snow tile, we can actually do that now. It's just gonna be if tile equals tile type. Oh, that's a torch tile, actually. Torch, right? So that's pretty cool. And that's obviously better than if we did like dynamic cast or whatever. So, yeah. Can do a switch here if we want. So post render, we could do in place back. So we kind of want to render what exactly? So just a tile, I guess. I mean, it's got an X and a Y though. So we need a location for it. So we can do, yeah, I guess we can just do tile, and yeah, we can copy it if we need to. So this would be that. The light tile we'll do later. What is null exactly? What was that? So null is sprite. That's weird. Why would it not have a... Why would it not have a sprite to render? Yeah, null. Null is the sprite, I guess. Interesting. Okay, whatever. I mean, we don't really need that, I guess, but yes, it is a bit fishy. So, tree tile. Instead of this. Oh, and treetops. So treetops, kind of the same thing. But it's going to be a tree top tile. Is that a thing? So what happens here? It does tree tile XY and tree tops XY. Okay, well tree top I guess I will make a thing. Don't know what it's supposed to be sprite wise, but we can do tree top. Keep it the same sprite for now, or maybe I'll make it 2. Okay. So what do we got next? Snow tree as well, which doesn't really exist, as in like, I don't know if we'll do that level. Again, this is a bit weird, obviously, but we're going with it for now. And then we basically do this. So this gets rendered. So we do post render, and then we do treetops. And treetops, again, like we basically end up going into, I think, tree top tile, and you can see it renders those, and then the bottom one renders that. So the bottom one, does that get rendered as part of which pass? I guess post render. So post render, like the bottoms render, I think. So instance of tree, we add post render, and yeah, okay, that makes sense. So let's see if we can make this work quickly, and then I'll probably end the stream because I gotta go. So let's, we're basically gonna go through and do so post render first, and this is just gonna be like this instance of render tile, which is just like a bunch of stuff we've added. And then we're just gonna go through and yeah, we have to render it at the appropriate position. But the thing is, like, it depends what it is. So this is a bit weird, but like, because remember, this is where the extra functionality of the tree comes in. The fact that we actually have to have two things to render, tree 2 and tree 3 for the base tile, and then for the top is 0 and 1. So yeah, I don't know how we're gonna do that. I think we probably should have just done trees separately. So like instead of post render, because what else gets added to post render? That's the thing. Is it just trees? So torches do, and different types of trees. And obviously for torches, I think torches just get rendered normally. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm just wondering if treetops we obviously know what to do for, I guess. So like, yeah, like, you know, for example, for rendering the treetops, as we go through all of them, we know that we can just do this, and then we're going to do that basically twice, and then we're going to use tile.x, tile.y, we'll do that like normal, and then if we look at, you know, treetop here, it's going to be tree 0 and tree 1, right? And you can see it's doing the exact same thing. And then we're going to do +1 though for just the x, right? So this is going to be x +1. And that's going to be, you know, we don't even need this here. It would technically be Sprite, or sprites tree 1 and tree 0. So that's very specific, and we can just render this is the treetops actually. So we can just do that here. Now, you know, then we have to wonder whether or not we do, because this is supposed to be more arbitrary. So it's still okay, technically. We have the tile that we're trying to render here. So what I actually could do is I could actually ask it what it is. So if tile.type, tile.tile.type is tile type tree, I guess, or a snow tree. Then we could do one thing. Otherwise, we'll just render it normally, but it's a post-render thing. So this would just be render sprite. We'll do that the same, except we'll do tile.sprite. Tile.tile.sprite. Maybe I should call this RT for render tile. That way it makes a bit more sense. And then I guess I could separate this out. Again, a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying, but we'd basically end up doing this. So this is like instead of having that hierarchy of classes, which would make it a little bit easier in this regard. And then the difference would be, I think, if we go back to the Java version, if we look at just normal tree tile, so 2 and 3 basically, and the 3 is offset by 1. So this is 3, this is 2. And it's offset by 1, as you can see. And then here it's the same, but it's going to be, I think, snow tree 2 and 3. Same as this. Oh, wait. Yes, this is snow tree, right? And then actually here we kind of need to know as well, because these are treetops, but we don't know if they're snow or not. So, I guess we can, yeah, we can probably just do something like... I hate Boolean expressions like this just because they only work for, like, if you have one of two things, then it's okay. But obviously if you have more, it breaks, and that's why I don't like it. So we can do snow tree 1. There's that Control V double paste. We'll kind of do the same thing here. Except I think if we go back to, this is the tree top, right? Yeah, so tree top is 0 and 1. Tree 0 and 1. So the first one here is actually 0, and then that one's 1. Okay. Can't even test the snow stuff, really. Let's take a quick look. All right, cool. We got some trees rendering. That's nice. Looks like we're behind this and in front of this, so it's somewhat working, but it's very weird. And it's not quite correct. So let's see what went wrong. So would these being placed at the right positions? That's what I'm interested in. Level. Yeah, these are just XY, apparently. And then these just get rendered at XY. So it seems pretty straightforward, doesn't it? So if it ran into a tree at this point, it's already rendered this, then it should, yeah, come back down here and render the appropriate thing. Oh, this is going through post render, that's why. So this should be going through tree tops. Still looks surprisingly the same. But it doesn't seem to be rendering the trunk of the tree at all. And also it kind of looks like it's like what, in between or something weird. And this is like +1. Oh, hang on, no. Okay, hang on. Yeah, because it's supposed to offset. I think it's just rendering on top of each other. Because this surely has, yeah, okay. So the tree bottoms have +1, apparently. So on Y, which would make sense. So these are the bottom ones, I guess. So let's just try it first on this. Okay, there we go. That's just done. Okay, so yeah, we can go through them now, which isn't correct, but the idea is when we'll have collision, you won't be able to go through them. You'll just be able to, like this would stop you, so therefore it wouldn't look like this. Okay, so what this means is that we are still not rendering grass behind this thing. And I think the reason why is because that's actually the tile that is a tree, and I guess we don't have that in our tile map. So what is a tree? Tree is this. So do we not have that here? We do, but we're returning tree. So this should probably return grass ground so that it actually renders a tree. And then this is the object tile map. So that should probably fix that. Or just make nothing happen. So, I mean, because this is get tile 2. So this would, are we actually doing that correctly, by the way? Does get tile 2 get it from the appropriate list? No. So this should be S object, and that's why we're not seeing, that's actually why we're not seeing torches as well, probably. Okay, so we've got torches, we've got trees, awesome. Cool, so I think for my last trick, and we got rocks as well, nice. We've got no flowers. How are flowers? Are flowers manual or are flowers scattered automatically? But I was gonna say for my last trick, I might do this grass tile thing. So the way the grass tiles work, if you guys weren't here earlier and you missed it, basically grass tiles, there's this like, I thought it was here. I think it's just an int array actually called grass. And when we initialize the level, and we load it like say from a file here, we create that like the same amount of grass tiles here. And all it is it's just the idea of like every, where do we actually fill this up though? It's supposed to happen here, I thought. Well, it might be this actually. Yeah, load level from file does that. And then you can see we set grass I equal to random next in 8. So there's a 1 in 8 chance that we'll basically get grass. Get like a certain different grass sprite. So there's 2 different grass sprites. There's either just not plain or there's actually this grass thing here. So this is a very bad way to do it. I don't know why I create like an entirely separate integer array for that, because we could just modify the original tiles to make them be, have a chance to be grassy basically. So basically what I'm saying is like, let's make a new color or something where, you know, FF whatever is grass ground, but then we could say there's another one here, which is actually just called grass. And then that could be like, I don't know, like I don't think full green is used for anything, is it? Inside the level map. Or is full green, is this full green? I don't think so, it's not bright green. So yeah, like we could do, for example, 0, 0, 0, 0, and be like, okay, well that's grass. And then all that we would do is when we load the level, and we have the image buffer, we could, you know, like randomly scatter grass or something. We could go through, but the thing is we need to make sure that as we go through, we only do it for the white ones, because obviously we don't want to accidentally put grass where there should be an ocean or whatever. So let's go through just all of the pixels we have. So width times height. And then we'll just say if m image buffer I equals, I guess we'll just do this. I think we don't have, yeah, we probably should make this not just variable like this, but define constants for these, because that way we wouldn't have to do, you know, this. But if it's this, then let's just say that, you know, if random, yes, alt enter. If random uint, I think we can do random range actually, right? Or not? Okay, we can just do uint min max. So let's do like from, oh, well, I guess we'll keep the same thing. So if this is 0, right? Don't know why that's an error. Then we'll say image buffer equals ff 0, 0, ff 0, 0, right? So we set it to green basically. So why is this an error? Oh, because it's called uint. So we're just modifying it based on that. And then if we hit that, then it's that. So let's see what that does. And if that works. Okay, cool. So yeah, so now we have grass placed everywhere. And it's kind of random. Okay. So that's pretty good. Like we're getting closer to Java land. Yeah, so this is the Java one and this is the non-Java one. You can see they look pretty similar now. Obviously we don't have any gameplay going on here yet and we don't have things like collision, but you know, there's the torch in the right place. There's, you know, trees over here. The water animation, as you can see, is the same. It's actually like almost in sync. It is like in sync. I think it's just flipped, which is funny. CPP seems more FPS, does it? Because the Java is pretty fast, 2.1K FPS, pretty insane. So yeah, and there's a click to focus here for when wheels focus in the Java one. I wonder why this window is like extremely, it just feels very rounded, but this one isn't. Do you see that? Or is that just an illusion? I think it's just because the title bar is less thick, actually. The title bar is less thick, and there might even be more of a drop shadow behind this window compared to this window. Yeah, there's a bigger drop shadow behind this window. Look how big it is versus this one. It's kind of hard to see. Let me move it like this. Oh, maybe because it's not highlight, like it's not in focus. So now they're both not focused. Okay, I think they're the same. I was gonna say that's weird if the drop shadow was different, because that should just be a Windows thing. And then obviously the day-night cycle and everything, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, how much time do I have? Oof. Let me ask the wife if dinner has arrived yet. But either way, I think we're probably done for today, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna actually have time to do anything substantial. Let's do a commit. Let's see what we did. Lots of stuff, obviously. Okay, I think she's just picking up dinner now. So we'll add the resources, I guess, which some of them are pretty big because we got like 80 meg or something of those things of audio. This is pretty good as well. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna push that all. How am I finding CLion? Yeah, let's just spend the rest of the time hanging out talking. I think, yeah, like, look, I kind of enjoyed it. Like, it's, to be completely honest, like, it didn't get in the way once. It didn't crash. It didn't freeze. Yeah, I kind of like it, to be completely honest. You know, the thing is, Visual Studio, I don't think I'm ever gonna switch from Visual Studio, like permanently, you know what I mean? Because the thing is, I would really have to use CLion with Hazel and, you know, I guess with CMake and like with, like it's very difficult to just uproot what you do and completely change such a major tool that is so central to the development, right? So like, I don't know. But that being said, like, out of the box, yeah, obviously it works really well. It's not slow. I haven't really used that many features, to be honest. Like, for example, find symbol and other things that I generally use in Visual Assist, actually, in Visual Studio. Like, I haven't tried that. Yeah, I did have to change keybinds. I changed the font to Cascadia code, which I prefer. You know, CMake is obviously a bit of an adjustment, and it's nice that obviously CLion will manage it for you. So like, I didn't have to add any of these manually. But some of the things like me trying to get include directories working, like that didn't seem to work. Like I had to basically do reload CMake project because it seemed correct, but it wasn't working. So that's a bit annoying. But then again, like I'm not used to using CMake. You know, I use Premake with Hazel, and you know, back when I worked at EA, we used something called Framework, which is EA's own internal build system. So like, this was not something that I'm that used to. And again, 5 years ago is probably the last time I actually used CMake, other than just trying to get third-party libraries working, in which case all I do is just run it. Like I never write it or develop with it. So that's the biggest transition probably. But it, again, like it's nice. Like I'm enjoying this, to be honest. Would I be enjoying this experience less if I use Visual Studio? Probably not. You know, I don't think that, like, the only reason why Visual Studio may have been worse is if it did freeze or if it was a bit laggy or whatever, because this has not been laggy at all. Like, this has been very responsive. And I would say, like, this is a tiny project, so it's really hard to tell. But like, I think that I would go as far as to say this has probably performed better than Visual Studio. It's also way more lightweight. So for that reason, like, I do really like it, and I'm enjoying this. Like, it's fine. But again, I'm not the kind of person who gets too attached to these tools. Like, I just give me like a place to write code. If it's got autocomplete, if it's got syntax highlighting, like I'm pretty good. Like I don't need, you know, I'm fine with that. I don't need anything fancy. Look, I do like the generators and just being able to do Alt Enter and generate like definitions for various things. You know, I like how if you press delete or whatever, there's like safe delete. I haven't used like, you know, for example, some things that I would use in Visual Assist, Alt-Shift-O in Visual Assist to open file. I've just been using Control-Shift-T, which is the Visual Studio shortcut for that. And it will just find files. It seems to work pretty well. Like I don't really have an issue with that. Like if I want to go to tile.cpp or whatever, there it is. Like that's not really an issue. Alt-M, I love in Visual Assist, which is to drop down. It basically drops down a list of all the functions and I guess maybe some symbols that you have in the file. So I don't know, is there a way for me to like jump to a function? Because I haven't done that. A less predatory company is nice. Sure. Like, is there a way for me to just press something and then that lets me type and I can type in like say load or update and then hit enter and it will take me to that function? Like, is there a way to do that? I guess I can Google it. CLion jump to function. Control N. But the thing is, you guys have to remember, oh, that's nice. Just this Control N dialog, like right where your mouse is. Actually, it's where your keyboard, it's where your caret is, I think. Or maybe not. Shift. Okay. But I mean kind of, you know, within this file. Because this isn't bad, and it's pretty fast. That's not bad, Shift. I really hate it when shortcuts are the same key though. I'll probably change that. Did I submit Lottom Dare 55 game after all? I did. I'll give you a link. I don't even know where it is, man. Here it is, I think. Yeah. Here's the Lottom Dare entry. Yeah, so like, you know, so I'm reading this source code navigation. Remove the caret, find recent locations, go to declaration or usages. But yeah, I wonder if these shortcuts, I guess I can just look up what they are though. Go to definitions, go to header source. Locate a code element within the structure view, okay. Browse through methods. Okay, so Alt up and down arrow, which I changed to visually separate method. Control Alt S and go to, okay, oh, that'll visually, that's kind of cool. It'll draw separators. That's still kind of not what I'm looking for. There's a related symbol. There's a key map called file structure pop-up. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, and like, you know, it's fast. Like I can just, you know, I just opened up settings immediately and it's instant. Like it's good, like in that sense. Because Visual Studio, I feel like would have taken me longer to get to just the key map. You know, that would have taken a while to load and also a lot of clicking. So I do like that. What was I searching for? What was it? File structure. So file structure pop-up. Is it just file structure? Alt and back? Or is there a specific pop-up? Okay, well, it seems like this is it. Alt backslash. Oh, okay. Yes. This is what I want. So if I just make that, yeah, file structure. That's good. Thank you. What's your name? 00008. Mr. 00008. Thank you. So this, I want to make this Alt M, which is amend commit, which I don't give a crap about. Who amends commits? Okay, so now I can do Alt M. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. So I could be like in, and you know what? While I'm at it, because I'm so used to it and I don't like Control-Shift-T, let me also just make open file or something. Or find file. What was it? I've been pressing Control-Shift-T. Navigate. Maybe it's like navigate to file. yeah, go to file. So I'm gonna make this Alt-Shift-O, which is in place refactoring, I don't care. Okay, so now I'm kind of in Visual Assist mode almost. So I can be like, you know, let's go to renderer and then render tile. Okay, render tile didn't exist to be fair. Render sprite. Oh, that's good. That's how I navigate. That's how I like navigating. So like, you know, level and then like render. Beautiful. That's all I need. All right, I'm happy. Cool. Yeah, the only downside with CLion, I guess, is that it's not free, right? Because Visual Studio is free, but I do pay for Visual Assist. But you can get a license like once every 5 years or something. It doesn't matter. It's not yearly necessarily. You just lose support for you won't get access to the latest versions, which you don't need unless Visual Studio like 2024 or 2025 or like a new version of Visual Studio comes out. And yeah, like I know you can get CLion licenses for free, but that wouldn't apply to all people. That's all. But like, look, I like CLion so far. I can't say I don't like it. But that being said, I've used it for just a day with a brand new project that is small. So if I use it on a larger scale project or like on Hazel, for example, might be a different story. I don't know. But yeah, like I think it's, you know, I'm happy to be working with JetBrains on this project right now because I'm enjoying using CLion and it's not like I have to pretend that it's good. Like it's fine, it's good. And all of you guys seem to think that it is as well. All right, anyway, thank you guys for watching. All of you 3,000 fake viewers of mine that someone viewbotted me for some reason for. I hope you enjoyed. Check the Twitch schedule. I might actually update it right now. But basically the Twitch schedule, my Twitch schedule on my Twitch channel page is going to contain I'm gonna add it right now. So on Wednesday is currently when I'm planning to continue this. I'm probably gonna start fairly early, like maybe 9 AM, and stream for like 10 hours or something, because I really need to get this done and shipped actually. So basically, yes, we need to do that. And what did I call this? This is Remaking. Where's the channel page? So yes, so I will be back on Wednesday at 9 AM, I think, Australian time. Hopefully without the viewbotting. And yes, it's now in my schedule. So you should be able to catch me next week. Wednesday, okay? And yeah, as I mentioned, everything's being recorded. I will publish everything to the Cherno Unplugged channel as is, so the full streams, the full unedited streams, so you can catch every minute if you want. And other than that, my editors are gonna edit this down into like a fun little video, so if you wanna catch that as well, and just, you know, if you wanna see the whole, how it went overall, and that'll be on my YouTube channel probably in a couple weeks. All right, thank you guys for watching. Love you all. Have a good rest of your day or evening or night or whatever, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.